It's no wonder that when I went to study the 9-universe tablet and saw the raindrop picture, I always felt it was perfect, but I didn't realize then I finally get it now. Luo Feng became a beam of light and headed towards the 6th level of the bridge. However, he could feel the incredible rush of adrenaline within him. So, the 9 drops of the raindrop picture, through their interaction and relationship, they can perfectly form one true body. Luo Feng was incredibly happy. Floating Blood was a manual that dissected the 108 wonders. However, in truth, the 9-universe tablet was still something left behind by some absolute ancient being from before. That being, would he carve out a raindrop picture that was that simple? Just like an octopus's tentacles affecting space, Luo Feng muttered. It was too wonderful. When he unleashed the totem pillar earlier, it originally had kept all of the blade domain within, as it rolled forward to smash the enemy, hence the name. Optimum power. And with Luo Feng's comprehension of the raindrop picture as not being solitary, but having interweaving relationships and interaction, to form one perfect body, the totem pillar seemed to extend 9 formless arms in the surrounding space, affecting the surrounding space itself. Hence, the opponent's dark golden long blade was pressured by the surrounding space so much that it slowed down, and the totem pillar brutally smashed the enemy. If one said that while comprehending the 9 wonders in the past, I was simply using the universe space ripples to make my attacks faster, then now Luo Feng thought, with the 9 as one, I've reached a level through which I can actually affect the space itself. A fish swimming within the ocean. And Luo Feng was this fish, in the space which was the ocean, could affect the ocean itself to pressure the enemy. From flowing in space to affecting it, it was an impressive step. Of course, compared to those who could easily slice through space or warp it, or even other methods which could completely morph the space coordinates, etc., Luo Feng was still far from those. However, his comprehension now exceeded even some sector lords. Luo Feng attempted the 6th level, just for the sake of trying the 5th itself was extremely difficult, hence, he deduced that he was still far from the 6th level. However, attempting it would give him an estimate. The 6th level opponent still used the Nanshan armament's 5th level, space slicer. Puchi 1/ brushed past Luo Feng's totem pillar, straight through Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's attempt at the 6th level lead to a failure, an extremely straightforward failure. According to the Floating Blood manual, I have to completely comprehend the 2nd picture to a passing level. Before I can pass the 6th level, I've already reached the peak of comprehension for the raindrop picture. As for the 2nd drizzling picture, I've only just begun to pass the 5th level, is already my limit. Through his failure, Luo Feng understood a solid foundation was extremely important. However, the level of comprehension itself was also very important. The 2nd picture was much more profound than the 1st, its power was also much stronger. Heavenly Bridge. In the center of the bridge, over 300 geniuses were waiting for their turn to attempt it. Bolin, you can enter. Watchman Bevan stood in the distance and said. The white-clothed youth immediately rushed towards the bridge, informing everyone, just now, Luo Feng had passed the 5th level. Watchman Bevan shouted loudly. The originally bustling over 300 geniuses went silent. Especially the members of the Heaven and Ground, Absolute Beginning and Primal region. They were all filled with shock. 5th level, the white-clothed Bolin, who was rushing towards the bridge, stopped suddenly. Fifth level, Bolan's eyes gleamed. Then, I definitely have to pass the sixth level, definitely. So. Bolan accelerated and flew straight for the universe bridge. Luo Feng passed the fifth level. How is it so easy for him to pass it according to the previous batches of genius competitions? Even the most exceptional ones only passed the fourth level. In the 30 years. The higher it goes, the harder it gets. Passing the fifth level is extremely difficult. How did he even pass it? He's even caught up to Bolan already. Bolan too is only on the fifth level. Mad, that Luo Feng is too mad. This group of geniuses, along with some that returned their consciousness to Primal Chaos City, were all stunned. I just passed the fourth level, Luo Feng. You passed the fifth already. Rong Jun gripped his earth-splitting blade while his eyes were raging. It's good that you know you are falling behind. As for this huge axe, tablets. Second form, I'll demonstrate it to you one more time. Beside him a silhouette said slowly, causing the space around to reverberate. Yes, teacher. Rong Jun said respectfully. Primal Chaos City, within Tru Yan's mansion. Tru Yan Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, and Jade Emperor all sat about casually and chatted, very happy. Tru Yan revealed an expression of glee. Congrats, Jade smiled and looked at Tru Yan. Tru Yan, you've accepted an exceptional student. Haha, Tru Yan laughed loudly. What? Tong Nan was suspicious suddenly. A while ago, Tru Yan's newest student just passed the Heavenly Bridge's fifth level. Jade smiled. Jade was the informant and collector of data for this batch of geniuses, hence, she had naturally ordered Watchman Bevan early on to inform her whenever anyone from that batch passed a level. As for Tru Yan, he had done the same earlier. Fifth level, Tong Nan put down the wine glass, smiling and clapping. Rare. Truly rare indeed. The last batch of Virtual Universe 1000 geniuses, most exceptional one, had only passed the fourth level in his 30 years. Jade smiled and nodded. Of the most recent 1000 batches of Virtual Universe geniuses, including 1000 batches from before, 4,168 passed the third level in the first 30 years. 926 passed the fourth. 32 passed the fifth. No one has passed the sixth. The Virtual Universe Company organized a competition every 10,000 years from every batch. Those that passed the third level could be counted with one hand. On average, only one passed the fourth if the standard for that year was lower. No one would even pass the fourth if it was higher. Maybe 2 or 3 would pass the fourth. As for Luo Feng's batch, Bolan, Luo Feng and Rong Jun, the three of them had passed the fourth. On average, it takes about 30 competitions for one genius to pass the fifth. Jade smiled at Tru Yan, and these absolute geniuses don't necessarily choose the 9 universe tablet. This Luo Feng is truly a rare seedling for your 9 universe sect in 10 million years. Haha, Tru Yan laughed loudly. I will pass this information to the knight. Jade immediately informed him. She didn't go personally this time, because Nine Blade and Guardian Candeli were discussing important matters. Primal Chaos Tablets, Guardian Candela's mansion. The two absolute beings were chatting. Good news. Luo Feng passed the fifth level. Luo Feng, I thought that within your Virtual Universe Company's group of punks, the most exceptional was Bolan. His comprehension of the space laws is extremely high. Many sector lords can't even compare to him in these 30 years. He has been spending his time studying the time laws. Who would have thought this Luo Feng is just as exceptional? We just received the news, Bolin passed the 6th level. No surprise there, this Bolin is a rare genius in 10 million years over. These past 10 million years, there hasn't been anyone from your virtual universe company's new batches to pass the 6th level. It's time one appeared. The one that surprises me is Luo Feng. In terms of improvement speed, these 30 years, his improvement is even bigger than Bolin's. Candeli, you like Luo Feng? Right. Candeli, Luo Feng is not bad, but I still prefer Bolin, the universe tablet. Reaching the 6th level is not easy. It could be said to be the hardest tablet of all. 9-blade, diversity cannot compare to specializing. Being too ambitious is not good. To simultaneously control both time and space, how difficult is that? Even you and I can't do that, much less that Bolin. However, this Luo Feng is more grounded. I just got the footage from Watchman Bevan while Luo Feng only used the Nanshan armament's 4th level to pass the 5th level. His foundation is very solid. I didn't care too much about him before, but I'm liking this punk more and more. Nanshan armament 4th level, let me see the footage. Solid, what a solid foundation. Candeli, you speak right, this Luo Feng will be a shocking existence in the future. Haha. Luo Feng couldn't hear the two absolute beings speaking. However, he received mail from Watchman Bevan. Bolin passed the 6th level. He actually passed the 6th level. On his balcony, Luo Feng felt a surge of emotions. What's there to be shocked about Luo Feng? Right now you can at most unleash a few hundred images when you move. During the genius competition before, Bolin could already produce over 1,000. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. If Bolin had chose to focus only on space, he would have passed the 6th level much earlier. He however chose the universe tablet, because he was slowed down by the time laws, hence he only passed the 6th today. Right? Luo Feng nodded. Back during the genius competition, he could only unleash 9 images. Bolin, however, could easily produce over 1,000. The starting line for him was far behind Bolin's. At least now I've closed the distance between us, Luo Feng thought. The second day afternoon, Luo Feng came to the Primal Chaos City leader's mansion. Within that secret training room passage, Lord Candeli, Luo Feng bowed respectfully at the three-eyed old man guardian. The three-eyed old man smiled and nodded. Wait a moment, the batch inside will be coming out soon. Yes, Luo Feng nodded, but felt curious within. He felt as though this guardian of the tablets was different. He seemed closer than before. After a while, the 6 studying within came out. Go on, and the three-eyed old man smiled. Work hard after this study. It'll be quite a while before you return to Primal Chaos City. You should be studying the 2nd and 3rd picture of the 9 universe tablet. Now the remaining 6, you have no need to study them now. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Following which he rushed into the room and ordered Babata, close all contact from the virtual universe, reject any requests, mail, etc. I cannot be interrupted during these 7 days of study. Understood. For this sort of thing, I don't even need you to order me to do it. Entering the room, standing before that huge tablet shrouded in primal chaos energies, Luo Feng began his last study of the tablet before he had to leave. Ganwu Continent, Pinghai Company's 89th level, Su Xian's office. Your Majesty, Su Xian, congratulations. From now on, you'll officially be a core member of the virtual universe company, a tall and skinny silver-eyed old man in a simple white robe, smiled. You have living quarters in the last phase region of Yuxian Mountain in the virtual universe, and also one on the last phase region, secret region. You can choose to actually head over there. Last phase secret area, where is that? Su Xian asked curiously. Very far. The white-robed old man smiled. The company can arrange for a universe ship to pick you up. You'll have to fly for a few years in the dark universe. Is it close to the absolute beginning region? Su Xian asked. No, the white-robed old man shook his head. The 4 secret regions were born in the vast universe a very, very long time ago. They are very far from each other. The last phase region and the absolute beginning region are in different star sectors. Star sector, Su Xian was disappointed. Star sector was considered the largest denominator within the universe. One star sector was normally the size of an entire universe country. That was an extremely huge territory. If the absolute beginning was close to the last phase region, then Su Xian was actually considering going there. This way, she could meet with her husband in reality. Your Majesty, Su Xian, you are a member of the business side. You have to know. Need to head to the distant last phase region. The white-robed old man smiled. The universe secret region environment is helpful only for warriors. Almost all of the business members stay within their homes. Of course, should you wish to go, we can send a request. No need. Su Xian shook her head. Everything has already been relayed, Your Majesty. Su Xian, I'll leave first. The tall and skinny old man bowed and left. Only Su Xian was left in the office. Looking at the documents on the tablet, Su Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Pa pa pa. 3 knocks were heard on the door. Enter. Su Xian shouted. Big Sister Su, Big Sister Su. The short-haired lady ran in shouting. Did the entering of the core member request go through? Su Xian was filled with glee, nodding. That's great. The short-haired lady cheered excitedly. Big Sister Su, you finally succeeded. Alan, thanks for your many years of support. Su Xian was filled with gratitude as she looked at this good sister of hers. The lady who was beside her was a good partner of hers when she started her own business on Earth. These past many years, the two of them were considered a gold combination, and this sister of hers, Don Lan, had enjoyed many benefits due to Su Xian too. For example, over these 100 years, Don Lan's appearance had hardly changed too. Why say such things? Quickly, go, inform that guy. The short-haired lady teased and smiled. Su Xian took a deep breath. How long has it been? How long has she fought for this day? Request call. Su Xian sent a request to Luo Feng. It was however cut off the moment it was dialed. The request was denied. Su Xian was shocked. This doesn't seem right. There should be about 7 days before he leaves Primal Chaos City. There shouldn't be any important things going on these last days. What's wrong, Big Sister Su? The short-haired lady asked, curiously. I can't seem to connect. Su Xian shook her head. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng walked out from the leader's residence. Many images of the 9 universe tablet floated in his mind. Different levels of comprehension were occurring throughout. I have to treasure my time. There are only 2 more days before I leave Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng became a beam of light and headed towards his training quarters. I have a large amount of things to digest from my study of the tablet, things to make my own. Looking at the origin laws in the sky will help my study. So. Luo Feng landed on his own balcony. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. To recap on the past 7 days of studying the 9-universe tablet, occasionally looking at the sky, observing the splits in space flowing and weaving with origin laws, interweaving, happening throughout. 1 day, 2 days. Time to leave. A voice suddenly resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng awoke shocked. In the distance, he spotted a large outline of a dark blue fish-shaped ship floating in the air above Primal Chaos City, as many silhouettes were rushing towards the sky. Time to go. Luo Feng immediately flew up too. About 800 people flew towards the ship from within the city. While heading towards the universe ship, Luo Feng looked down at the ancient city shrouded in chaos energy. Teacher, when you go out, it'll be hundreds to thousands more times more dangerous than Primal Chaos City. Be careful, don't throw. The face of True Yen. A voice pierced through 10,000 li right into Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng nodded. After interacting for 20 years with his teacher, their relationship was definitely deep. Silhouettes followed the stomach cabin door of the fish and flew into the ship. Within the resting room of the ship, 816 youths entered in and were chatting comfortably with each other. Luo Feng, you are vicious, and you too. Rong Jun, the Manka Prince Wuka, was unsatisfied. The two of you, one passed the 5th level and the other the 4th. You've left me far behind. It's too heartbreaking. Since you know the difference, then work harder. Luo Feng patted his shoulder. Wuka was shocked. You do need to work harder. Rong Jun walked over too and patted his shoulder. Damn you two punks bastards, I'm already this heartbroken and you don't even console me. Wuka snorted back at them. Luo Feng and Rong Jun both laughed. While Luo Feng, Rong Jun and Wuka were teasing and laughing, the others returned to their old cliques, forming groups of 3 to 5 and chatting. However, there were still some loners who didn't interact with others. Like that white-robed youth, with the blood blade on his back, who was always alone in the corner and not interacting with anybody. Rumble. With that, a green-armored silhouette entered the large hall. That heart-palpitating aura made everyone go silent, not daring to make a sound. Primal Chaos City's basic training for 30 years has ended. 9 Blade Knights. Gay swept past the 816 youths. Before him, all of them immediately looked down, not daring to make eye contact. Your group's death rate was pretty bad. However, in terms of results, it's considered very exceptional, especially Bolin, Luo Feng and Rong Jun. These 3, not bad at all. Immediately, there was some movement amongst the group of youths as many of them turned to look at the mentioned 3. Bolin had passed the 6th level. His initial lead was too much. Everybody had gone numb to it. Luo Feng passed the 5th level. Rong Jun passed the 4th. Amongst these 3, everybody was already numb to Bolin. Towards Rong Jun, they felt envying that he had a universe country leader as a teacher. Towards Luo Feng, however, they felt shock and respect. Even without a universe country leader as a teacher, he actually passed the 5th level and improved at such a shocking rate. Luo Feng turned to look. The white-robed youth Bolin was looking over. The two of them made eye contact. Bolin nodded. Luo Feng nodded too. These two had deemed each other as rivals. Luo Feng's aim was to catch up and exceed him, while Bolin's was to improve at a shocking rate and leave him far behind. At this time, Luo Feng in the corner of the group, Long Yun looked at the distant Luo Feng. The distance between us is getting bigger. I'm a primal region member. Experiencing that uncomfortable shift through time again, the universe ship finally arrives in the actual universe. We've already left the primal universe. The green-robed purple-scaled man looked at the group of youths before him. This represents that your training in the safest primal chaos city has ended. From now on you will be divided into 4 groups to be sent back to the primal region, the absolute beginning region, the heaven and ground region, and the last phase region. It won't be as safe and secure as primal chaos city in the future. I wish you all the best of luck. Hopefully, when the next time I see you all, there's still at least 500 alive. The green-robed purple-scaled man finished. Rumble. The universe ship slowed down, and after a while, the cabin door opened. Luo Feng and the group flew out of the ship, with glances spotting the distant mountain ranges, with many ships flying about, silhouettes flashing past the skies, and many stars and heavenly bodies above. We've arrived at the virtual universe headquarters. Luo Feng flew out and descended. Right, Babata, open connections to the network. Understood. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Villa 1106. Within the study, there's actually 111 requests from Su Xian. Luo Feng appeared within the study and opened his laptop. This urgent. Did something important happen? D. From the laptop, he quickly connected through the call requests, and on the screen, Su Xian's image appeared. You called so many times. What's so important? Luo Feng asked nervously. It's a very important matter on the screen, Su Xian replied. What's the matter? Luo Feng asked again. Head to Yuxiang Mountain's common regions 1U Tower to meet someone, Su Xian said. Yuxiang Mountain's common region. Luo Feng was suspicious. Anybody he meets in Yuxiang Mountain would all have to be at least core members, and the number of core members he knew weren't too many. Which core member would request an audience with him through his wife? There's no such person. Who is it? Luo Feng was filled with questions. Go and you'll know, Su Xian said. Hurry, it's very important. Luo Feng grew even more suspicious. Luo Feng walked through the entrance of the absolute beginning region and became a beam of light heading towards the common region. She actually knows the common region has a 1U tower and to request to meet me in the common region. Just who is this person? Luo Feng thought. Even in the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, there aren't too many core members. The more Luo Feng thought, the more suspicious he got. Common region, it was very luxurious. As the only common gathering point between all of the 4 regions' core members, one must know that anyone who could become a core member must be extremely wealthy. Hence, the businesses here were bustling and advanced. 1U Tower. 1U Tower. Luo Feng glanced at the distant 9-level black tower's name. This tower was surrounded by many rare types of plants and flowers, causing the air about to emanate fragrance. Luo Feng landed amongst the crowd and walked towards 1U Tower. Just who is it? Luo Feng sniffed the flowers and walked towards the entrance, suddenly stopping. In the distance, at the entrance of 1U Tower, beside the beautiful flowers stood a pretty silhouette. She was looking at him. The two of them faced each other at the entrance of 1U Tower. Yuxiang Mountain Common Region, 1U Tower's 9th level. Sitting beside the railing, with a glance one could see the distant mountains and spring water. Then the virtual universe company, seeing how well the Pinghai company was doing with its great growth and its huge scale, hence they bought the firm. Also, back then they were prepared to offer only 6 times. Su Xian sat at the other end of the table, explaining to Luo Feng how she became a core member of the virtual universe company. Our company's capital increased tenfold in a short while. That was very dangerous back then. Luckily your younger brother Luo Hua got his people to help circulate the funds. Finally, before you left Primal Chaos City, we reached the goal. Luo Feng sat there and stared at his wife as she spoke. He had mixed feelings. Within, he felt incredibly moved. From the depths of his heart, he truly never really expected his strong business-minded wife of his to work so hard all for the sake of standing beside him, to be closer to him. Geniuses will make others feel the pressure. Babada's voice resounded in his mind. When they are with other geniuses, they will only see themselves get left further and further behind. No matter how much harder they work, the distance will only grow. Hence the friends of geniuses are mostly all geniuses. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. His high school friends from when he was young, just how many of them does he actually keep in touch with now? Even his childhood friend who grew up with him, someone as close as a brother Mei Wen, he only occasionally meets with him in the virtual universe. Even when it comes to his relatives, he only sees them occasionally. However, Rong Jun, Wuka, etc., he meets much more often. Watching her own husband make it in the universe, with his status rising further, your wife naturally felt happy and proud. However, you were leaving her further and further behind, even to the point of meeting her only once in 10 years. What kind of impact will that have on your wife? Hence, your wife wanted to get closer to you, stand by your side, and not get left behind, Babada exclaimed. Babada's voice resounded in his mind, looking at his wife before him who was still speaking. Just like that, I became a core member of the virtual universe company. I am capable, right? Su Xian shifted her nose and raised her head proudly, following which she looked embarrassed at Luo Feng. The companies buy over and so on. I never once asked for your opinion. You are not angry, right? You passed all responsibility to me back then to control the company, and even said you were training in Primal Chaos City, with no time to silence. Luo Feng extended his arm to hold hers. Su Xian. Luo Feng looked at his wife, who was in front of him. Su Xian was stunned. Sorry, Luo Feng said softly. She could hear the guilt and shame in his voice. Su Xian's eyes teared up. Virtual Universe headquarters. It was an incredibly vast continent in the universe. In comparison, even planets and stars seemed like little dots. Primal Region members Bolin and Long Yun, who are heading to the Primal Secret Region, you'll have to follow the knight and leave with him. Wait here for the night. Absolute beginning members, you'll head that way. Have a seat in that gray meteorite universe ship. Heaven and ground members, you'll sit in that second purple ship. Last phase members, you'll take that third largest ship, the black one. Standing in the meeting room was a silver-robed lady. Her voice resounded, simultaneously pointing through the transparent glass at the 3 ships that had just landed. You can leave right now. Rumble. 816 youths stood up together. The 4 secret regions are all in different places. We brothers will only be able to meet in the virtual universe in the future. We'll leave first. Goodbye. The friends said their goodbyes. Bolin and Long Yun remained in the meeting room. The rest of them followed the exit out and waited outside, naturally, forming their groups and heading to the different ships. Your Majesty Rong Jun, Your Majesty Luo Feng, Your Majesty Qian Shui. That meteorite-looking ship's cabin door opened and a handsome-looking and polite man with blood-red long hair smiled as he welcomed the 8 members of the Absolute Beginning. While entering the ship, Luo Feng turned back to look at the meeting room. It was a pity that from the outside, one couldn't see through the windows of the meeting room, but Luo Feng could feel within that someone was looking at him. Bolin, you are my current level's rival, Luo Feng thought, following which he entered. After a while, the 3 F-grade ships, with a rumble, flew and left. Within the meeting room, Bolin and Long Yun were awaiting the 9-blade knight. They both looked out the glass at the 3 ships that were leaving. Luo Feng Rong Jun Long Yun looked on. That heart yearning for victory was burning strong. I will exceed you too, definitely. The 3 ships very quickly accelerated to light speed, entering universe transfer as the Absolute Beginning, Heaven and Ground and Last Phase Secret regions were at different locations. The 3 ships had long separated and headed in their own directions. Dark Universe. A meteorite was swiftly flying, accelerating more and more, 20 times light speed, 21 times. Within the meeting room of the dining hall of the meteorite. Welcome all of you to the Absolute Beginning region. There were 9 undyings at the long table and 8 universe-level youths. The person speaking was a tall and sturdy man with 18 horns and scales all over his face. His entire being emitted a strong and fierce aura. I, Meteorite Emperor, will protect you as you head towards the Absolute Beginning region. Thank you, Meteorite Emperor. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and the rest of the 8 bowed. Haha, Meteorite Emperor laughed loudly. The scales on his face creased slightly, making one's heart palpitate. Let me tell you all first, the 4 secret regions are in completely different locations. They are not even in the same universe country. All Luo Feng and the rest of them were shocked. The territory of a universe country was incredibly vast. The primal region is the closest to the headquarters. It's in the same universe country as the headquarters. Next is the Absolute Beginning, and then the Heaven and Ground region. The last phase region is the furthest away. Meteorite Emperor's voice was like a metal clashing, booming. The Absolute Beginning region you are headed to is about 1,200 million light-years from the headquarters. 1,200 million light-years. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Qian Shui, and the others were all shocked, as this was an incredibly impossible distance. Even with light speed, it would take 1,200 million years. Right now the ship has already reached 50 times light speed. It will travel for about 3 months in the dark universe before reaching the Absolute Beginning region. Meteorite Emperor smiled. Let me first introduce the Absolute Beginning region and give you a brief description of it. Luo Feng and the 8 listened intently. The Absolute Beginning region is actually a universe secret region. However, it was simply given the name. Meteorite Emperor exclaimed, our primal universe is the most ancient and incredibly vast universe. It has produced many life forms, trillions of races, etc., with countless warriors. During its evolution, many regions and sectors become galaxies, stars, planets, etc. The galaxies are the most commonly seen. However, due to unknown special circumstances, during its evolution, it also produced several special sectors that don't follow its regular laws. Meteorite Emperor explained these special regions will completely challenge your imagination, the life forms and many strange things within these places. Treasures and so on will also challenge your imagination. The eyes of Luo Feng and the others gleamed. These special regions have been called Universe Secret Regions. Everyone is different, Meteorite Emperor exclaimed, different universe. Secret regions will produce different unexplainable treasures, even terrifying disasters. Universe secret areas also have different levels of danger. Even with the safest ones, a few sector lords will die even as they enter. But most will die while competing and fighting for the treasures within. As for the most dangerous regions, I heard that even a universe country leader wouldn't have much hope of surviving. Meteorite Emperor looked at the shocked faces of the group, smiling. Why, is it shocking? Luo Feng and the 8 were stunned. My God! Universe country leader, these were absolute beings that opened a universe country for trillions of years. Even they had very little hope of survival when entering the most dangerous secret regions. A newly discovered universe secret region, no one can imagine what goes on inside. Meteorite Emperor exclaimed, it may be a disaster inside, or it could even hold an unbelievable miracle. There are big and small regions. The big ones are comparable to a universe country. Meteorite Emperor emphasized, the small ones can go up to the size of a galaxy. Silence. Luo Feng and the others were completely stunned and silent. Such a huge secret region comparable to a universe country. And the primal, absolute beginning, heaven and ground and last phase secret regions that belong to the virtual universe have all been excavated and remodeled. They don't hold any more dangers within. Meteorite Emperor laughed as universe secret regions have incredibly thick amounts of universe energies within. They are very suitable for training universe energies. Luo Feng thought. When the universe energies condense into solid form, they form universe crystals. Sector lords, the reason why they can create their own worlds was because of their ability to condense a large amount of universe energy. The absolute beginning region you are headed to is comparable to a starfield. Meteorite Emperor said, living and training in the secret region. The most important and useful thing is the points within the company. The points are more effective than gold. Meteorite Emperor's words had indeed filled the youths with anticipation towards the secret regions. However, it was obvious that even the safest of the newly discovered regions required at least a sector lord to enter, unless it was an already excavated and remodeled one like the absolute beginning region. Time flowed. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 26 days had passed. We are arriving at the absolute beginning region soon. During my 30 years in Primal Chaos City, I passed 5 levels of the Heavenly Bridge according to the 10 times reward. My points have reached 30,360. Luo Feng calculated within his resting room. Luckily, I earned more points while in Primal Chaos City. Otherwise it'll be hard to acquire them. If it weren't for the 10 times reward, passing 5 levels would only give him 3,100 points. It was because it was 10 times that it reached 31,000 points. Right now, they had already left Primal Chaos City. Passing any levels of the Heavenly Bridge wouldn't yield the 10 times reward anymore. Come out. Meteorite Emperor's voice resounded throughout the ship. We've arrived at the absolute beginning region. We'll begin universe travel now. Shua Luo Feng stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. They've arrived. They've finally arrived at the absolute beginning secret region. Within the control room of the ship, Luo Feng and the rest of the 8 Absolute Beginning members were gathered with Meteorite Emperor along with the other Undyings. "We'll begin universe travel immediately," Meteorite Emperor laughed loudly, as his voice resounded within the entire control room. Traveling to the Absolute Beginning region is different than traveling to any other normal star fields. Ah. Luo Feng and the others were curious. "You'll know in a moment." Meteorite Emperor had just ended his speech and a cold mechanic voice resounded throughout the control room. "Beginning universe. Travel, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Immediately the ship shook and within a second, it returned back to normal. "Travel complete. External simulation," Meteorite Emperor shouted. Immediately the surrounding scenery changed, allowing Luo Feng and the others to see the scenery outside. "My God. Ah." Luo Feng and the rest of the 8, including the Manka Prince Wuka, were all completely shocked and stared at the simulation. "How is it?" Meteorite Emperor laughed. "It's too unbelievable." Luo Feng looked outside. It was shrouded in thick mist. In the distance there were colorful clouds, and one could even occasionally see large meteorites. "It's actually... How is this possible?" The 8 were shocked, because engaging in universe travel meant usually passing through space where there was nothing in their path, hence it would normally be very safe, and right now the ship Meteorite Emperor was taking them in was passing through the internal areas of a certain star field, which looked extremely dangerous. "Not right," Wuka shouted. This is the inside of the Absolute Beginning region. Meteorite Emperor smiled. The scales on his face creased. "Right, this is already a core district of the Absolute Beginning secret region. Then, what happens if we want to leave the region?" Wuka pointed outside. "Look at the meteorites outside. There are dust clouds around, and there's no space for a ship to even accelerate. To engage in universe travel requires a ship to accelerate to light speed. That's the only way to do it." Luo Feng nodded. "Right. Universe travel to the Absolute Beginning region was easy, but what about leaving?" "You are right." Meteorite Emperor nodded and smiled. "The Absolute Beginning has a diameter of about 5 million light-years, which is similar to a star field. In normal space, we can accelerate to light speed. However, a universe secret area is different, as there are special fire flows, cold flows, astral winds, and also cosmic dusts, making the resistance against ships extremely large. It's almost impossible to accelerate to light speed," Meteorite Emperor said. Universe travel had high requirements. One had to accelerate to light speed. And accelerating to light speed, one first had to have very little resistance. And also a long area to accelerate, just like an airplane runway. These universe ships required a large enough space before it could reach light speed. And this distance was tens of millions of that of a plane. This was usually easy to do in normal space. However, in the secret area, it was almost impossible. Right, within the universe secret regions, it's normally impossible to engage in universe travel. Meteorite Emperor nodded. However, the Absolute Beginning is different. It's been excavated and remodeled within this secret region. There are certain territories that have been swept by the Absolute warriors, making enough space there for a universe ship to accelerate. Ah. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Qian Shui, Wuka, Ai Chen, and the others were shocked. Swept enough to let a universe ship accelerate to light speed. Just how big of a space did they have to clear out? There's no way around it. The absolute beginning region is too huge. If they didn't do so, we would have to fly slowly from the outer perimeter with the greatest 5 million light-years distance to calculate. We'd have to fly 5 million years. Not traveling straight to the core won't do. Meteorite Emperor laughed. When you return, you will all be given a star map. This is a map of the territories within the entire region. With the help of this map, you'll know how to enter and exit the absolute beginning region. Universe ship, it was flying within the absolute beginning region. I need to send each of you to each of your living quarters. Meteorite Emperor laughed. In the control room, it requires about 3 days of time before I can send every single one of you. Luo Feng and the others remained silent. To reach the living quarters for the 8 of them required 3 days of flying in the universe ship. Rong Jun, we've arrived at yours. Meteorite Emperor shouted. Simultaneously through the external simulation, everyone could clearly see the space outside shrouded in thick heavy mist, and there was a beautiful little continent floating. As they drew closer, that continent got bigger. Finally, the ship landed on it. The cabin door opened. Go out and take a look. Meteorite Emperor laughed and shouted. Luo Feng and the others excitedly flew out of the ship. As they flew out, they could feel the thick universe energy revolving about them. Luo Feng and the others landed on the ground and looked at the distant endless space. It was shrouded in mist, and one could occasionally see cold streams flowing past. There's a continent in this space. It feels too good. How big is this continent? Luo Feng and the others looked around. This floating continent was extremely huge. It was at least beyond what their eyesight could perceive. Rumble. Meteorite Emperor landed on the ground and laughed. This is star fragment 803899092. Its diameter is 5,800 kilometers. In the center of this fragment there's a huge mansion. Rong Jun, that's your living quarters. Naturally this entire star fragment from now on will belong to you alone. Rong Jun surveyed his surroundings. This continent was lush with vegetation and many forms of plants. Absolute beginning region, the universe energies are incredibly thick. Meteorite Emperor pointed at the mist around them. Look, this mist all around. You can form little crystals filled with universe energies with that. Meteorite Emperor grabbed the air, and a large amount of the mist swiftly compressed, forming a large crystal. Universe crystal. Luo Feng, Ai Chen and Rong Jun couldn't help but shout out. Right, universe crystal. Meteorite Emperor laughed. The limitless mist, when gathered, will form universe crystals, as the universe energies are too thick. Training in the absolute beginning secret region will allow one to feel the ripples of the universe energies clearer. It's extremely beneficial to one's training. Hoo. From the distance, 10 silhouettes flew over. Your Majesty. 10 armored universe soldiers landed in an orderly fashion. They were led by a Sector Lord. They all shouted respectfully together. Everybody else up on the ship, we are heading to Wuka's quarters next. Meteorite Emperor shouted. Rong Jun, see you later. Rong Jun, we'll leave first. Luo Feng and the others waved and entered the ship once again. The ship took off and flew once more. Each of the members were being sent to their own quarters, and Luo Feng was the 5th to arrive at his star fragment 803898081. Luo Feng muttered while walking on the continent. Its diameter is 6,200 kilometers according to what Meteorite Emperor said. This star Fragment was split by absolute warriors from the Virtual Universe Company, creating many star fragment bases. What thick universe energies! Luo Feng waved his hand to feel the mist. He couldn't help but exclaim. If he wanted universe crystals, he could create it anytime he wished. As long as they compressed the mist, they would form crystals. However, to Luo Feng and these core members, even 1 trillion universe dollars was but one mixed element, and to compress and create 1 trillion universe dollars, my God, how many years would that require? Hence it wasn't even worth it. Naturally, if normal citizens from normal planets saw this, they would go crazy. Universe dollars, to the normal folk of the universe, was still a very expensive currency. Luo Feng looked up. In the distance, 10 silhouettes flew over. Leading them was a bald old man. It was the leader of Luo Feng's guards, Ao Duo Li Ku Wen Shen Lai Sua. Your Majesty, the 10 bowed respectfully. Luo Feng smiled. Ao Duo, we've finally met in reality. I've been looking forward to this day too. The bald old man smiled. Your Majesty, I'll lead the way. After a while, with the protection of his guards, Luo Feng arrived in an ancient villa. This villa had a length and width of 300 kilometers. There were many constructs within. Such a large construct to the Virtual Universe Company was simply too easy to create. Your Majesty, Ao Duo smiled. I'll do the introductions. Who? Following which Ao Duo immediately flew up, and Luo Feng followed. The two of them flew tens of thousands of meters above the ground. From this height, we can barely see the edge of the star fragment. Luo Feng looked down and surveyed below. Ao Duo only looked ahead. Your Majesty, look that way. Luo Feng glanced and was shocked. In the faraway distance, there was a dark blue planet. Even the extremely thick mist couldn't block its glimmer. That's an extra large planet, Ao Duo exclaimed. It has a diameter of 128 million km. The strange thing is that it's extremely cold. Our star fragment revolves around this ice planet constantly, and there are a total of over 3,000 star fragments that revolve around this ice planet, and almost all of them have absolute beginning members. Luo Feng felt a sense of how unbelievable it was. Diameter of 128 million kilometers. It was close to the size of the stars in the solar system. However, it was a huge ice planet, and it glimmered. How peculiar. The Virtual Universe Company ordered a long time ago that before one reaches undying, he is forbidden from entering the ice planet. It's almost certain that any sector lords who enter it will die. Ao Duo exclaimed. An ice planet that glimmers, and also capable of killing sector lords. It's much stronger than a normal star. Universe secret regions, they are indeed mysterious. Many of them don't even follow common knowledge. Luo Feng shook his head. Actually, a place that had such thick universe energies that one could easily form universe crystals spread throughout the entire starfield. For such a place to exist, nothing weird from it would be shocking. This Luo Feng surveyed below. Amidst the thick mist, a large star fragment floated. Is my future training spot. Let's go down. So Luo Feng and Ao Duo rushed downwards. Star fragment 80389081 had a diameter of 6,200 kilometers. This was close to a quarter of Earth's surface area. However, this was only the living quarters for one absolute beginning member. Within the villa, there was a team of guards with 111 people. One general at sector lord level, 10 captains at domain lord level, and 100 Universe soldiers at universe level, this formed Luo Feng's guard team and his waiters and staff members were made up of an even greater number, as there were a total of 1,800 staff men and women. After all, the area of the star fragment was simply too huge even with the help of technology and machines. Protecting the entire star fragment required a large amount of work. 111 guards, 1,800 staff, and 1 lord, this was the population of the star fragment. From today on, without my orders, I do not wish to see anyone enter here, Luo Feng ordered while looking around a quiet little building. Yes, Your Majesty, the bald old man Ao Duo bowed respectfully. Luo Feng looked at the bald old man Ao Duo. From what I know, the core members should be able to bathe in the life pool to evolve their bodies to the highest levels, right? Life pool, the bald old man was stunned. Luo Feng was curious. Ao Duo was a core member of the last phase region and he should know this. What life pool? Ao Duo asked curiously. After breaking through to universe level 1, bathing in the life pool will raise one straight to universe level 9. No, Luo Feng asked again. I believe that Your Majesty is referring to the nutrition cabin. Ao Duo laughed. What's a life pool? Right, core members in the virtual universe company have a certain privilege as long as one breaks through to the universe level 1, domain lord level 1, or even sector lord level 1, they can immediately head to the nutrition cabin. It has very valuable essences, allowing the person to evolve within. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The life pool was Wuka's name for it. The young generation of Mankas would all enter the life pool. The virtual universe company didn't necessarily have a life pool, but they did have a nutrition cabin, or even a nutrition river. Wasn't it the same? Right, nutrition cabin, Luo Feng asked. How do I request it? Your Majesty hasn't entered the virtual universe network yet. Ao Duo smiled. Every new batch of the company has to first go through the basic training in Primal Chaos City first, after which, their rights and privileges change. Many things they were unable to do before will now be enabled once you go online. You will know. Luo Feng nodded, following which his consciousness entered the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, absolute beginning region, Villa 1136. Within the study, Luo Feng sat in the chair as he opened the laptop and looked at the screen. He discovered one new mail from background management. Luo Feng tapped it gently. The mail automatically opened and there were 3 choices on the summary page: life, study, and training. Life. Luo Feng gently tapped. Large amounts of pages unfolded before him which contained information from star maps to food and beverages, nutrition cabin, ships, and so on. There were all sorts of information. Luo Feng opened all of them and was able to find solutions for any questions or problems related to living in the absolute beginning region. As for the nutrition cabin, one could choose the option of the nutrition cabin to help one evolve to the highest level. Request. Luo Feng tapped it gently. Do. A small screen appeared and in it displayed was a beautiful jade-haired lady in a white robe with a smile on her face. How do you do, Your Majesty? Luo Feng, did you request to use the nutrition cabin to evolve from universe level 1 to universe level 9? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, we will send the nutrition cabin to your quarters within a day. The jade-haired lady smiled. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. The call ended. That was easy, Luo Feng muttered. As for food and beverages, along with many Other requests such as even ships are provided for, although the good ships have to be bought. However, the A grade to D grade ships are provided right. The normally not too expensive items are all provided for. Closing the life section, Luo Feng opened the study section. The study section was separated into theory and practical. Theory, the main thing was the public lessons in the entire absolute beginning region. These were normally taught by undyings, and occasionally having a universe country leader teach these courses, provided information about gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, and light, the 8 origin laws, plus the laws of space and time, the hardest 2 laws. They also spoke of the fusion of space and gold, space and wood, etc. There were also skills lessons and consciousness training lessons. Many different types of lessons. The teachers were all at least undying level, and occasionally universe country leaders. These public lessons all belonged to the absolute beginning public lessons. Only absolute beginning members could attend them. They actually don't force anything. Luo Feng smiled. That's good. When I want to, I'll attend. If not, I'll train alone. However, just from the course names and the absolute beings teaching, these were enough to let Luo Feng understand just how vast their wealth was. Normal warriors would dream of getting an undying teacher. Just like Luo Feng's slave, by Callow, his teacher was Newell Shan. Newell Shan was a universe level 9, because of his huge axe title. Many had gone to become his students. This showed that in the universe, just how sparse the teacher resources were. As for Luo Feng and his group, they had a large group of undyings to teach them. These undyings all spoke of what they were proficient in, even occasionally having a universe country leader to come in and teach. How luxurious! Study section is separated into theory and practical. Luo Feng thought. Theory is the classes by the absolute warriors. What about practical? He gently tapped it. Hua. The practical segment was separated into the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, and Undying Altar. Within them were the detailed explanations of each of them. Heavenly Bridge Virtual Universe Company core members have the right to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. The requirements of the bridge are related to one's comprehension of the origin laws. The deeper one's level of comprehension is, the higher level he can pass on the bridge. The higher the level, the amount of points awarded will also be higher. Fantasy Ocean Virtual Universe Company core members have the right to attempt the Fantasy Ocean. It tests one's consciousness, strength, and willpower. Consciousness and willpower. By training them, it will allow one to break through the bottlenecks and is very important in battle and many other aspects. One will attempt to break through the Fantasy Ocean from the outermost layer to deep within. The deeper one goes, the higher the points. Undying Altar. The Undying Altar tests one's ability to unleash energy. Even with the same type of body, different warriors have different unleashing strengths and usage. Pure raw power will be measured as 1 point. A few powerful warriors can reach 10 or 20 points, but one's maximum potential is set at 100 points. This is the perfect standard for using one's strength, and the degree to how one controls his strength to perfection is a requirement for breaking through to Undying Altar tests one's strength exertion. The stronger it is, the higher the points. Heavenly Bridge Fantasy Ocean Undying Altar. Luo Feng held his breath. I didn't expect that. Other than the Heavenly Bridge, there's also the Fantasy Ocean and Undying Altar. Damn. The Virtual Universe Company is indeed the Virtual Universe Company. They Have everything mapped out on Luo Feng's shoulder, Babata stared wide-eyed. They actually have a group of undyings, and even a universe country leader. Teaching classes, making just the heavenly bridge is more than enough yet. There's even a fantasy ocean and undying altar. How do they make those? Body, consciousness, strength, willpower, and origin law comprehension, these are the main aspects to becoming undying, Babata shouted, especially the undying altar. This can actually test one's strength. What's hard about that? Luo Feng laughed. When we were on Earth, couldn't we also test one's strength exertion? It's not the same. When one trains to your level, a punch alone will naturally be infused with origin laws, Babata explained. For example, your raw power is 1, when you exert strength it can reach 20. However, with the laws, your attack can rise to a 100 points. The test will read is as 100, but that's not your true strength. Do you understand? Luo Feng realized. Right. The origin laws could increase one's power a lot. It wouldn't just be one's raw energy. Tap the undying altar, Babata shouted. Luo Feng gently tapped. Undying altar, specially created for the virtual universe. It isolates universe origin laws, universe energies, spirit energy, and so on to accurately test one's strength exertion. Hee, I've never heard of such a place. Normal warriors would never even know of such a place. Babata shook his head and exclaimed. The best thing is that the heavenly bridge, the fantasy ocean, and undying altar can all get you points. Luo Feng laughed happily. The background management, after finishing life and study, Luo Feng excitedly opened the third option, which was training. When it was opened, a summary page popped up with several words. In the virtual universe company, points are more effective than money. And other than the heavenly bridge, fantasy ocean, and undying altar, one can also choose to do missions to gain points. A true warrior cannot be born in a completely safe environment. Only through grueling and intense battles will one constantly evolve and get stronger. The training missions are a form of training in reality. The missions are separated according to their difficulty and danger levels, such as safe, normal, difficult, danger, impossible. Safe level, mortality rate 0. Normal mortality rate 10. Difficult mortality rate 20. Danger mortality rate 50. Impossible mortality rate 90. As the danger levels differs, the amount of points for each mission too will naturally differ. All core members should choose according to their levels of strengths. Don't choose a level that is too safe, as others will exceed you. That way, however, do not blindly choose the most dangerous on, as well, as without sufficient preparation, one will be walking towards death. Whether it's study or training, everything will be decided by you, the core member. You make your own choices, you'll bear the consequences of your own actions. The path to becoming undying is filled with danger. I wish you all to walk this path and become undyings. Finishing the final training segment page, Luo Feng was silent for a while. There's a saying on Earth: a flower may seem beautiful in a greenhouse, but it can never withstand wind and rain. Luo Feng said softly, it's delicate and fragile. Right. The little demon exclaimed, it takes 100 years to be tempered into iron. The people of Earth are able to withstand certain diseases because of vaccines. They all share the same theory. Luo Feng, just like that example, you shouldn't be too ambitious in the beginning. Start from the lower difficulty ones and try them out before gradually rising up. There is no rush, I currently don't even wish to take any missions, yet, Luo Feng said, my study from Primal Chaos City, I still require some time to digest all that information, and my body requires the nutrition cabin as well. The demon Babata smiled and nodded. Back when he chose Luo Feng to inherit the Yunmo planet legacy, never would he expect him to come to this point in life, where before he would be worried about his identity as the disciple of the Yunmo planet being revealed, attracting many sector lords and others. However, with his status now, even normal Undyings wouldn't dare mess with him. Even the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain had to be respectful. When Luo Feng enters the primal secret region, his guards would be led by an Undying. When that happened, even the god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land would have to be extremely respectful with Luo Feng. Background management. Luo Feng gently tapped and later closed the document. Life, study, and training. The virtual universe company provided the best of everything. Dying halfway stuck at the pinnacle of Sector Lord with the lifespan ending. Becoming undying, that all depended on one's hard work. I currently have 30,360 points. Luo Feng opened the treasure trove document. As he looked at the materials, valuable treasures, manuals, weapons, and variety of items that were available, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Right. This treasure trove had almost everything. As for his most treasured possession, the F-grade Yunmo planet ship, which couldn't be used at all, even repairing it was difficult, at least in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. It was impossible. The Gonwu Universe country may have barely been able to scrape together enough to fix it, but the treasure trove here would most definitely have what was needed to fix it. Babata, take a look at this treasure trove. Will we be able to fix the Yunmo planet ship with the available items? Luo Feng asked. Yes, the demon Babata was an AI. After all, it was able to collect the information about all the necessary materials in an instant. Luo Feng was surprised. The Yunmo planet ship was a ship that even an Undying could barely break in. Undying's battle would leave nothing but just a fist imprint within, and the reason behind his teacher Hu Yanbo's death in the past was due to his opponent using a spirit attack. With this ship, Luo Feng would truly be intrepid. Spirit attack. He could hide his two other bodies into his internal world and use the Masha clan. As it didn't have a soul, it wasn't afraid of a spirit attack at all. The important materials can be exchanged through the treasure trove. Babata said. Also, you can also hire the technological department of the virtual universe company to repair it through the life segment. As long as you provide the materials, these members will repair it. How many points does it require? Luo Feng asked. About 560,000 points, Babata said. 560,000. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. That's not considered much, Babata said. If we use real cash in the actual universe, it would require about 80,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng was stunned. The buying power of the points was indeed absurd. Babata, if we were to build a new Yunmo planet ship, how much would we need? Luo Feng asked. About 36 million mixed elements, Babata said. Damn. Luo Feng couldn't help but curse. Even buying and selling the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield wouldn't cost this much, right? A normal galaxy's worth isn't that much. However, to sell an entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, the price would jump much higher, about 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. The main thing is that it will depend on The situation, auctions usually have highs and lows, Babata said. Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, even selling it entirely didn't compare to 1 yen mo planet ship. This is very normal, Babata said with disdain. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield is the property of that undying of the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain, and that undying his power doesn't even compare to your teacher in order to build this ship. Your teacher back then spent an enormous amount. The Yonemo planet ship being more expensive than a normal starfield is normal, and it's extremely durable too, since it is able to block any physical attacks. Plus, your teacher focused on the spirit offense and defense, hence with that ship, it was extremely safe. He still died in the end. Luo Feng shook his head. His enemy was an emperor-level undying, and he focused on spirit attacks. Tu Babata said if he was a fighter, he wouldn't have been able to kill your teacher at all. Black Dragon Mountain Starfield is after all just a territory. However, 1 yen mo planet ship is a ship that protects your life, which is more important. One look and you should know, Babata said. Whether it was 560,000 points or 80,000 mixed elements, they were both far from Luo Feng's reach. His meager points were nowhere near it. Deep in the universe, absolute beginning region core. Orbiting around this huge ice planet were many star fragments on fragment number 803898081, a universe ship landed on the continent. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, the nutrition cabin stores within it valuable nutritious liquid. You only require 1/3 of it to raise from universe level 1 to 9. A jade-haired man dressed in a white robe said respectfully. Just in case, we've prepared more than required. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. This nutrition cabin was very similar to the one he had bought. However, this one was definitely better, and it couldn't be bought outside. Even if one could, Luo Feng would most definitely be unable to afford it. Hua. The nutrition cabin opened automatically. Inside it, about 1/5 of it was filled with a light purple liquid. This formless liquid was extremely cold. This made Luo Feng frown. He extended his hand close to the liquid, slightly touching it. The cold shocked Luo Feng. It was at least -10 degrees. While touching the liquid with his fingers, he noticed that the cells in his fingers seemed to jump with glee. Such a cold nutrition liquid, however, the effects are shocking, Luo Feng thought. With that, he stripped and entered the cabin, immersing himself in that cold purple liquid. The strange entity began to flow and entered through Luo Feng's body, through his muscles, bones, skin, internal organs. His entire body, from outside to inside, began to evolve at a shocking rate. Normal evolution from universe level 1 to 9 required hundreds to thousands of years. However, the virtual universe company paid a hefty price to allow one's evolution to happen within a few short months. As for the chillness of the nutrition liquid, universe level warriors weren't affected by such temperatures. Hua. The cabin closed. Virtual universe, absolute beginning villa 1136. It's really not the same. It not only permeates through my entire body, even my spirit energy is growing. This is unbelievable. Luo Feng sat at his desk, opening his laptop and exclaiming, to be able to evolve my body and soul from level 1 to 9, impressive. On the screen, Luo Feng looked at the timetable for classes. I don't need to listen to the other classes. I'll just go and check out the classes for space and gold. Luo Feng didn't want to study any other laws. One's attention and energy had a limit, and his two bodies within were Naturally proficient in these two laws, there was no need to even bother with the others. There's a class tomorrow night speaking about gold origin laws on top of that. It's an emperor-level undying speaking. I'll have to go listen. Following which, Luo Feng jumped out from the balcony of his study with a flash in mid-air. He came to his private training quarters and began his training. One had to bathe in the nutrition cabin for 3 months during this time, when Luo Feng wasn't in his training ground studying and comprehending his study of the Primal Chaos tablet and the experiences before. He was listening to classes. However, honestly, even though other absolute beginning members regarded the classes as pretty important, Luo Feng discovered one thing after attending. The effects of the classes didn't compare to his own teacher, Tru Yan's lessons. Studying under Tru Yan for 20 years, even though there were several classes that would make his eyes gleam occasionally, the effects were average. There was no helping it. Public classes were for all of the absolute beginning members, and Tru Yan's pointers were catered specifically for him. He was given information specifically according to his progress and condition, and Tru Yan was a being close to becoming a universe country leader. Naturally, the effects were much better than normal classes. My improvement speed is obviously much slower than Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng sat in a chair in his villa. He lifted a good glass of wine and frowned. And these classes obviously aren't better than my own teacher. What do I do? It wasn't just Luo Feng. The others were also discovering this problem. The training speed right now paled in comparison to Primal Chaos City. After all, the visible origin laws within the city allowed one to study them and improve faster. Luo Feng, your teacher has requested a call on his shoulder, Babata shouted. Teacher Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, standing straight up and respectfully speaking, except a screen floated before his eyes. On it an intrepid and powerful Tru Yan Emperor appeared. That golden fur added to his powerful aura. Tru Yan laughed loudly and said, "My good disciple, how are you feeling after leaving Primal Chaos City for a while?" "My studying speed has slowed." Luo Feng shook his head. Haha. Tru Yan laughed even more happily. "That's normal. Primal Chaos City has the 3 treasures, hence, one's studying efficiency is 10 times faster than outside. Everyone who leaves Primal Chaos City will encounter this problem. However, your teacher has a way to solve it." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "Please speak, teacher." "If you are able to frequently study the 9 Universe tablet, your improvement speed will be even faster than in Primal Chaos City itself," Tru Yan Emperor said. "But of course," Luo Feng said, after which he shook his head helplessly. "It's a pity. It's hard to even get one chance to study the tablet, and every time the study only lasts 7 days. Even so, the rewards gained from these chances are very high if I'm able to frequent study it, even if I'm not in Primal Chaos City. My improvement will be shocking." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "Don't tell me that teacher has a way for me to study the tablet." "No, the 52 Primal Chaos tablets are only available here in Primal Chaos City," Tru Yan said. "Then what teacher means is?" Luo Feng was curious. "In the Virtual Universe Company's Treasure Trove Manuals department, there's a book called the Time-Space Scribbles," Tru Yan continued. "This book was written by the creator of the 9 Universe tablet." "Are you referring to one of the top 100 most heavenly priced books, Time Space Scribbles?" Luo Feng stared. He had looked through the treasure trove, and towards the end of the list for the manuals, there were terrifyingly priced manuals. Time-space scribbles, the set required a total 100 billion points. A number so high Luo Feng could only stare wide-eyed at the absurdly priced books. Luo Feng didn't even bother to look at them. 100 billion points. Haha, don't get excited, this time-space scribbles is something even your teacher cannot afford, Truyen smiled. Passing the first level of the Heavenly Bridge was 100 points, the second level yielded 200, the third was 400. It compounded as it grew. After passing the 21st level, one could become a universe country leader at the same time. They will also gain 100 million points in reward. Don't even mention Truyen Emperor not being able to afford it. Even those universe country leaders would have to go out on a limb to buy it. 100 billion was simply too huge a sum, enough to make even a universe country leader tremble, much less the little Luo Feng. He could only stare wide-eyed. Haha, shocked Truyen laughed on the screen. Teacher, what's the point of telling me about the time-space scribbles? I can't afford it at all, Luo Feng muttered. Even if it's written by the creator of 9 Universe Tablet, I can't afford it. Passing the 21st level of the Heavenly Bridge could lead to one becoming a universe country leader. That level of being, carving out the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet that actually allowed one to train up to level 27, the time-space scribbles deserves to be sold at such a price that absolute being was definitely one that stood at the absolute pinnacle of humanity itself, a powerful warrior that dominated over status and rank. If one said that the 9 Universe was deep and profound, and is able to entice and help many with comprehension, Truyen said, then this time-space scribbles itself has recorded thousands to tens of thousands of techniques. Thousands to tens of thousands of techniques, Luo Feng starred. Truyen nodded. Right, back then the being that created the 9 Universe Tablet put his main ideas about the path he took into the 9 pictures. These 9 pictures naturally enticed people in its path to comprehension also, while this being was creating the 9 pictures. According to the 9 pictures, he struggled quite hard in his comprehension, and during which he recorded all the techniques he thought of in that process. These techniques that resonate with the 9 pictures, there's a total of 10,829 techniques. 10,829 techniques, Luo Feng blinked hard. A true absolute being could create so many techniques from just those 9 pictures. These techniques are extremely scattered, Truyen Emperor said, hence the name scribbles. This was mainly due to it being random writings, or pictures. Some are extremely profound and some not, some of them even very random and scattered. When the later generations studied the time-space scribbles, they couldn't even find all 10,829 techniques within. Since they couldn't find them all, how did they know there were so many? Luo Feng asked curiously. The creator himself wrote it in the first page, Truyen laughed. Even though they couldn't find everything, but they still discovered tens of thousands. This entire set has 9 books. 9 books, Luo Feng thought about it. The 9 Universe Tablet had a total of 9 pictures too. The scribbles were originally written according to the 9 pictures. The first book is in accordance with the first picture, the second with the second picture, 9th with 9th. Truyen smiled. Listening to his teacher say so, Luo Feng thought about it and used his finger to point at another screen on the side. He swiftly opened the manuals and the treasure trove and quickly found the exorbitantly priced time-space scribbles. Even the author's name was anonymous. Luo Feng opened it to examine it. Time-Space Scribbles, first book 1000 points. Time-Space Scribbles, first 2 books 10,000 points. Time-Space Scribbles, first 3 books 100,000 points. Time-Space Scribbles, first 7 books 1 billion points. Time-Space Scribbles, first 8 books 10 billion points. Time-Space Scribbles, entire set 100 billion points. And this Time-Space Scribbles didn't come with a discount. It's really exactly as I thought. Luo Feng laughed loudly. These expensive books really sell separately too. Ah, like what you thought on the screen, Tru Yan laughed. Luo Feng laughed too. Back when he was on Earth, the normal fighter's 9-level Thunder Blade was sold separately too. However, the price is still very expensive. Luo Feng frowned. The price is expensive, Tru Yan nodded. The moment you choose to buy it. Then later on you'll have to work hard to earn back the points. The first 7 books reflect the first 7 pictures of the 9 Universe tablet. Comprehending them all would allow one to reach Universe Country Leader level. However, even after passing the 21st level of the bridge, one would barely have a little over 100 million points, and just the first 7 books require 1 billion points. Those who bought these July 1st books were normally not Universe Country Leaders. Luo Feng, this is definitely considered an extremely expensive book. The Floating Blood you bought was only 800 points, and they resonate with the first 3 pictures. This book, however, just the March 1st require 100,000 points, and it gets worse later on. However, they are definitely the best training option in training and studying the 9 Universe tablet, as large amounts of techniques are stored within. By studying these techniques, the effects may be even better than directly studying the 9 Universe tablet on the screen. Tru Yan Emperor smiled happily as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, my good disciple, it's your choice whether to buy it or not. Buy, definitely. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. Ah, Tru Yan's golden eyebrows creased. Anyway, I have points now. Luo Feng smiled. I can afford it now. As for later on whether I can afford it or not, that's a problem for the future. His eyes gleamed. Teacher, since you said that its effects are comparable and maybe better than actually studying the 9 Universe tablet itself, no matter how many points it requires, I still have to buy it. The points are nothing but little playthings. The comprehension of the laws, that's the true mark of becoming a strong warrior. Finishing up, Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. He immediately bought the first 2 books. Exchange successful. Deducting 10,000 points, remainder 20,360 points. Please wait, someone will send the manual over immediately. On the screen a notice popped out. Teacher, I've already bought it. Luo Feng looked at the other screen in which Tru Yan was in. Tru Yan smiled. With this Time-Space Scribbles, your study of the 9 Universe tablet will speed up a lot. If you have any questions, bear with it for 3 months, and if after 3 months you still haven't understood it, come ask me. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Also, let me advise you on one more thing. Tru Yan smiled in the screen. There's no need to waste time studying in Yuxiang Mountain. That much it is important to study and comprehend the laws. However, you can totally go take on a mission, exploring and doing missions in reality, training in reality, and studying the laws simultaneously. These 2 shouldn't be delayed. The efficiency of the 2 together will rise greatly. Luo Feng thought and nodded. Understood, teacher. Primal Chaos City. Within that ancient mansion, Tru Yan Emperor smiled and nodded. Luo Feng. This punk, he is indeed straightforward. Luo Feng quickly received the 2 books that he ordered. They were both stored in a silver briefcase in his study. Luo Feng opened the briefcase, shocked. 2 books. The time-space scribbles. One had to know that when he purchased the floating blood before, all 110 books almost just filled up the entire briefcase. However, these 2 books alone took up half of the entire briefcase. These 2 books, accurately speaking, were made of metal. Even the pages were golden color. The first book was 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters thick and 40 centimeters tall. The second book was 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters thick and 30 centimeters tall. Damn, how can one even call these 2 books? They are even larger than my laptop bag. They are almost like a huge bag itself. Luo Feng was speechless. No wonder the 2 books alone took up half of the entire briefcase. He looked down to look at the covers. On it were the simple universe language words. Time-space scribbles. Simple words, yet they held within them the universe space itself. With a glance, he felt himself getting drawn into the words themselves. Almost as though he was staring at stars exploding, galaxies evolving, etc. After a second, Luo Feng awoke with a shock. Unbelievable. Luo Feng started these 2 books sent over by the virtual universe system. They aren't even the original copies, and they can actually entice my consciousness. Already the being that wrote time-space scribbles is too terrifying. Luo Feng quickly opened the metal cover. This first book was 40 centimeters thick. However, it had 1,000 of pages. Even though they were metal pages, they were still thin and soft. There's a total of 9 books for the entire manual, casually writing and creating a total of 10,829 techniques. If one can find all 10,829 techniques within, at least, you'll be able to become a universe country leader. Haha. These simple words were on the first page. Strangely enough, it seemed like a voice of a brash and confident person resounded within Luo Feng's ears. Hypnotism. Luo Feng was suspicious, flipping to the second page. On the second page, there were simple strokes. However, these strokes in Luo Feng's eyes seemed to resonate with simple yet fierce blade work and strokes. Elegant. Powerful. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment. The raindrop picture has but 9 simple wonders, and he's able to create such simple yet powerful blade techniques. Luo Feng, who had long comprehended the first raindrop picture, could swiftly see through these seemingly messy strokes and scribbles. He was able to clearly feel the circumstance behind each stroke, clearly seeing the techniques. And as he had already comprehended the raindrop pictures, he was immediately able to learn the technique. Luo Feng flipped to the third page. On this page, a simple leaf was there. On it were simple brush strokes that formed the veins in Luo Feng's eyes. However, he saw 9 spirit weapons in mid-air, forming one body, descending from above, surrounding and killing an enemy. Simple, fierce offense. Using 8 weapons to affect the space surrounding the enemy and killing him directly. Luo Feng was completely shocked. This is much stronger than the 9-thread loop I created when I unleashed the totem pillar. I can only rely on the Nanshan armament to get stronger. His own technique, the 9-thread loop, obviously paled in comparison to the random techniques this absolute being had scribbled. It's wonderful. Luo Feng flipped to the 4th page, his eyes gleaming. Metal pages of the book were flipped constantly, every one of them held within different offensive attacks, all using the wonders of the raindrop picture. The simple raindrop picture, the absolute being had created wonderful and powerful techniques according to that one picture, be it close combat, or a controller's distant attacks, or hypnotism, or spirit attacks. Many different techniques were all at his disposal. As Luo Feng had fully comprehended the raindrop picture, just from simply looking at these techniques, he almost instantly comprehended all of them. It's unbelievable. Vicious. Powerful. Luo Feng was like a starving beast flipping through page after page. He had never thought of such ways to unleash such techniques. It was simply like a heavenly horse flying. He couldn't even imagine the mindset of that being. Also, the techniques were all exciting and absolute, yet they all still relied on the foundation of the raindrop picture. These techniques were also a way to use the origin laws. That absolute being casually wrote 1,000s of ways to use the raindrop picture. 3 days later. Worth it, when Luo Feng finished flipping through the last page of the first book, he couldn't help but shout out excitedly. Finishing the first book. There were 3,219 techniques in that first book, and Luo Feng had fully grasped them all. This was only 1,000 points. Even if I had to buy it with 30,000 points, it'd still be worth it. Luo Feng closed this book. He was excited, as in his mind the many techniques floated within. Right, that being had opened a window that wasn't there before for him. It wasn't just his comprehension of the 9 universe tablet that leveled up, it also spurred many new ideas on how to battle, and increased the amount of knowledge to a whole new level about many other things. The techniques can actually be used this way. That great being, how did he even come up with so many techniques just from one raindrop picture? Luo Feng placed the first book of time-space scribbles to one side and picked up the second book. Opening the thick metal book, he once again jumped right into reading it. Time-space scribbles second book. It reflected the 9 universe tablets second drizzle picture. In terms of deepness, this one was obviously more profound than the first one by hundreds to thousands of times, as Luo Feng had only comprehended just a bit of the second picture. The techniques revealed within the many pages of this book felt extremely mysterious to him. These techniques were built from the drizzle picture, and it held within it bits and pieces of the drizzle picture, some more so than others, some even incorporating the entire picture. So it's this way. So that's it. Ah. Luo Feng was completely immersed with reading this thick second book. The first book's 3,219 techniques. Luo Feng took a total of 3 days to learn all of them. However, of the second book's 2,102 techniques, 2,083 of them felt profound and incomprehensible to him. As for the other 19, he barely managed to forcefully comprehend them as he drilled these into his mind. The drizzle picture of the 9 universe tablet slowly became clearer to him. Many factories could disassemble machines, and according to the way the deconstruction took place, one could later learn and figure out how to rebuild it. One theory. Why were these techniques so valuable? It was because each technique could grow and get more and more profound, eventually pointing towards the depths of the origin laws. Studying these techniques was actually beneficial to comprehend the laws. This was also why, in the universe, many people would risk everything to obtain valuable techniques. After all, the ones who could truly view the primal chaos tablets were extremely few and privileged. Normal warriors would never even get a chance to see the 52 tablets. Luo Feng took a deep breath and put down the thick book in his hands. Good book. It really is a good book. Luo Feng looked at the cover of the book. The words time-space scribbles alone could make one feel the evolution, the change of stars in space among other phenomenon if only they were a bit cheaper. The third book is going to cost 100,000 points. Where will I get so many points? The points were extremely hard to acquire. Babada, how long have I been studying? Luo Feng placed the heavy book back into the shelf behind him, asking. The first book, you took 3 days. As for the second book, you've been reading it for 29 days, the little demon on his shoulder said. 29 days, Luo Feng nodded, after which he shook his head and laughed. For the first book's 3,219 techniques, I took only 3 days to complete, but this second book's 19 techniques alone took me 29 days, and I still haven't even fully grasped them yet. How's the effect? Babada asked. It's still okay, Luo Feng smiled. I've comprehended the 10th and 11th wonder. Damn, Babada's eyes were almost popping out. Luo Feng, you are too shameless. This is called still okay. The raindrop picture held within 9 wonders. The drizzle picture had 27 more profound wonders within. The rainstorm picture held the final 72 most profound wonders. A total of 108 wonders. These were the foundation of the space origin laws. I guess I'm also digesting everything I've learned from the past now, Luo Feng said. In Primal Chaos City, there were many fragments and pieces that I understood somewhat, but not fully comprehended, and now, while diving into these techniques, many things that I was just about to fully understand resonate with each other, allowing me to continuously study 2 wonders. The Floating Blood's 108 techniques, I know 11 of them, of course. The previous knowledge that I had, through the time-space scribbles, has allowed me to have great benefits. However, as it goes further, it won't be that easy. The first time looking at time-space scribbles had the greatest enlightenment. As one tried to comprehend more, it will only become harder. Unless he managed to go study the Primal Chaos tablet again, however that was. In Primal Chaos City, moreover, a chance to go back in was extremely valuable. Luo Feng suddenly stared, fiercely standing up and shouting, I've been studying time-space scribbles these past 32 days, that means I haven't attended any classes at all these past 32 days, damn, even the ones I liked I didn't attend. There were many classes in the absolute beginning region. However, they were all optional. Luo Feng didn't care that much about the normal ones who gave lectures about space and techniques. Those undyings didn't teach as well as his teacher did. However, the ones explaining the gold origin laws and space and gold fusion, these were the ones Luo Feng emphasized on, as his teacher, True Yan Emperor, was proficient in space, even though he had some comprehension of the gold origin laws. It couldn't compare to those undyings who specialized in it. What's the use of regretting? The little demon laughed. Here's some good news, your favorite space and gold fusion class is on tonight. Ah, then I'll attend tonight. Luo Feng nodded. However, I should go try out first to see just how much my strength has improved by. Luo Feng jumped out of the balcony from his study, leaving behind images as he arrived at his training grounds entrance. Within the training grounds, the ground was shiny. Simulate Horned Dragon City, Luo Feng ordered. With Babada's help, the place immediately morphed into a large portion of a huge city. The city was empty. In a 9-story normal building's balcony, Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod on his back and shouted, Rise! Immediately from behind the long rod shot out little golden blades that covered the skies and land. The blurry images of these 1,600 blades were like little spirits dancing and swiftly flying about in mid-air. They swiftly began to extend golden threads infused with origin laws, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a golden totem pillar. Go Luo Feng pointed ahead at a bank skyscraper. Rumble. The totem pillar rolled and the space around it compressed. Its movement was almost like teleporting. Within an instant it crossed several kilometers and immediately smashed into that skyscraper. The entire building shook from the impact and was reduced to dust simultaneously. The entire ground below the building also shook, and the impact rippled in all directions, causing a large wave throughout. Later, several kilometers around the epicenter were all reduced to nothing but dust. My strength control is still not precise. Luo Feng stood in mid-air, surveying the buildings that were reduced to dust below, frowning. I want to control my attack and condense it into one line, however it still rippled along the ground. However, according to the time-space scribbles, over 3,000 techniques that I've slightly tweaked and combined with my comprehension of the 10th and 11th wonder, the power of my totem pillar is obviously much stronger. Luo Feng pointed far away. Go. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The totem pillar was like a god punishing the land, crashing here and there. The moment it hit, that entire area would be reduced to dust. It may seem heavy, but it's light to control. I finally have this feeling. Luo Feng was very satisfied. Studying time-space scribbles was indeed a huge benefit. It actually made his Nanshan armament's 4th level so much stronger. Then what about the 5th? I'll give it a shot. With a thought, the totem pillar first separated into countless gold lights, returning to the golden long rod on his back. Rise! Luo Feng roared, and his eyes focused. Immediately, tens of thousands of little golden lights flew in all directions. From his back, it was almost like a sun glaring in all directions. Countless golden lights immediately followed a path and gathered, immediately forming 36 1 long golden blades. The next thing to do was to combine all of these 36 blades into one dark golden long blade. Nanshan armament 5th level. Every blade was made of 81 little blades. When these 36 were added together, it would form a total of 2,916 little golden blades. Luo Feng took a deep breath and watched the floating 36 blades, roaring, combine. Immediately, the 36 blades combined together. Every one of them followed the complex golden engravings and shot out tens of thousands of golden thread. Every thread represented Luo Feng's comprehension of the space and gold origin laws. Also, while controlling so many blades individually, Luo Feng's consciousness was like a quantum computer managing everything. Succeed, succeed. Combined together, Luo Feng's forehead was filled with perspiration. The blur of golden threads interweaved and formed between the 36 golden blades, finally forming a 3M long golden blade shape. However, there were still regions on that blade itself where it was shaking and unstable as the gold threads floated about and unable to fully combine. Combine together. Luo Feng's face was flushed red. His consciousness and spirit energy were stretched to the limit, as they were controlling everything. However, the repulsion of those spots was strong. Pung! The dark long golden blade violently shook and dispersed. Phew! Luo Feng sighed, shaking his head. He immediately dispersed the 2,916 Blurs of little golden blade lights, and they return to the dark golden long rod. If my spirit energy is domain lord level, then I can rely on it to force the combination. Luo Feng thought if my comprehension of the gold origin laws was deeper, I would then be able to form it too. At the final point, him wanting to control the golden threads to combine perfectly, there were multiple spots that were unsuccessful. This was mainly due to his comprehension not being deep enough. Nanshan armament was a spirit weapon that was created from the fusion of space and gold origin laws. It was one of the 9 godly weapons. Gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, light and thunder, these 8 were much easier to comprehend than space and time. Hence, during the formation of the Nanshan armament, it emphasized more on the gold laws, and its requirement of the space laws was slightly lower. My space origin law comprehension is enough for the 5th level. However, my gold origin law comprehension isn't enough. Luo Feng laughed helplessly. Gold laws, in this aspect, Luo Feng's study speed wasn't slow at all. Space laws, with the 9 universe tablet, floating blood and time-space scribbles, along with Tru Yan's instructions, and the space pet Masha clan studying, his studying speed was close to the gold origin law speed. However, in theory, the speed of his gold origin law study should far exceed the space study speed. After all, I did not have a teacher who specializes in gold to teach me. Luo Feng thought. Also, I haven't studied any gold origin law techniques from what I see. It's time for the golden horned beast to pick a technique that way I can raise my improvement speed of the gold laws. Inherited memories, the techniques within these memories were as vast as the ocean. My golden horned beast, which technique should I choose? There were many battle techniques within the golden horned beast's inherited memories. When Luo Feng and Babata were analyzing which was most suitable, it only took a while before the night class was about to begin. Absolute beginning region Villa 1136, a silhouette rushed into the sky. This public class speaks about gold and space fusion. It's not bad. Luo Feng swiftly left the villa and headed towards the distant large skyscraper that could almost be deemed a large artwork at this time. A line of silhouettes were flying towards it and entering. The entire building took up a few hundred kilometers in area. If placed on Earth, it would be an unbelievable construct. Classroom number 2, the size of this room was 80 kilometers long and 60 kilometers wide. Scattered around the back of the room were 1,000 seats. The rest of the space was for the undying teacher to sit cross-legged. Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and waved at a skinny youth in scaled armor. This youth was bald and had bronze skin. He emitted a powerful fierce aura. He was one of the few friends Luo Feng had in the absolute beginning region. Following which, Luo Feng sat beside that youth. I haven't seen you this past month. Ku smiled. Usually during these gold space fusion and gold classes you'd attend, there's been close to 10 classes this month already, and I haven't seen you around at all. I even sent you calls, but it was cut off. I was studying some techniques. I got immersed and forgot to attend. Luo Feng laughed. Iku, domain lord level, absolute beginning member. As he would attend every gold class, along with the gold and space fusion classes, Luo Feng had met him numerous times and became friends. Immersed in it, Iku blinked. I guess your rewards aren't small, then. Luo Feng nodded. Congrats, haha. Iku laughed loudly, following which he said softly. However, my brother, I estimate my own rewards too aren't small. All Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. You know, I control quite a bit of authority now. Occasionally I would meet some unexpected surprises. Ku's eyes had a sense of anticipation within. I hope this time around, I will succeed the moment I do. Good for you, you have such authority outside. However, we are still stuck. Training within. Luo Feng shook his head. Virtual Universe Company, their nurture for the core members had different levels. The top 1,000 of the genius battles were immediately sent to train in Primal Chaos City for 30 years to lock in their foundation. Universe-level core members were to train in the Virtual Universe Company's 4 secret regions, safely listening to undying lessons, and to train and take on missions. Domain Lord level members would command bodyguard teams, going to a particular universe country to control the territory. According to Luo Feng, that would be akin to going to the border and acting as a governor. This was truly the beginning of interactions with affairs of the universe. It was considered leaving the safety of the Virtual Universe Company, as everything was to be decided on one's own. Sector Lord members were placed in even more dangerous situations. They were going to explore the universe itself, and were even sent to the terrifying external battlefield where the strong were like minced meat. Sometimes, they were also sent to the even more dangerous universe secret regions. Value your chance. Iku sighed. Luo Feng, you are currently still universe level. You can safely stay under the protection of the Virtual Universe Company to train and take missions within a controlled area. When you reach Domain Lord level and get placed in a universe country, controlling a large territory, that's when your true grueling training begins. That's truly dangerous, especially at Sector Lord level, where you are not even allowed to bring your guard team. You'll go through many life and death situations then. Luo Feng nodded. Universe level was considered a child that required nurturing. Domain Lord was considered youths who were able to explore outside. Sector Lords were considered adults who were beginning their life or death struggles. If successful, they would reach the undying level. It was a pity that the efficiency rate was very, very low. Within Classroom 2, more absolute beginning members entered. There were already more than 100. While Luo Feng and Iku sat together and chatted, another golden-bearded dwarf walked over, smiling. Iku, this person beside you should be Luo Feng, right? Za Jiwui. Iku glanced at him. The dwarf smiled at Luo Feng. How do you do? I'm Za Jiwu, similar to Iku. I am in the Domain Lord level. I have heard of you before, and I've always wanted to meet you. However, there hadn't been a chance until now. How do you do? Luo Feng smiled and waved. Luo Feng, Za Jiwu. This punk is crafty, but he's still not bad. I've known him for over 1,000 years. Iku introduced. Luo Feng. Za Jiwu rubbed his golden beard. Sitting beside them, he said softly, I heard that during your first time in Primal Chaos City, you passed 5 levels of the Heavenly Bridge in 30 years. Right? Luo Feng nodded. Powerful indeed. Respect. Za Jiwu nodded. Zijiwu, speak what's on your mind. Iku frowned. Zijiwu said softly, Luo Feng, I want to discuss something with you. Luo Feng frowned. I want to exchange for some things in the Virtual Universe treasure trove. However, I don't have enough points. Za Jiwu shook his head. I hope Luo Feng, you can help me exchange for them, and when that happens, I'll use cash to buy them from you. Depending on how many points you use, I'm willing to exchange 1 mixed element for every 5 points spent. If you use 1,000 points, I'll give you 200 mixed elements, Zijiwu said. You should know this is a good deal. Luo Feng was shocked. Every 5 points he spent, he would receive 1 mixed element. This price was not bad according to the prices of the treasures within the trove. From what Luo Feng calculated, about 7 to 8 points equated to 1 mixed element. Go away, Iko pushed Za Jiwu away. Get away, you bastard, actually trying to swindle my friend. It's not considered swindling. He passed 5 levels, with the 10 times reward. That's 31k points, and he has no need for them now. Also, the price I offered him is quite high, Za Jiwu said. Iko frowned and said, alright, with your little calculations, you think I wouldn't know. I will not stop you, but I will speak directly to Luo Feng about this and explain certain things to him. If he then still wishes to deal with you, I won't bother with your deals anymore. What's going on? Luo Feng was curious. Speak. Za Jiwu seemed unhappy, almost like a gangster. Luo Feng, Ika said softly, right now, when you exchange for items, you'll discover 1 mixed element equates to about 7 or 8 points, right? Luo Feng nodded. But let me tell you, the things within the treasure trove can only use points. Core members under the Undying level, they can only rely on the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, Undying Altar, and taking on missions to acquire points. The points are extremely valuable, Iko emphasized. Of course, you still think as long as you have money, you can buy these treasures in the real world, right? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. Right. With enough money, he could buy any treasure within the auctions. You are wrong, Iko shook his head. The auctions are separated into basic, mid and high-level. Universe country auctions are all basic level, and the lowest requirement is a 3-star client. The high-level auctions, however, require at least a 5-star client. Simply preparing for it requires many years, hence it takes very, very long before a high-level auction occurs, and within these auctions you won't necessarily get what you want. However, the treasure trove is different. Everything you need is available there. A few high-level items are rarely seen even in the high-level auctions, because the 5 major powers do not wish to circulate these extremely rare items, Ika said. However, all these items are usually available in the treasure trove. The further you get, the more obvious the importance of the treasure trove becomes. However, exchanging for items in the treasure trove relies solely on points. Ika sighed, and the points are hard to acquire. Anyone under Undying level cannot use money to exchange for points, and after becoming Undying only then can one use money to exchange for points. The rule for Undyings of the virtual universe company is 1 mixed element for 1 point. Luo Feng was shocked. I've said what I needed to. You make your own choices, Ika said. Iku is right. Beside, the gold-bearded dwarf nodded. A few rare items can't be bought at all outside, hence, the points are extremely valuable. However, Luo Feng, you are currently only universe level. The things you need can be bought outside as well. You have no need to waste your points. If you help me buy them, I'll give you cash. 5 points for 1 mixed element. It's very worth it. Luo Feng laughed. Iko watched as Za Jiwu left, unwillingly laughing. Luo Feng, I was worried you'd agree. I was never going to deal with him. Luo Feng smiled. What a joke. Simply buying the 3 books of the time-space scribbles required 100,000 points. He was still worrying about how to get points. Why would he help someone else Buy things using his points. That's right, you are considered powerful first time in Primal Chaos City, and completing 5 levels, one has to know the 10x reward is only for the first time. Iku shook his head. The 31,000 points you have with the initial 10,000 award. It may seem like points are easy to acquire, but you'll see later on. Luo Feng listened intently. Iku was after all a domain lord. His accumulated experience was much more. I have an assisting metal life form. Kale Iku shook his head. This life form can form armor, form weapons, and even fuse with a ship. It's an excellent helping hand in order to nurture this Kale and make it evolve to domain lord. Was easy, however, to sector lord level. The materials required alone cost 86,000 points. I can only look at it and let my head ache, and after reaching sector lord level, the amount to be spent on Kale alone would get even more shocking. As for it to become an undying, I don't even dare to imagine the number of points required for the materials now. Luo Feng thought. Iku had the metal life form, he himself had the plant life form cloud. Contact Vine. Right now it was already domain lord level 2 back when it was breaking through from universe level 9 to domain lord. It cost him 1 life. Fruit. Babada, the cloud contact Vine's breakthrough and evolution to sector lord. How many points do I have to spend? And the breakthrough to undying, Luo Feng asked. According to the process of how the Yunmo master nurtured his cloud contact Vine from domain lord level 9 to sector lord, it requires many treasures and combinations, so that would amount to about 120,000 points. As for sector lord level 9 to undying, this is the hardest breakthrough humans breaking through to undying is already unbelievable. To help the cloud contact Vine, according to how much he spent back then, it would require about 6.2 million mixed elements, plus luck after all, to actually break through the shackles of life itself. To become undying, there's number 100 guarantee. 6.2 million mixed elements, and luck. A huge wave crashed within Luo Feng's heart. 6.2 million mixed elements, what a terrifying amount that was. The entire Black Dragon Mountain star field alone was only worth about 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. Back then, your teacher had to break out his entire fortune to make it successfully. When the cloud contact Vine reached the undying level, it was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than normal human undyings. When your teacher had it, it was almost like his power had doubled. Even if others were stronger than your teacher, they would find it extremely hard to kill him, Babada said. Very hard to kill. Didn't he get killed in the end anyway? Luo Feng thought. Points. Luo Feng was nervous. The amount needed to be accumulated wasn't easy to complete. Breaking through, however, was very difficult to nurture a cloud contact Vine. Up to the sector lord level, the price alone gave him a headache, as it would require about 120k points in total. Buying the time-space scribbles requires points, nurturing the cloud contact Vine requires points, repairing the Yunmo planet ship requires points, and on top of that, they all need such huge amounts of it. Luo Feng thought. At least currently my stress level still isn't that elevated. Luo Feng had barely enough point to use at the moment. He didn't need to nurture the cloud contact Vine or repair the ship yet. Teacher. Within classroom 2, over 100 absolute beginning members bowed respectfully. A 30 tall demon god undying walked into the room. His entire body was almost like metal, with 3 horns on his head, with a rumble, gold, as strong as the sun and iron. It's sturdy, unstoppable space holds within it all sorts of things and their energies. When time stops, space is all that is in the universe. Silence. This undying didn't allow anyone to speak at all during his classes, and he would always start the classes with those symbolic words about gold like the sun, space encompassing everything. This violent tempered and wild being with a weird temperament still had many members that enjoyed his lessons. This undying explained to the class with a wave of his hand, origin laws could be seen floating in its path. It's that way. All Luo Feng carefully listened, occasionally realizing something important, sometimes nodding and at other times frowning. After a while, the class ended. Luo Feng turned and was taken aback. Yi Ke, who was beside him, had suddenly vanished. Usually even if he leaves the virtual universe, he would say goodbye. Luo Feng was curious. It's weird that he left halfway at this time. Luo Feng tried to call Yi Ke, however. It's cut off. Luo Feng smiled. Must be something important. The call denial service was normal and regularly seen, usually while one was studying, training, or on a mission. They couldn't be distracted, hence, they would choose to cut off all contact from the virtual universe network. There was of course one more possibility, and that was death the moment one dies. The AIs and quantum computers would be unable to go online, naturally not allowing any calls. After finishing the lesson, Luo Feng didn't rush to choose a technique from the golden horned beast. He decided to head to the undying altar and fantasy ocean to give it a shot. Points. Right now I require hundreds of thousands of points, and I would even need more. In the future, Luo Feng was worried, how do I get more points? Just from the Heavenly Bridge won't be enough at all. From what the two domain lords Yi Ke and Zha Jiwu had said, Luo Feng was able to deduce that the points would get more valuable later on. Even Undying would use money to exchange for points, because the virtual universe company's treasure trove only allowed exchanges for points. First I'll hit the Undying Altar and Fantasy Ocean to take a look. Core members could easily enter any of the three places: Heavenly Bridge, Undying Altar, and Fantasy Ocean. Undying Altar. A black endless mountain range, and on each of the peaks there was a golden altar. With one look, one could see that on the tens of thousands of peaks there were similarly tens of thousands of golden altars. Shua. A black-haired youth appeared in one of the golden altars. Luo Feng appeared before the altar, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I can't feel the universe origin law ripples. I can't feel the energies from the outside world too. The genetic energy within is gone too, and my spirit energy has been reduced to a bare minimum as well. Peculiar. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Losing his genetic energy, spirit energy, all the ripples of the origin laws, everything was gone. The only thing that remained was his physical body strength. Purely testing my strength. Undying Altar. Luo Feng looked up. This altar had a total of 99 points. Right at the top was the 100-point mark. Only when one's body exertion reaches 100 points will one have perfect control over their body. Standing on the altar, he swiftly reached the stand. On the stand was a human-shaped target. Beside it was a screen with the words, which, when translated into Mandarin, read, "Within 1 second, please use your fists, elbows, head, knees, and feet separately to attack the target. According to the lowest attack, we will determine your strength." 5 attacks. Luo Feng was stunned. He originally thought it would be like Earth's measurement, where just one punch would do. He didn't expect that he had to do 5 attacks separately with these body parts. All within 1 second. Let's give it a shot. Luo Feng started to wiggle his muscles and bones. Pa, he attacked the target. Rumble, his leg swished through the air. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, immediately attacking the target before him. In an instant, Luo Feng's body became like a circular movement. His fists were like a mythical beast punching strongly against the target's head. 1 attack. After which he bent his body and condensed his energy, violently kicking the chest of the target, causing it to cave in slightly. 2nd attack. The moment he landed, he once again fiercely jumped up and raised his knee to smash into the target's stomach, exploding with energy. 3rd attack. After which he arced his body and, almost like a large bow, slapping backwards and smashing his forehead into the target's chest. 4th attack. After which his entire body jumped up and, with a right twist, his muscles seemed to condense into knots and released all his energy into his right elbow, smashing hard into the target. 5th attack complete. Luo Feng looked at the screen. The numbers that appeared: 31, 28, 36, 29, 35, score 28, points awarded 0. My exertion is only 28 times. Luo Feng shook his head. Back on Earth, that 9-level Thunderblade's highest level was only 7 times of course. The current Luo Feng's perspective was completely different. He could easily create thousands of techniques better than the 9-level Thunderblade. Just like how the creator of the 9-universe tablet could write so many techniques in time-space scribbles. In 1 second, use 5 portions of your body to attack. The lowest score will be your score. The requirements are harsh. After trying that 1 time, Luo Feng understood why, in a short amount of time, to use all these parts to reach 100 points, that would mean one should have perfect control of his body. Again. 5 continuous attacks, 5 results again: 35, 30, 36, 29, 35, score 29, points awarded 0. Again. Score 28. Again. Score 30. Time and again, he tried non-stop over hundreds of times. His best score was only 32, and the lowest was at 26. Ultimately, he still got 0 points. Passing the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, and Undying Altar could help one get points. However, they had different rules. The 9-universe Heavenly Bridge had a total of 27 levels. The first level gave 100 points, second 200, third 400, and they compounded on, each giving twice the amount of the last level before. The Fantasy Ocean had many islands. From the outermost island, as one was heading inwards deeper into Fantasy Ocean Islands, the hypnotism and mental pressure would get increasingly terrifying. The point system was similar to the Heavenly Bridge. From outside going in, there were a total of 21 islands. The first gave 100 points, second 200, third 400. It compounded on, the deepest of the Fantasy Ocean being Island 21. Even Undyings and the Knights would attempt Fantasy Ocean and Heavenly Bridge, as they yielded high points. However, the Undying Altar was different. Perfect control of one's entire body was a prerequisite to becoming undying. Hence, the points given were the lowest of the 3. If one got a score of 50, he would be awarded 1,000 points. Score of 60, 2,000 points. Score of 70, 4,000 points. Score of 80, 8,000 points. Score of 90, 16,000 points. Score of 100, 50,000 points. But for a score below 50, 0 points. My strength usage is so weak in that particular altar amidst the tens of thousands of golden altars on the Black Mountain Range. Luo Feng tried over and over. He tried for a total of tens of thousands of times. Even after using one entire day, his best score was still only 34. He couldn't blame anybody. Firstly, he was a spirit reader. He never really trained using his strength that way. Even though the Masha clan was proficient in close combat, it was after all an energy life form. It didn't rely on muscles or bones to unleash its strength. It didn't even have a strength per se, hence it couldn't train in this aspect. As for the golden horned beast, it was a blood and flesh life form, and it did emphasize on strength exertion. However, these many years, the golden horned beast had been specializing in absolute space and deities of the world. The rest of its time was spent studying the gold origin laws. It never actually trained in any battle techniques, however. Its body makeup was naturally gifted in strength exertion. Even if it didn't specially studied it, it could still reach about 60 or 70 points. Human body strength usage, however, was harder. For Luo Feng to reach 34 points, that was still mostly because of his strong consciousness and his comprehension of the origin laws. How shameful! I actually got 0 points, Luo Feng thought. When I return, I have to find a battle technique for the golden horned beast that emphasizes on strength exertion. Strength exertion is one of the requirements to become undying. I cannot overlook it. So what if I can't get any points from the undying altar? I'll head to Fantasy Ocean next. My consciousness and willpower is what I'm the most confident in. Fantasy Ocean, I have to go deeper and get more points. Luo Feng immediately headed towards Fantasy Ocean. Suddenly, mail. Luo Feng pointed in midair and a screen appeared, and on it was a mail. It's from the Virtual Universe Company. D. Luo Feng opened the mail, and as he read, his entire face went completely pale. That's not possible. It's impossible. Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. How can this be? How can this be? Luo Feng looked at the contents of the mail and shook his head. Iku, Big Brother Iku is dead. This was a mail that had been sent to all members of the Absolute Beginning region. As there were very few members, with a total of 1,100 of them, they were all considered absolute geniuses amongst the universe countries. Over 10,000 years, the Absolute Beginning area had only absorbed less than 20 people. Every one of them were considered valuable. Every time one fell, they would send a reminder to inform all the members. Iku. Luo Feng's body trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Right. During yesterday's public lesson, without him noticing, Iku's consciousness had left the Virtual Universe Network. Even his own call request didn't go through. Back then, he still thought Iku had a sudden inspiration or was looking for treasure, etc., but from the looks of it now, Iku may have met with misfortune back then. This Big Brother Iku was a huge figure sent by the Virtual Universe Company to control a large territory. How did he just die? Even if he left the safety net of the Virtual Universe Company, meeting many events outside, he was still, after all, a core member of the company. How could he just get killed like that? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Scenes appeared and flashed in his mind. You again. I noticed you during the last 2 classes. What a coincidence. An intrepid youth dressed in scaled armor walked over and laughed as he shouted, What a coincidence, Luo Feng laughed as well. I'm Luo Feng. I'm Iku. Let me tell you, when the Virtual Universe Company sends their domain lords out, they'll put them in their own home universe country when I return this time. I'll control a large territory. The feeling will definitely be different. My clansman's position too have since risen. Because of this, no one dares to ever bully my Copper Flame clan anymore. Iku was proud. My home Earth is the same. When I entered the Virtual Universe Company's core, the people of Earth's statuses rose greatly in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Luo Feng laughed too. If there's a strong warrior in the clan, the others will rise in status. However, if we fall, their status will fall greatly too. Iku's eyes stared. However, I will definitely work hard to become undying, definitely. We'll work hard together. Luo Feng's eyes too were filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. Luo Feng, you are currently still at the universe level. You can safely stay under the protection of the Virtual Universe Company to train and take missions, everything within a controlled area. When you reach Domain Lord level and get placed in a universe country, controlling a large territory, that's when your true grueling training will begin. That's when it will truly become dangerous, especially at Sector Lord level, where you are not even allowed to bring your guard team. You'll go through life or death training. Then, different scenes appeared in Luo Feng's mind. He hadn't known Iku for too long, but the two of them did have an affinity. Maybe it's because of their many similarities. The path to undying is extremely tough, Luo Feng muttered, looking at the screen before him. On it, the text read, "To all absolute beginning members in Yuxiang Mountain. Our virtual universe just confirmed that Iku, an absolute beginning member, one that had been exceptional since the genius battle, has fallen. This is a very heartbreaking news. The absolute beginning region absorbs members through the genius battle and the absolute warriors battle every 10,000 years. We absorb less than 20 people. However, as time flows, every 100 to 1,000 years, someone will fall one after another. The geniuses will continue to fall eventually. Extremely few members will pass the road to become an undying. 95. A terrifying number. This is the mortality rate of our absolute beginning region. 95 of the members from the absolute beginning region will fall. Yes. Right now, there were 1,137 members living in the region. About 95 of them will fall along the way to becoming undying, and only 5 will reach the end and become undying. I hope that all living members will be extra careful listening to classes, training missions placed in their own universe country sector Lord. Missions. Our virtual universe has given you all very huge liberties and power. The path is the one thing that you choose for yourself. The danger level 2 will be decided by you, and you'll bear the consequence for everything. I only hope that in the future, you all don't regret the decisions you made in the face of death. Virtual Universe Company. 1 mail. All the living 1137 absolute beginning members received it. The entire region seemed to have a heavy aura hanging over it. Absolute beginning region, Manka Prince Wuka's villa, living room. Luo Feng, Rongjun, Ai Chen, Ao Pa, Te La, Wuka, Jiang Mo, Qian Shui, Lancelot. The absolute beginning members from the latest genius battle sat together. Unlike ever before, they usually formed their own little cliques, like Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Wuka. Ao Pa Te La, Lancelot were close. Ai Chen, Jiang Mo, and Qian Shui were close. However, at this time, The 8 of them sat around the living room in silence. 95 of us will fall, Lancelot, a devilishly handsome youth muttered. The moment I think about the many geniuses falling and imagining the currently bustling absolute beginning region becoming a cemetery, I feel shock and fear. I can't help but feel a chill. Silence. The air in the living room seemed stiff. There was heavy pressure. Everyone could feel this pressure. 95. This number had completely shocked the newcomers. Luo Feng felt a chill. These days I've been training, listening to classes, simulation in the training grounds, studying time-space scribbles, immersed in study. Teacher personally reminded me to go take on missions, to study and experience reality simultaneously, yet I never took it seriously. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. 30 years of a safe life has numbed me. A true warrior can only be born from grueling hardship, just like how it takes 100 years to temper iron. Experiencing many life or death instances, only then can a true warrior be made. Silence. The 8 sat there, thinking about many things. Who? Luo Feng stood up. The other 7 all looked over. Since we are walking this path, unless we choose to back out and return to our safe lives, we can only push forward. If we fall, we'll stand back up. We'll recover from heavy injuries, and only death will end everything. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. The path to undying isn't something everyone can walk. Luo Feng immediately turned and walked out, flying into the sky and vanishing. The other 7 were stunned. Who? Rong Jun stood up and said solemnly, Luo Feng is right. The path to undying isn't something anyone can just walk without the right heart. It's better to just give up. After which he turned and left too. Haha, good, isn't it just a battle? Haha, the people of Manka are people that love battles. Wuka too stood up and laughed loudly, however his laugh had a sense of pressure and coldness. Go Jianmo stood up. Hm Qian Shui followed her big brother and left. Ika's death had given the members of the absolute beginning region a huge wake-up call, and the ones that were truly awoken were Luo Feng and the other 7. They didn't even seem to sense any danger from before. Training mission. Rong Jun sat in his study. He opened the screen and looked carefully. Safe level, normal, difficult, dangerous, impossible. This is the first time I'm taking a mission without any danger. There won't be any effect. I can still choose the level now. In the future I won't even get a choice. However, the first time shouldn't be too dangerous. After all, I have no experience. Difficult level. Rong Jun opened the difficult level and chose the mission. Fantasy Ocean. Rumble, a black ocean roared. The waves rose as high as 10 m, crashing over and over into the cliffside. Luo Feng stood above the cliff, looking at the endless fantasy ocean. For a strong warrior, other than talent, comprehension, hard work, resources, and techniques, the most important thing is his heart. Luo Feng looked far ahead with a heart like a blade and strong willpower for the route ahead. Any obstruction will be nothing but a joke. Progressing forward with a heart of respect and nothing to fear. Heart cold as a mirror, able to see clearly through everything. Heart like a blade, able to cut through obstructions. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. With a rumble, he became a beam of light and headed towards the first island of the fantasy ocean. His heart was cold like a mirror. This was the state that Luo Feng had reached long ago. In spirit, in any circumstance or situation, he could maintain absolute calm and coldness. And 30 years of quiet study, the death of a good friend, it made him roar. It made him reflect on himself, seeing clearly what he was. His willpower and heart were both like a blade. Heart like a mirror, this was where the heart had reached an absolute level of strength. Heart like a blade was another aspect altogether. Hong and Thunder God both focused heavily on the spirit training. These two had long reached a perfect level of the heart. Their mental state had long reached the pinnacle of Chinese culture level, chasing after their ancestors. They had many methods of training and finally reached perfection. Maybe in other aspects they were weaker, however in mental state alone, these two could be considered at the pinnacle in the universe. And Luo Feng too could achieve this state. He was probably only weaker than the other two by a little. Primal Chaos City. A group was listening to True Yan Emperor's class. Luo Feng was one of them. With just this level of illusion, and you want to affect me, my heart is like a mirror, I see through all the haze. My heart is like a blade, I cut through all the illusions. Break. Luo Feng's consciousness was like lightning, roaring and shaking the skies. The land and skies crumbled and the illusion broke, revealing the original island scenery. It was a white sandy island, and on it were trees and plants, which looked silent and beautiful. And Luo Feng stood on the beach of the island. In the distant ocean, there was darkness. In the distance, a white shade floated and appeared. Another deeper island had appeared. Only after passing the first level would the next island appear. I really wish to see what kind of illusion can stop me. Luo Feng rushed into the sky, becoming a beam of light and heading towards the sixth island. Right, Luo Feng had just passed 5 islands of the fantasy ocean continuously. 5 islands, they hardly even affected Luo Feng. At the deepest parts of fantasy ocean, within the 21st island, sat a golden armored, black-scaled old man. He was the manager of the fantasy ocean. The old man with a face full of black scales opened his eyes and gazed far away with a dazed look. He said, a universe level 9 punk is actually passing the 7th island so easily. Even many sector lords can't pass this island, yet he is passing it that easily. Looking at his details, Luo Feng, True Yan Emperor's disciple. True Yan is good at teaching disciples. However, consciousness and willpower cannot be taught. Let's see how many islands this pink can pass. If he passes the 9th island, then that's impressive. Even many pinnacle of sector lords cannot pass that. The black-scaled old man smiled. He looked into space and watched Luo Feng's progress through the fantasy ocean. After a while, he passed the 8th island. The black-scaled old man's eyes were filled with shock. With a swoosh he stood up. He really passed the 8th. Fantasy Island's 21 islands was actually very similar to passing the 21 levels of the Heavenly Bridge. However, consciousness and willpower were from within and were hard to train a student. Level punk, in terms of willpower alone, may not be weaker than a sector lord. Of course, consciousness strength would be much weaker. However, just willpower alone was hard to gauge. However, the fantasy island alone tested both of them. And not just willpower. His consciousness strength definitely cannot compare to a pinnacle sector lord. The black-scaled man's eyes were filled with shock, saying solemnly, it's extremely tiring for him in Fantasy Island, but obviously his willpower has compensated quite a bit for that. His willpower is sturdy. His determination and willpower is immovable. Actually, they are even stronger than the pinnacle of sector lords. 9th Island. The black-scaled old man's eyes were nervous. 9th Island was Named as one of the limits of a sector lord, very few sector lords can pass. This Luo Feng, a universe level 9 punk, how can he possibly pass this? It's impossible. Ninth Island, the mountain rocks and sand were all white. The trees and plants were lush in this island. Luo Feng stood at the peak of the island's 300 to 400 tall mountain, his body upright, eyes cold, gaze like a blade. There wasn't any hint of worry or hesitation. Within a few seconds, the illusion and pressure began to completely engulf Luo Feng. Rumble. Luo Feng felt as though a large mountain had just crashed on his consciousness. This was purely the consciousness strength alone. Even for many Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors, their consciousness would immediately be knocked, and they would feel dizzy. In that blurry state, one would unwittingly fall into the illusion and lose. Just like how some strong-willed people of Earth would never sign their life or property away. However, after a few punches, kicks in that weary state, they wouldn't even know if they end up actually submitting and signing the papers. One theory. First, heavily damage the consciousness once one was in a blurry state. Unleash the illusion. Rumble, almost like a mountain crashing on his consciousness. Luo Feng immediately felt the tremor. He saw the land started to swirl in front of him as he started to feel dizzy. Heart like a blade. Gather. His consciousness let out a roar. His state of mind, which was in a state close to desperation, immediately reconstructed, and his mind was clear again. Willpower was the general. Consciousness was the soldier. The strength of one's consciousness included one's spirit energy, mental strength, and so on. As one's strength grew, it would naturally grow. For example, if a sector lord released his spirit pressure, he could easily kill a star traveler or star level. Even if his willpower was normal, his immeasurable strength was simply too much. Luo Feng's consciousness strength was the golden horned beast, domain lord. Level 6. The golden horned beast was much stronger than the same level humans. It was comparable to a domain lord level 9 or even a sector lord level 1 human. Luo Feng's consciousness strength had already reached the pinnacle of domain lords. Right now, he was under the attack of a sector lord pinnacle pressure. Luckily, his willpower was incredibly sturdy. With a powerful general, his consciousness solidified. He could withstand the attack and not crumble. If his consciousness level was at the universe level, he would have instantly crumbled. If the soldier is too weak, no matter how strong the general was, it was still useless. Since the soldier wasn't too weak, and the general was extremely strong, he still stood a chance. Luo Feng, Little Hai, battled with someone at the Ganwu dojo and was killed by his bodyguards. The scene changed, and while Luo Feng's consciousness was hit, he fell into the illusion. Su Xian's expression was filled with worry as she shouted. That illusion even invaded his memories, attempting to meld with it. What? Little Hai. Luo Feng was shocked. Heart as cold as a mirror. Even when a few specks of dust fell, the mirror would still reflect clearly. Luo Feng immediately felt unsettled after being affected by the illusion. The illusion is after all just an illusion. Break. Luo Feng's consciousness solidified and immediately broke through the obstruction, cutting and slicing through the skies. However, this caused the illusionary world to only slightly tremble. This slight tremble alone made Luo Feng smile coldly. His consciousness was like a blade, as quick as lightning. It produced tens of millions of blades. Rumble. It immediately caused the illusionary world to produce an unstable tear after which it crumbled and the surroundings revealed the scene of the ninth island. Once again in the distance a blur of white appeared, the 10th island. 10th island. Luo Feng immediately flew over. The black-scaled old man, who was located at the deepest parts of Fantasy Ocean, in that 21st island, revealed a look of shock. What strong consciousness and terrifying willpower. It's been extremely long since I've seen such willpower. With such willpower, if he doesn't reach the end of his lifespan and fall, he would become an absolute warrior. To actually enter and attempt Fantasy Ocean, it represented one's talents were extremely high. With high talents and exceptional nurturing, an absolute genius with incomparable willpower usually only had two paths: failing at the end or becoming an absolute warrior. In the past, Bolin only made it to the 7th island before failing, and Rong Jun failed at the 6th. These two already had terrifying willpower, but this Luo Feng, the black-scaled old man, choked and cleared his throat. This level of terrifying willpower will be very helpful during dangerous life or death situations, as long as there's a threat of survival. Unless he meets with an impossible situation, he'll definitely become an absolute warrior. This news, I have to inform the higher-ups immediately. The black-scaled old man's expression was serious. Their more valuable one was, the more the virtual universe company would pay attention to them. Creating the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, and Undying Altar, all these were to pick out the most exceptional of geniuses. The Undying Altar was the least emphasized of the three, mainly because almost all of the Pinnacle sector lords could reach perfection in control of their bodies. As for the Heavenly Bridge and Fantasy Ocean, many Undyings, and even universe country leaders, would still attempt them. Hence, the Heavenly Bridge and Fantasy Ocean were more heavily emphasized. 10th Island. Luo Feng's gaze focused and his consciousness condensed, like a mirror and blade. It was incredibly sturdy. The 10th Island's illusion was accompanied by a terrifying amount of pressure. Rumble. Almost like the skies crumbling down on him, the pressure smashed into his consciousness. Within an instant, Luo Feng's consciousness crumbled. 10th Island was a failure. No matter how strong one's willpower was against a normal Undying's consciousness strength, it was like an ant being squashed into nothing. An excellent general can control 10,000 soldiers to move with a bit of strategy. These soldiers can be controlled just like the extension of one's arm, finally killing the enemy general and their million-strong army while protecting their own. However, if the enemy had over 100 million soldiers, which covered the land and skies, almost like an endless ocean, that same general, no matter how exceptional he was, he would still die without a doubt. Fantasy Island Core Island 21. The black-scaled old man wrote a letter seriously, sending the detailed news of Luo Feng's progress and emphasizing heavily on how his willpower was terrifyingly strong. The black-scaled old man finally relaxed after sending it out. Following the old rules, all informed True Yen Emperor and Jade Emperor. The black-scaled man wrote a simpler version of the report and sent it to these 2. According to the rules, Luo Feng would eventually become an underling of 9 Blade Knight. Hence, the details of his growth had to be constantly recorded and sent to Jade Emperor, who was under 9 Blade Knight and in charge of such management. And True Yen Emperor was Luo Feng's teacher. He had specially requested the black-scaled old man to send progress about Luo Feng to him. The black-scaled old man gazed into the distant space, saying softly, even against tough situations, troubles, difficulties, big enemies, and so on, one's willpower can't be that terrifying, and the greater the hatred, even though one's willpower will be strong, they will become easily susceptible to illusions. Such a terrifyingly sturdy willpower, only through special circumstance and situations can it be produced, the black-scaled old man exclaimed. Indeed. For Luo Feng to reach this step, he had indeed met with special circumstances. First reason was that he had been driven, since young, to become a warrior and often battle in life or death battles. Second reason was that he had sacrificed his life during the swallowing beast incident. However, the possession was successful. The feeling of such rebirth seemed to have changed his willpower tremendously. The third reason was that due to the golden-horned beast's blood and soul influence, it caused Luo Feng to be extremely cold. And with guidance from Hong and Thunder God and the knowledge from thousands of years of Chinese culture, along with the inherited mental state training from his ancestors from these thousands of years, it allowed him to reach a perfect mental state like that of a mirror. Luo Feng had always recognized the importance of mental state training. Ika's death, along with that letter, plus the 30 years of study, all had resulted in Luo Feng's mental state rising to yet another level. It had finally reached the level of heart like a blade. Heart like a mirror and blade. Creating a willpower that was so powerful it couldn't be moved. Luo Feng was oblivious to the fact that Watchman of Fantasy Ocean had sent the news about him to the upper management of the Virtual Universe Company. He returned to his own study in his villa at the Absolute Beginning region. Fantasy Island and Heavenly Bridge, I've already reached my limit for these two within a short amount of time. I won't be able to make any progress. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at the screen of his laptop. Now then, I'll have to choose a mission to train myself. Luo Feng grabbed the mouse and opened the management folder, which had options for life, study, and training. He picked training from the 3 options. Training mission danger level is separated into 5 levels. Luo Feng looked at the screen and frowned. Which level should I pick? Looking at the 5 levels on the screen. Safe, mortality rate 0, normal, mortality rate 10, difficult, mortality rate 20, dangerous, mortality rate 50, impossible, mortality rate 90. This is the first time I am taking on a mission. I have no knowledge about it. Luo Feng thought. I cannot pick randomly, and picking the impossible level would be too irresponsible. If it was Wuka or Rong Jun and the others, they would be prudent and pick the difficult level. Then Luo Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll pick the dangerous level. Dangerous level, the second highest of the 5 levels, had a mortality rate of 50. The ones picking the missions were all the most exceptional geniuses of the 1008 universe countries. Even though all of them had enough wealth to buy treasures and trump cards, many didn't dare pick too hard of a level the first time. Normally, only after acquiring enough experience would they pick the dangerous level. Even so, the mortality rate was still 50. This showed just how dangerous it was. I'm different from them. I have my 2 great clones, which are even stronger than this body. Luo Feng thought. If I don't pick a more dangerous mission, there would be no challenge. Even though he was confident, he still needed to be prudent. He didn't dare pick the most terrifying impossible level. 90 mortality rate. This was truly impossible for the moment. Those who dared pick that were all fully prepared and incredibly confident. Yet, 9 out of 10 still died. The surviving ones were probably very lucky. This was the impossible level. Luo Feng gently tapped and chose the dangerous level missions. D. A screen appeared with red warning words. Warning, warning, Your Majesty, Luo Feng is doing a mission for the first time. According to the records and calculations history from the virtual universe. Company, those picking a dangerous mission as their first mission have a mortality rate of 78.2. Please choose wisely if you wish to continue, please. Confirm otherwise, please cancel this and accept another mission. Luo Feng frowned. Picking the dangerous level as their first mission had a mortality rate of 78.2. There's definitely a way to survive the mission, since the impossible level exists above it. The survival chances of the dangerous level are definitely bigger. If I can't even pass the dangerous level, wouldn't that be a joke? Luo Feng didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed the selection. A new glossary appeared on the screen and on it were detailed introductions. Dangerous level mission. Many core members would usually choose this after much experience and preparation, as the mortality rate was still 50. Similarly, since the danger level was high, the awarded points would be more. Shocking too. Below are the dangerous level missions. One-Way C. Ka, Planet Virtual Universe Company, Primal Secret Region. 27 Flames Palace, Virtual Universe Company, Heaven and Ground Secret Region. 6 Green Demon World, Virtual Universe Company, Last Phase Secret Region. 9 Dragon Pagoda Planet Virtual Universe Company, Absolute Beginning Secret Region. 18 9 Star Ocean Hujax Dojo Hujax Secret Area. 29 Prison Battlefield Universe Mercenary Alliance, Glory Secret Region. 36 Blood River World Virtual Universe Company, Absolute Beginning Secret Region. 186 Flame Ice Continent Universe, Galaxy Bank, Black Hole Secret Region. The list was filled with a blur of missions. There were a total of 186 missions that he could accept, and all of them were within secret regions. These were controlled and remodeled regions from the 5 great Leviathans. The 186 secret regions were where the missions were located. 186. This Dragon Pagoda planet is in the Absolute Beginning Region. Luo Feng gently tapped the 9th mission, Dragon Pagoda planet, and took a look. Universe Secret Region. The small ones were similar to a galaxy or the Milky Way. The big ones were similar to a star sector, or even like the size of the Ganwu Universe country. How many planets were in the Milky Way galaxy? How many galaxies were there in the Ganwu Universe country? Hence, in the vast and mysterious universe secret regions, new continents may be produced in the voids of the regions, or even some special planets anyway. These special territories within the secret regions, many people could never calculate even with their entire lifespans. Dragon Pagoda planet, a planet produced within the Absolute Beginning Region. Over countless years of being engulfed in universe energies, it resulted in many powerful dragon clans forming within the planet. There were some powerful thunder dragons proficient in flesh and blood battles, some humanoid dragons proficient in spirit attacks, or the golden dragon, which was a fusion of the two. Luo Feng looked at the detailed introduction of the planet. The introduction was very long. And the Dragon Pagoda training mission was all about hunting dragons. Become a dragon hunter. Hee, challenging indeed. Luo Feng muttered, the strongest within the Dagon Pagoda is akin to a pinnacle sector lord, while the weakest are at least Universe Level 1 has to be extremely cautious while hunting. The moment a Strong dragon discovers you, that wouldn't be hunting anymore, but rather being hunted instead. Luo Feng looked at several missions and was shocked at the many places. Blood River World was also located within the absolute beginning secret area. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The best choice for this first mission was one within the absolute beginning region, otherwise, just flying to the other regions alone would take a very long time, and there were a total of 5 special sectors within the dangerous level missions Luo Feng was leaning towards. Blood River World. Blood River World was a floating vast continent within the absolute beginning region. A universe secret region is usually produced from the universe evolution, and this Blood River World is a powerful world that was produced within during the early stages of the absolute beginning region. Its ancientness far exceeds the most ancient universe country. Within the Blood River World, there live countless powerful humans. They've formed their own language, culture, and training culture. They heavily respect strength. The detailed introduction for Blood River World was very long, and Luo Feng read on nervously. Such a mysterious world. There are even aboriginal undyings. Luo Feng looked with shock. What a pity, because it's within the universe secret region, with large amounts of cosmic dust obstructing the way, it made the undyings unable to accelerate to light speed and engage in universe travel. Hence, even the undying remained as aboriginals on Blood River World. Blood River World had a diameter close to 1 light-year, which was about 9 trillion km. Such a vast surface had allowed their population to reach a huge number also. Since the universe origin laws were circulating within, the strong were like clouds. A reminder. The people of Blood River World hate outsiders. Hence, to accept this mission, one first has to not bring any technology related items along. As for the few special spirit and genetic weapons, unless Blood River World already has them, they cannot be brought as well. One also has to follow the attire of the normal people of Blood River World. If one's looks are too peculiar, he would also have to undergo physical alteration to fit in with the look of the people of Blood River World. Blood River World's language differs from universe language. One has to learn the language before entering. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. Luckily the humans of Blood River World have tens of thousands of races. My looks are considered normal. As for weapons, with the study of origin laws, it doesn't make a difference whether I use a blade or spirit weapon. About language. With my consciousness speed that's comparable to a quantum computer, I should be able to learn it in half a day. Luo Feng finally decided on choosing Blood River World. Although it was an ancient world over 1 trillion years old, this was a place with a new culture, and had humans as the leaders of the planet. Unlike the other missions, with different and strange things with those secret areas. Blood River World's mission was 1. Acquire 1 Blood River Crystal. This was a Blood River World specialty, as Blood River crystals can be found nowhere else in the universe. A successful mission equals 10,000 points. 2. Acquire the title Blood Warrior and the Blood River Medal. A successful mission equals 100k points. Reminder, 99.5 of those who take this mission complete the first one. As long as one of the two was completed, it would represent that the mission as a success. D. Please confirm the acceptance of the Blood River mission. Acceptance successful. Please fill out the departure time. The virtual universe company will arrange for a ship to send you to Blood River World. Luo Feng smiled at the mission. There were two reasons why he chose this mission. First reason was because of its unique culture and its unique training culture. The second reason was because it gave a large amount of points, amounting between 10k to 20k. Very few missions had two choices of missions, and the second mission of Blood River World actually reward 100k points when completed. My God. How much was 100k points? Only passing the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge gave 100k points, and Luo Feng was stuck at only the 5th. As for the 11th, it would take at least another 1,000 years. Blood Warrior title, Blood River medal. Maybe it's very difficult, however I still have to try. Luo Feng smiled. After receiving the mission, he began to do all sorts of preparations. Nanshan armament is one of humanity's 9 godly weapons. The Blood River world has no such materials to make it. Hence, when I enter Blood River world, I cannot take it out. The gold shadow blade too is the same way. I'll custom make a sharp blood shadow blade. Luo Feng custom made the blood shadow blade and a 6-edged shield. The materials were all available on Blood River World. As for Cloud Contact Vine, the Cloud Contact Vine was a plant life form, and it was rare within humanity's 1008 universe countries. There's no such thing on Blood River World. I'll temporarily let the Masha clan clone wear it. Luckily, Blood River World has the space ring. I'll order some armor, helmet, and boots. Luo Feng swiftly made preparations. He first had to make sure that there weren't any stark differences between him and the native people, as the world was huge with tens of thousands of different human races. As long as he wasn't too peculiar, it naturally wasn't too much of a problem. However, if anyone took out a laser gun in Blood River World and was discovered by an absolute warrior, sector lord, or undying, that would mean certain death, as Blood River World had no such technology advancement. Blood River World language. Luo Feng spent 3 days, and with a consciousness speed comparable to a basic quantum computer, he learned 18 types of Blood River language. Everything is prepared. Absolute beginning region. Thick mist shrouded the entire space. A huge ice planet had many broken star fragments orbiting about it, and Luo Feng's quarters was one of them. Hey, what do you think His Majesty is preparing for, since he is buying so many things? There were so many universe ships flying in these past few days. Who knows anyway? He has large amounts of wealth. He can buy anything he wants. A few universe soldiers stood guard about the villa and chatted while patrolling. Shut up all, don't discuss about His Majesty. In the distance, a domain lord captain turned and shouted while directing the movers carrying the boxes. Yes. The guards all immediately stopped talking. Only then did that captain turn and continue with his instructions. You all, place those huge boxes over there, right? These large boxes should be put here. They are very important. Be careful and lift them gently. Within the entire villa, many boxes filled with different items were actually being arranged, taking up close to over 10 kilometers of area. The nutrition cabin was placed within Luo Feng's study. Within these 3 months, Luo Feng had been bathing within it all the time. The nutrition cabin slowly opened. A nude, fit, black-haired youth emerged from the almost clear nutrition liquid, stood up and immediately stepped out. The surface of his body immediately rose in temperature as it dried the remaining liquid. Following that, a dark red, simple clothing immediately appeared and covered his body. My body is currently at universe level 9, and my spirit reading is at Universe level 9 as well. Luo Feng flexed and exerted some strength. The solid muscles of his flexed with energy, causing the space around to tremor and explode. How weird. This nutrition cabin. Luo Feng turned to look at it. Within it was still a lot of the valuable liquid that he hadn't finished in about 3 short months. I rose straight to Universe level 9, essentially from the point of evolving to reaching a point of feeling full and completely satisfied. Luo Feng's body strength had already reached saturation, unable to increase anymore. Unless he broke through to Domain Lord level, which will allow his body to evolve more. An evolution in the basic essence of his body would be the only way to raise its strength further. Of course, if needed, Luo Feng was able to immediately raise his body to Domain Lord level. The only issue was that his internal world was currently only Domain level 6, hence, he was unable to evolve further directly to Domain Lord level 9, and could only bear with it for now. As Luo Feng walked out from his building, the waiters and guards who were busy with their work in the villa were all shocked. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Everybody bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty!" Sector Lord Ao Duo also became a beam of light and flew over, bowing respectfully. Haha. Luo Feng looked at the large amount of shipments and laughed. "So many goods these past few days, Ao Duo. Sorry to trouble you." "No problem," Ao Duo replied. "Have all the goods arrived?" Luo Feng asked. "Your Majesty's orders have all arrived. Everything is here," Ao Duo replied respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and his eyes gleamed as he saw the large amount goods that took up over 10 kilometers. The goods that he spent 860 mixed elements on were all here. As he knew the points were extremely valuable, he tried not to use the points as much as possible. 860 mixed elements. This amount was available for him due to the dividends he got from Pinghai Company, especially from that huge investment. Of course, the main thing was the money remaining within the company to generate even more funds, since Luo Feng himself had close to 1,000 mixed elements. He ended up using 860 of them at one go. With these, the golden horned beasts, deities of the world second level, will have some progress. Luo Feng thought these goods before him included the cloud contact Vine's many nutritional items. These were the things that he prepared before heading to Blood River World. However, the most important things were still the materials for the golden horned beasts training of deities of the world. Training deities of the world had extremely high requirements. The weaker one was, the easier it was to train. The first level of deities of the world was completed by Luo Feng in Primal Chaos City. This was because the golden horned beast was weaker back then. That, and because Luo Feng was able to purchase many valuable materials to complete it. Many golden horned beasts only completed the first level throughout their entire lives. The second level required extremely rare materials. However, it was a pity that he was not able to afford some of the materials. This time, he spent 860 mixed elements, of which over 830 of them were used for the training materials for the second level, and this was still only the cheaper portion of the training. As for the special materials, even the treasure trove didn't have it. When it came to the expensive parts, Luo Feng couldn't afford them. The effects of deities of the world are intrepid, however the requirements are too harsh. The second level requires the Kenluo Sea's feathers. That alone requires 12 million. As for some items, they might as well not be in the treasure trove. Luo Feng thought, It was no wonder this technique was so hard to train. The cost for the second level to complete was extremely huge. At least, as he was only a small figure within the virtual universe company, Luo Feng still couldn't see the end in sight. Fu Luo Feng raised his hand and had Babata keep all the items in his storage space. The many items required at least 10 kilometers in space. However, in truth it didn't take up that much space, at least with Luo Feng's current status. Buying a larger space ring was easy. Second day. Luo Feng wore black armor and boots, and carried a 6-edged shield and a blood shadow blade. These were all custom-made for his mission on Blood River World. As the cloud contact vine and quantum computer on his arm didn't fit the regulations of the world, he passed them to the Masha clan body to wear. Of course, Babata hid within his storage space according to Luo Feng's instructions. Babata, you are forbidden from showing your presence in any way. On Blood River Planet, the most you can do is mentally communicate with me. Damn, I've been with your teacher through so many life or death situations. Relax, Babata said. Luo Feng stood in the villa and looked at the skies engulfed in mist. Rumble, a universe ship descended from the distance on Luo Feng's star. Fragment. Your Majesty, be careful on your mission, Ao Duo advised respectfully. Luo Feng nodded, becoming a beam of light and flying over. Good luck, Your Majesty. Over 100 guards and 1,000 staff members all said simultaneously. The distant Luo Feng had already entered the universe ship sent by the virtual universe company and quickly vanished with the ship. Dark Universe, this fish-shaped universe ship was swiftly progressing. Your Majesty, we are heading to Blood River World. Our speed has already reached 36 times light speed. We'll arrive in about 19 hours. A purple short-haired, beautiful-looking lady with a furry tail, who appeared very serious, explained to Luo Feng. After 19 hours, I'll inform Your Majesty. Until then, you can rest. Thanks, Luo Feng nodded. After which Luo Feng sat in the sofa beside and poured himself a glass of wine. As he was tasting it, he also sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe to practice the blade technique, illusionary 7 blades. Currently, every blade was already completely ingrained into his consciousness. Even so, amongst the 7 blades, his most proficient was still the Dutchman's pipe. Maybe it was because the Masha clan was proficient in assassination, or the fact that long periods of time spent on this training move had made his comprehension of it the deepest. Hence, even Luo Feng's earth bodies too was the most proficient in the Dutchman's pipe. As he was recapping the blade work and movement, 19 hours passed quickly. Your Majesty, we'll begin universe travel quickly and return to the actual universe, the purple short-haired lady said coldly. Simultaneously the ship's control room resounded with the countdown of the universe travel. After 10 seconds, the entire ship shook slightly and became stable again. The ship had finally arrived. External simulation, the lady ordered. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as the surrounding scenery morphed and revealed the external world's virtual simulation. So beautiful, Luo Feng was shocked. What appeared before him was the external world, which was covered in mist. It also contained all kinds of space debris, making it even more mysterious. However, in the distance was an incredibly beautiful palace that was floating in space itself. This palace is called Heaven Erosion Palace. A few of our virtual universe company absolute warriors are studying within. They are also in charge of Watching over Blood River World, the purple-haired lady introduced, within the palace not far away, there's a large empty sector. It has enough space to allow a universe ship to accelerate to universe travel. Heaven Erosion Palace, Watchtower. Luo Feng was shocked. Right, the lady nodded. The moment anyone flies out from Blood River World, they'll be discovered. If it's our people, they will naturally be safely taken. And if it's an aboriginal from Blood River World, naturally, they won't fare too well. I'll send you there right away. Once you exit this ship, it isn't too far away from Blood River World. Your Majesty Luo Feng will have to rely on your own ship, the dark purple-haired lady said. Your Majesty should have brought your own ship. Right, this point was mentioned in the training mission manual. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Hua. The cabin door opened and Luo Feng, who was dressed in a completely black armor and boots, while carrying a shield and blade, flew out of the ship into space. Heaven Erosion Palace. Luo Feng stood there, staring at the distant palace. With a wave, a silver pyramid ship appeared. It was the automaton ship he had acquired on Earth. This ship was definitely a very exceptional ship. Whether it was mobility or defense, it was not bad. Ship exterior simulation. Simulate a normal meteorite fragment. Luo Feng entered the silver pyramid and ordered. Yes, master. The exterior of the ship morphed and quickly became a gray normal-looking meteorite fragment. Looking like nothing within the space, it quickly accelerated and headed towards Blood River World. Standing in the control room, Luo Feng looked ahead. In the distance was an incredibly vast continent floating in space. It was completely shrouded in clouds and the atmosphere. This was Blood River World. Another 3 hours before entering the outer atmosphere. Luo Feng nodded. Blood River World had welcomed another outsider. Blood River World was a place where the strong are like the clouds, and it even had undyings. Luo Feng looked at the world closing in. I have to be extremely prudent and definitely not reveal my identity. However, it's strange. With the virtual universe's strength, clearing out the entire Blood River World should be very simple. Since they easily have such power, why did they instead chose to build a Heaven Erosion Palace to observe from space, and not dominate the world? Luo Feng was suspicious. This wasn't much like the attitude of a large power in the universe. This isn't up to me to bother about. Luo Feng shook his head. 3 hours later, the automaton ship, with an appearance of that of a normal meteorite, finally entered the atmosphere of Blood River World. I cannot proceed further. With a thought, he flew out of the ship's cabin door and had Babada keep the ship in his storage space. Blood River World, there are a total of 18 cloud layers. While looking at the mission's introduction, it had a general introduction of the entire world. Blood River World's atmosphere had a total of 18 cloud layers. The higher one headed, the greater the pressure would be. Only universe levels could use their bodies to pass through all 18 layers. However, the aboriginals of Blood River World at most fly up to the 18th level, not daring to go any further, because they know that the clan outside the heavens would kill all of the Blood River aboriginals as soon as they left the world. There hadn't been anyone that had survived leaving the 18 layers and returning alive. I don't have to worry in space outside the cloud layers. However, in these cloud layers, I might meet some aboriginals. Luo Feng's full body of black armor and boots, with the blade and shield on his back, was very accurately similar to the looks of a normal Blood River World warrior. From the 18th layer, he followed the terrifyingly strong gravity and madly plunged downwards. What strong gravity! With such strong gravity, only star levels would be able to fly in this luo. Feng calculated within the magnetic field within a star traveler's body. Cannot combat this strong gravity pull at all. So. Luo Feng became like a shooting star plunging down from the 18th layer. His speed was rising as he went lower. Finally, he controlled and maintained a normal speed of descent. After 15 minutes of descending, he finally broke through the first cloud layer. Before him, the scenery of Blood River World finally unfolded. Hua Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim with shock. Right below him was an endless vast mountain range and forest. With his gaze, he was able to determine that this ancient forest had an area of at least 10,000 kilometers at its edges. One could see little silhouettes. Those were the cities. The ancient forest and mountain range welcomed a guest from the heavens. While descending into the forested mountain range, this black silhouette's energy ripples immediately split apart the tree branches and leaves. He eventually slowed down and gradually landing on the rotten leaves on the ground. What terrifying gravity for the normal people of Blood River World to be able to withstand this pressure means that they should at least be at star traveler level. Luo Feng stood there and calculated in his head. The air here is produced by the universe energies, hence the air has shocking, strengthening effects on the body. No wonder this Blood River World has so many strong warriors. Living in a universe secret region has caused their bodies to be extremely strong, and also made training easier than outside. However, because they are within a secret region, their fate had already been sealed. Even if they became undying, they were unable to leave the secret region to explore the vast universe unless the undyings joined the virtual universe company. Luo Feng thought. However, the rotting smell and stench of this ancient forest is hard to bear. At this time, about 2,000 meters away from Luo Feng, a thick bent tree that required 20 people to hug around was wrapped with a jade-green snake that had a human face. This weird being's face had no nose, only eyes and a mouth. She was staring through the tree's vines at the silhouette 2,000 meters away. Sela, a piercing sound seemed to pierce through Luo Feng's ears. Simultaneously, a 60 long jade-green snake person became a blur of light and appeared beside Luo Feng. Immediately, that mouth opened wide fiercely, and a 3 to 4 diameter black hole opened, attempting to swallow Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned, with his eyes like a blade. He looked at the ferocious snake person creature. This creature was as tall as at least a 20-story building. Luo Feng was nothing but a dot compared to it. However, when Luo Feng looked over, that snake person's expression turned to that of shock and fear. Humph! Luo Feng snorted coldly. Rumble. That being lost all its strength in mid-air due to the initial inertia, it smashed into the trunk of the thick tree before falling hard on the ground. Once its huge body landed, from the human face seeped out dark green blood from its eyes, as it lay there motionless. These are what the aboriginals of Blood River World call the wild beasts. This is nothing but a beast with a power level around star level 5 or 6. Luo Feng thought it must have been suicidal to look for me. Luo Feng had purely used his consciousness strength to pressure it, in an instant crushing it and causing it to faint immediately. Luo Feng's consciousness was extremely strong, as it was comparable to that of a Pinus domain lord. Consciousness pressure, this was the most obvious difference amongst those With great power. If he had used it to pressure a universe level, the most he could do was make that person feel uncomfortable. However, against a star level that was 2 levels below, with just one gaze, it caused it to immediately crumble from within. A random wild beast already has star level 5 or 6 strength, living in a secret region. Really must be blessed by heaven. Luo Feng looked in the distance. I first have to leave the forest and head to the nearest city. Only once I head to a city will I be able to quickly look for the Blood River crystal. Blood River crystal, it was a special treasure product of this world. So Luo Feng left a blurry image and immediately vanished into the distance. At the edge of the mountain range forest, a team was heading forward. Young master, it's your first time venturing out to the wild beast forest. Don't get careless, just exploring around the outer edges, killing the outside beasts and training will do. A strong and sturdy, matured man about 1/8 m tall said with his dialect. His armor revealed his thick arms, and his face was covered in beard, while his brown eyes were filled with essence. Thunder uncle, with you around, what's there to worry about? Within the team, a youth dressed in silver armor, with a purple engraving on his forehead, laughed happily and said. This youth casually carried a black bow, and on his back was a quiver with arrows. That strong and sturdy man couldn't help but smile, but with a sudden sniff his expression changed, and he said softly, everybody be careful, this should be the territory of the manga beast. Manga beast. The expressions of the guards within the team became serious. However, they were still relaxed. Against these wild beasts they couldn't be careless. This was a saying passed from long ago in Blood River world. However, no matter how powerful, these guards were still clear about one thing: as long as their team was careful, killing these beasts was easy. Manga beast, leave it to me. The youth was very excited. Young master, Thunder uncle frowned. No problem. The youth had already drawn an arrow from the quiver. He lifted his bow and got ready to fire. The team approached carefully. After a while, when the team moved past the plants and trees, they saw a black armored skinny youth with a shield on his back by the river. His hands held barbecued meat, which he was enjoying. At this time, a huge gray blur silhouette was heading over from the distance. This caused the entire team to jump with a shock. And the skinny youth sitting by the river seemed to detect something. He turned his head to look at the dim-witted huge gray silhouette, looking for death. The team witnessed the scene. All the guards all knew that this stupid youth that had stumbled into the wild beast forest was definitely a punk without any experience. Otherwise, why would he stupidly look at the manga beast that was attacking? A true warrior would firstly prepare ahead of time and would have moved to a favorable terrain. At least, not sitting idly by. Manga beast is a sky-level wild beast, Thunder uncle roared. Xiao. A black light immediately pierced through the air and hit the gray silhouette. That gray silhouette let out a cry of pain and immediately twisted and landed on the ground. It was a furry bastard. The only thing was that it only had one claw. However, that claw was as huge as its entire body. An arrow was lodged in its body and red blood spurted out from the wound. So, the moment it landed, it let out cries of pain and angrily rushed towards the team. Show that silver youth's expression grew serious, the purple engraving on his forehead slightly glowed with light. His hand was like a phantom, as it swiftly drew another arrow and fired. However, the manga beast, which was prepared this time, twisted its body and waved its sharp claw, knocking that black light away. roar that strong and sturdy man brandished 2 axes from his waist and his arms fiercely crossed. Rumble. It seemed as though one axe appeared in mid-air, slashing past the body of the manga beast, after which the single axe disappeared and that strong and sturdy man had already reached 10 behind the manga beast. The manga beast immediately fell from mid-air, splitting in 2 halves as fresh blood flowed from its organs. Thunder Uncle sure is powerful, too powerful, the silver-armored youth clapped excitedly. Don't get careless in the future. The manga beast has 2 trump cards. One is its claws, and the other is its poison breath. This manga beast has already reached sky level. If it gets close and releases its gas, that would be troublesome, the strong and sturdy man lectured, simultaneously instructing his guards to extract the materials and essence of the beast. Yes, the other guards immediately laughed happily and went to gather. The silver-armored youth walked towards the distant black-armored youth and smiled and waved with a tone that was proud of his own age and experience. "Brother, where are you from?" At this time, the silver-armored youth felt a sense of being a hero and savior. From his point of view, if it wasn't for his arrow, that black-armored youth would have died. Thanks. Luo Feng looked at the silver-armored youth, smiling and nodding. That manga beast before only had a power of star level 1 or 2. Its sneak attack was long discovered by Luo Feng, and he was preparing to turn and destroy it, but who knew that the passionate silver-armored youth would attempt to save him? However, even though the people of Blood River World worshipped strength, they still had these innocent youths looking at this excited silver-armored youth. Before him, Luo Feng felt a great sense of anticipation towards Blood River World. After a while, Luo Feng left the ancient forest with this team. "No trouble at all. I guess I've trained enough. We can return. We'll go together. It'll be safer that way." The silver-armored youth was very excited. As he thought about it, this black-armored, skinny youth before him was obviously one with less experience, and if he went out to explore by himself, he might die. Since he was returning to home, they might as well bring him along. The feeling of saving someone feels good, the silver-armored youth thought. "Ah, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Naku, and you?" The silver-armored youth smiled and looked at Luo Feng. "I'm called Feng." Luo Feng replied. "Feng?" The silver-armored youth nodded, exclaiming, "Good name, big brother." "Feng is obviously older. I'll call you big brother, then, when we return to our Swallow Mound City. If you have time, I'll show you around. I grew up in the city after all." Swallow Mound. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. According to the Virtual Universe Company's information, even though it was pretty detailed, however, Blood River World was after all too vast a world. There was no way for it to explain everything. It could only give a brief introduction of everything at the same time. If they explained too much about many of the secrets, it wouldn't have the same training effect on the core members. According to the information, in Blood River World, the native strength was separated into ground level, sky level, clouds level, domain level, world level, undying spirit. It actually coincided with the universe's star traveler level, universe, domain lord, sector lord, and undying level. And the cities of Blood River World were mainly separated into territorial cities or world cities. The territorial city was the core of a territory. Every leader of these territories were definitely a domain-level domain lord. The world cities were the core of the world, and the leaders of these were definitely sector lords. In the vast Blood River world, every world city had a diameter of hundreds of millions of km or even billions of km. The population ranged in the trillions or more in Blood River world. There were over 10 million world cities. Above these world cities there were even the Undying Palaces. The Undying Palaces are high in ranking, and they normally didn't interfere with the normal matters of Blood River world. It looks like the place that I descended belongs to the Swallow Mound territory. Luo Feng thought within. Swallow Mound territorial city should be a core city within the surrounding 10 million kilometers, and the city leader is most probably a domain lord warrior. I require Blood River crystals. However, the information given by the Virtual Universe Company never explained anything about the crystals. It only states that the crystals were treasures of the world. Any idiot would know they were treasures. The Virtual Universe Company already called this huge continent Blood River. Wouldn't the Blood River crystal be extremely important? Luo Feng calculated. Within the Blood River world had long had their own word system. Once I enter the city, there should be some books in the city that I can buy. I'll find out the details of the crystals through these books. Through enchantment and several techniques, he could interrogate others. However, asking them wouldn't be as detailed as reading the books. A territorial city with an area of 10 million km would definitely be advanced, and would have what he needed. In advanced places, currency is definitely important. The materials I got from hunting the beasts should be worth quite a bit. Luo Feng long had a plan of what he needed to do. He was an outsider after all. His identity had to be kept secret since he had just entered Blood River world. It was better to remain low profile. This was also why when he first landed in the forest, he didn't fly straight towards the city, as hunting and acquiring materials in the forest could get him some money, and that 10,000 kilometers area forest could only be considered a normal wild beast forest. The beasts were at most star level 8 or 9. There wasn't a single universe level. The silver-armored youth chatted with Luo Feng, as the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle and the other guards all stared at them. This dumb little punk must be extremely lucky to have our group of brothers protect him. The young master is too kind. If it were me, I couldn't be bothered. Hee, brothers, speaking about it, just now we saw this Feng turn stupidly around at the manga beast flying over at him. His face was filled with shock and fear. I can't help but laugh at that scene. Haha, I really don't know how this stupid punk dares to enter the wild beast forest. Luckily we were only on the outer regions and haven't met any powerful wild beasts, otherwise he would have become their shit long ago. The guards chatted behind. Shut up. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle ordered. The group of guards immediately stopped. Be careful. Even though we are already on the way back, there's still thousands of km to go. There's usually bandits about. Captain, with you around, which small bandit would dare approach us? Yeah, that will be suicide. The tall and sturdy man glanced at Luo Feng towards the stranger that they saved along the way. He remained wary. The young master's kind heart made him helpless, because he was very clear that this was a world that favored the strong. All sorts of scheming, backstabbing and slaughter happened all the time. Having a kind heart was disadvantageous to the young master in such a world. The master spoils the young master too much. He wants to wait till the young master matures before letting him taste some hardship. The tall and sturdy man shook his head. In the vast flat land road ahead, a blur of people were cheering and swiftly Progressing, it was Luo Feng and the silver-armored youths group, who were heading back as they were chatting and cheering. As they maintained their speed at 1,000 km per hour, to the ground level. Fighters, it was very relaxing. Look, ahead it's our Swallow Mound territorial city, we are only about 1 hour away from it. The silver-armored youth gazed ahead at the large, blurred silhouette of the city. He spoke with the native tongue and dialect, although Luo Feng too used the same dialect. The accent, however, was not as precise. Rumble. Luo Feng's little team that was progressing felt ripples coming from the ground. As they looked back, they saw a vast black shadow swiftly rushing towards them. Everybody else couldn't see with their eyes, however Luo Feng could see with one glance. It was a huge team chasing them. They all rode different types of beasts. These tamed beasts, some were huge, while others small. Some had wings on their backs. Among the differences, the one thing they had in common was that their speeds were extremely fast. Tamed beasts, Luo Feng could recognize in one glance. Some of the beasts were similar to those he had hunted in the forest before. "Let's make way," the tall and sturdy man communicated to the others. Immediately, the team headed to the side of the road. The large team with hundreds of beasts ran over swiftly. The beasts' hooves and sharp claws pierced into the ground, causing dust to fly all over, and immediately settled back down again due to the strong gravity. "Haha, isn't this young Master Naku?" An ear-piercing laugh resounded like a tornado about the large team that rushed over. Suddenly stopped, and simultaneously tens of them flew over to where Luo Feng's team was. In the blink of an eye, these fighters had already reached before them. The leader of this team was a tall and handsome youth. He was riding what seemed like a tiger, dressed fully in armor. However, it was at least 10 m long. The leader was looking at Naku, his face proud and satisfied. Yu Feng, the silver-armored youth's expression changed. TSK is the genius archer afraid. The tall and handsome youth's expression slowly turned cold with a snort. "You didn't expect me to catch you outside the city, right, young Master Yu Feng?" A booming voice resounded. The tall and sturdy man took a step forward, gazing at the tall and handsome youth's group and saying seriously, "My family's master and the Yu family have some connections and relationships. I hope young Master Yu won't do anything rash." "I'm speaking right now. Did I say it was your place to speak?" the tall and handsome youth angrily roared, and his expression pained. "Get lost. Yu Feng, you shut up," the silver-armored youth roared. "Haha, pure and kind Naku, haven't you grasped the situation yet? Outside the city, your father cannot come save you." The tall and handsome youth's expression was struggled. The muscles in his face twitched and his eyes resembled a venomous snake staring coldly. "I haven't forgotten how you humiliated me half a year ago." Beside them, Luo Feng frowned. The enemy's party was obviously superior. The large group behind the Yu Feng was made up of just the 10 underlings. Alone, there was 1-star level 9 and 9-star level 7 or 8s. And this side, Naku's strongest warrior, that Thunder Uncle, was only a star level 6 or 7. "We are in big trouble," the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle was worried within. "The warriors in this team have about half of the Yu family's strongest, so many strong warriors following a little kid out seems strange. Captain, what do we do?" "Captain, behind that young Master Yu, there's that dripping blood blade warrior, who is one of their 3 strongest in the family. He's a sky level pinnacle warrior. Just him alone would be enough to decimate us." The team was flustered. The silver-armored youth's eyes contracted. He stared angrily at the young master on the beast and roared, "You Feng, whatever you have, just bring it at me." "Ah, just like a true warrior, what a presence," the tall and handsome youth snorted and laughed, following which his expression changed, and he roared, "Men, teach a good lesson to this group of people, however, don't kill them. You Feng ain't that vicious. Also grab the Na Ke and tie him up. I want to bond with him well." "Yes," the group of warriors on the beasts replied together. "Hua!" The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle, along with the other guards, all brandished their weapons together. The young master on the beast laughed coldly. "Whoever resists, kill immediately." "Of course, don't kill young Master Na Ku. After all, he's my good brother that I grew up with. Go." Immediately, the group of intrepid warriors flew from the backs of the beasts and headed towards Naka's little team. Luo Feng stood beside that silver-armored youth and frowned. He had just landed in Blood River World. He didn't wish to cause a commotion. "Haha! Kill anyone who resists." That group of warriors all laughed madly and flew over, especially the skinny man dressed in a blood-red armor, carrying two dark red blades. He gazed at the guard team of the silver-armored youth, his gaze focusing on the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle. On this side, the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle and the guards had ugly expressions. They wanted to retaliate but didn't dare. To the silver-armored youth, Na Ku could only grit his teeth with rage. Rumble. The group of warriors flying over along with Skinny Man suddenly all stopped. "Get lost." Almost like Thunder God's roar, the 10 before them felt it reverberate within their minds like a terrifying pressure descending on them. They all felt a sense of pressure they couldn't resist. It was the type of pressure that was about to destroy them. "Get lost, get lost, get lost." That roar resounded within their minds. The group of warriors immediately descended from mid-air and didn't attack. "Let's go." The skinny man gazed at the silver-armored youth's team and ordered, "Let's go." The youth too shouted, staring at the silver-armored youth, Na Ku. Looking at the previously arrogant and proud team suddenly turn and leave. Na Ku and his underlings, even Thunder Uncle, were all left stunned and suspicious. Why have they left? This. They are just leaving. The guards couldn't believe they had just escaped this crisis. Impossible. The silver-armored youth stared wide-eyed. "You Feng, that bastard isn't that kind to just let me go. There's a strong warrior secretly helping us." The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle said softly, and he was very sure of it. Strong warrior. The group of guards, including Na Ku, looked curiously at the tall and sturdy man. "Thunder Uncle, you say there's someone else?" The silver-armored youth was suspicious. Thunder Uncle nodded, emphasizing, "There are 3 possibilities. The first one is the master. He's always spoiled you. He may have arranged an absolute warrior to protect you secretly." At this, the guards around all nodded. Even Na Ku, who was suspicious initially, started to believe him after a while. "The second is that a mysterious absolute warrior is helping us secretly," Thunder Uncle said. "The third one is that someone from the Yu family's team is helping us." The first and second made sense, but you said someone from the Yu family is helping us? Na Ku was shocked. "Captain, that can't be." The group of guards couldn't believe it. "Haven't you discovered the 10 that headed over here before alone had dripping blood blade and the 9 great guards?" The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle emphasized, looking at the distant large team. The team had more than 100 people, but just the 10 were that strong. Of the rest of them, there should still be many other powerful warriors. If it weren't something important, they definitely wouldn't have sent out so many strong warriors. Who knows, within the team was the true leader of the group. Thunder Uncle said seriously they had urgent matters to do. Having such altercations while they had matters to do was the worst thing they'd wish for. That leader may have been dissatisfied and ordered all of them to return. Makes sense, the group of guards nodded. Thunder Uncle is very impressive, the silver-armored youth, Na-ku, complimented while laughing. However, I'm still curious as to the large number of strong warriors, and many of the warriors were from other powers. Such a strong team, what were they doing? Thunder Uncle frowned. Even if the family leader came out, he wouldn't bring so many warriors. Right. Must be something very important. Yu Feng was swiftly taking his men to rejoin the large group. Third Uncle, just what warrior was secretly helping them before? Aren't you a match for him? Yu Feng looked at the skinny man beside him. That skinny man was one of the Yu Feng family's top 3 warriors, with the name dripping blood. Blade Yu Yan Ta. He was a star level 9 absolute warrior, strong even amongst those of the same level. The skinny man, Yu Yan Ta's eyes twitched as they were filled with fear. He said, Yu Feng, that secret warrior was extremely strong. If he didn't control himself not to kill anyone, I'd already be dead. What? Yu Feng's eyes stared wide. My God. Yu Feng was a land-level, star traveler warrior, so he could definitely feel the danger. However, his third uncle was the sky-level star-level pinnacle warrior. If even he felt that the enemy could easily kill him without even making a move, then that secret warrior must be terrifyingly strong. Just what level was that person? Cloud level. Yu Feng shook his head. Even a cloud level wouldn't be that strong. Cloud levels aren't that strong. A cloud level couldn't simply just use his consciousness to pressure us and make us unable to resist. The skinny man Yu Yan Ta nodded, saying, I estimate the secret warrior should be a domain level, looking at how he could immediately pressure the group and not kill them. His control of his pressure is very precise and controlled. He must be pretty powerful even amongst the domain levels. Domain level. Yu Feng was stunned. Swallow Mound had an area of 10 million, with a population in the trillions. Swallow Mound's leader was a domain-level domain lord. At this level, he was already an absolute being within Swallow Mound territory. There wasn't any family that could mess with him. He could simply make a move and destroy the families. That punk Na-ku, how did he find such a powerful being to protect him? Yu Feng couldn't believe it. Yu Feng, your group, hurry and return to the team. Don't waste time, Yan Ta. We are using our full force this time. Don't you know the importance of what we are doing? You even went to waste time with that little kid. Yu Feng, humph. An old voice resounded within their minds. Uncle, we have matters to report, Yu Yan Ta communicated. Speak. Uncle, when we went over to teach that Na family young master a lesson, we discovered one thing. There was a terrifying domain-level warrior behind that Na-ku. Domain level, that firm old voice suddenly stuttered. Yes. How much guarantee do you have it's a domain level? That old voice couldn't believe it. Have you made a mistake? 99 sure, to be able to use only consciousness pressure to make us all crumble and unable to resist. Only domain levels could do that, Yu Yan Ta reported respectfully. Who is it? The old voice asked nervously. A domain level can completely change the power hierarchy within a territory if it's a powerful domain level. Domain lord, then he would be able to even get rid of the current leader and acquire the God Palace's recognition. At that point, he can immediately become the new city leader. Not clear, maybe he was hiding within his team, or he was somewhere we couldn't see. He was way stronger than us, hence, I couldn't be sure. Yu Yan Ta said. We have to sort this out clearly when we return, but first let's return to the city. Yes. The vast team from the Yu family swiftly progressed a possible domain level warrior alone had made the upper echelons all flustered, as messing with a domain level was simply suicide. About 800 kilometers outside of Swallow Mound City, the vast road pierced right through the large mountain. This mountain was split in half, forming a canyon. It seemed like a normal enough canyon at this time. There were silhouettes walking at the peak of the mountain that was split apart by a strong warrior. There were a total of 13 people. All of them were dressed in armor, wearing helmets, revealing only their eyes. On their backs, they carried one or two axes, or single huge axes. Their armors were made up of black, blood red, and gold colors. Big brother, they've come. The Yu family team is here. The one leading was huge in stature, dressed in gold armor, his blood-red eyes gazing through the helmet, filled with cold, roaring, "Brothers, go, grab the goods." Rumble, 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 rumble. 13 silhouettes rushed from the peaks like bullets, fiercely shooting downwards. When the 13 silhouettes swiftly descended, they immediately aroused the attention of the vast team. Flying over, the leader of the team was an old man with a black beard. He raised his right hand, roared, "Stop!" The vast path ahead had only the 13 silhouettes. 13, like 13 devils standing there. 10, 13, the black-bearded old man's face went pale. 13X at the forefront of the team, the skinny man beside the black bearded old man. Yu Yan Ta's expression went pale too. Why have they come? It can't be. Within Swallow Mound territory, there were a few strong heroes who were extremely powerful. Much stronger than these business families. For example, this 13X was made up of 13 powerful warriors with similar interests that formed the group. There were no underlings in the group, just these 13. However, just which family actually dared to mess with Swallow Mound's 13 acts? What was it based on? Within these 13 axes, there were 3 cloud levels and 10 pinnacle sky levels. Domain level domain lord, that was the dominating strength in the entire Swallow territory, controlling the entire territory. Cloud level, universe level, these were considered the pinnacle fighting strength within the territory, as they were very powerful. What do we do? What do we do? We cannot lose these goods. The large Yu family was shocked. Lords of the 13 acts, whatever orders you have, please speak. The black bearded old man was apprehensive within his appearance, however was still strong and proud as he shouted, "Yu family!" A soft voice resounded from the 13 demons standing before them. The leader said, "Hand over the armor from the ancient ruins, we'll spare your lives." The black-bearded old man stared. Run! The black-bearded old man's expression was struggling as he communicated to his team. Rumble. The entire team seemed like they were prepared. Immediately the group of sky level, star level madly rushed in all directions. Large amounts of the ground level swiftly flew and fled too, be it climbing the mountains or Following along the path backwards, the skinny man, Yu Yan Ta, too, followed the pack backwards. Yan Ta, quickly go to where that Na family punk is if that domain level being is there. Our Yu family still has some hope, the black-bearded old man roared and communicated to them. Yes, uncle, the skinny man replied. When the 100-man team of the Yu family madly fled, the leader of the 13 Axe, his blood-red eyes flashed with violence and he shouted, "Kill all of them, don't spare even a single one." Haha, understood. They can't get away. 9th and 13th brother, it's up to you too. Including their leader, the 13 Axes swiftly became a blur and chased down the stronger fleeing members of the family. The two black-armored men laughed manically as they extended their arms immediately. So blurry beams of light shot in all directions. When Luo Feng was a student level 9, he could already control 10 flying blades. As for now, if he didn't require strength, he could control thousands of little golden blades easily. Of course, if he required strength, he could only control about 10. These 2-star level pinnacle warriors both immediately shot out 100 little thin flying axe-like assassination weapons. Each of them were about half the size of a palm and 1 millimeter in thickness. A blur of flying axe assassination weapons covered the skies and shot in all directions. No quick. The large number of warriors fleeing all immediately went mad, as their surrounding comrades were being sliced through their heads by the flying axes. As they pierced right through, fresh blood spewed everywhere with brain matter and heads falling all over. In an instant, the entire canyon was stained red. Almost like a nightmare scene, the large group of ground-level star traveler were simply massacred. In a few seconds, the entire Yu family in the canyon had less than 20 people left. My God, the black-bearded old man was paralyzed on the ground. His face was stained with the blood of others, and his eyes were staring wide-eyed. Chi. A little flying axe weapon as thin as a cicada's wing left a dazzling silhouette in mid-air and later pierced through the old bearded man's head. Almost like slicing tofu. There's nothing. It isn't here. This old bastard's has a space wristband, however, it doesn't have the armor we want. From the 13 Axe, the two who controlled the attacks swiftly checked the important bodies among them. They found only one space item, however it didn't have the item they wanted. The ones who fled are the most important. Those 10 have fled from the canyon. No worries, Big Brother is chasing them. He's caught up. Chi. The two became a beam of light and swiftly caught up with crowd. On the wide road, about 10 people were fleeing as hard as they could. Quickly. Their faces were filled with fear, especially the center tall and handsome young Master Yu Feng. His face was ashen. He was extremely nervous and communicated worriedly, third uncle, carry me and flee, bring me along with you." However, the strongest among the group, third uncle Yu Yan Ta, had long fled far away, not caring about him. "Haha, you think you can run?" In the distance, a gold-armored demon god tore through the skies and caught up. His laughter resounded loudly within the ears of the 10 of them who were fleeing behind this gold-armored silhouette. There was one more who was swiftly flying over. "Go and die." The gold-armored demon god silhouette dived down, and simultaneously the genetic energy of the cloud-level universe level smashed into the ground. Fiercely, a ripple started to spread in all directions, exploding within the 100 M area, a universe level's genetic energy with its terrifying strength had reduced the surroundings to nothing but waste screams of pain and shrieks. Sounds could be heard in the air. No, Yufeng held in fear, however, his body seemed to be hit by countless assassination weapons, immediately becoming like a sieve. Even his head had rubble piercing through, after which it exploded and left nothing but a mess. Young Master Yufeng was dead. Naku. Before dying, Yufeng stared wide-eyed. He had hoped so badly that he would be able to reach Naku's team, at least with that being there he stood a chance of survival. However, it was a pity that his speed was too slow. At this time, there was only one person left in the fleeing Yufeng family. It was one of the three strongest in the family, reaching the pinnacle of sky level dripping blood, Yuan Ta. Even within the 13 acts, he would be ranked about 4th or 5th in strength. He had fled along the road from the beginning with the highest speed he could muster. He didn't care about Yufeng, because he knew if he lost that armor, the Yu family in the city would be done. 4-2. Back then I shouldn't have agreed. The treasure within the ancient god ruins isn't something our Yu family can take. I hate the fact that we were too greedy, simply too greedy. While flying as fast as he could, he cursed within. Back then, when the Yu family saw the benefits from success, their greed exceeded their fear, hence, they decided to gamble this time. Yes, this was a gamble. Haha, dripping blood, you still wish to flee? A voice immediately reached Yu Yan Ta's ears. Yu Yan Ta looked back. In the distance a gold silhouette was rushing over, causing Yu Yan Ta's expression to grow even uglier. Amongst the 13 acts, the head, number 3 and 7 were the three he least wanted to meet. This was because these three were cloud level, universe level. The other 7 he still had enough confidence he could beat. Naku. Yu Yan Ta fought hard to increase his speed, staring into the distance. Suddenly, there stood a 10-man team, of which there was the familiar silver-armored youth, Naku. This caused Yu Yan Ta's eyes to immediately glow with hope. As his face flushed red, he roared loudly, "Young Master Naku! Save me!" Luo Feng and that team had distanced themselves close to 200 kilometers from the Yu Feng family team, and Yu Yan Ta was after all just a pinnacle star level. Even though Blood River World's gravity was so strong that a star traveler couldn't fly, however, Yu Yan Ta's speed could still reach up to 8 kilometers a second. If it were in space without gravity, a star-level pinnacle could reach up to 150 kilometers per second. The gravity of Blood River World was shocking, and because of that Yu Yan Ta's speed could only reach 8 kilometers per second. Close to 200 kilometers in distance, he had flown for 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the large Yu family team was decimated. "Young Master Naku, save me!" A roar filled with genetic energy immediately resounded in the surrounding land and skies, causing the team that was rushing back, Luo Feng and Naku and his group, to be stunned. They turned their head to look over. In the distance, 2 silhouettes were approaching. One ahead of the other, they were swiftly heading towards their team. Especially the golden silhouette behind had long released his large aura all about. It's Yu Yan Ta, and behind him is the leader of the 13X, the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle. Deduced from a look revealing fear, he communicated, "Everybody listen up, do not ever mess with the leader of the 13X, young Master Naku. Don't ever go help Yu Yan Ta. We cannot help him, rather, it Would be suicide to help him at this point. Naka's face too was pale. Leader of the 13 acts, within Swallow Mound's 10 million kilometers area, this was definitely a person that was highly reputable and deserving of respect. Save me, the skinny man. Yu Yen Ta's face was filled with fear as he rushed towards Naka's team. However, Naka's team stood there not even moving. Obviously they didn't wish to intervene. Rumble from behind, a terrifying energy wave ripple over. Not good. Yu Yen Ta looked behind. That gold-armored demon god wielding an axe had already waved it and was slashing towards him. The huge axe swing had formed a high-pressure ripple. A slash ripple visible to the naked eye was rushing towards him, causing Yu Yen Ta's eyes to flush red as he waved his blade hard to stop it. Dang! Yu Yen Ta was knocked onto the ground from the ripple. His entire body was shaken so hard his bones were broken. Yu Yen Ta's stared wide-eyed, blood leaking from his mouth, following which his head fell and there was no more sense of life. Rumble, rumble. In the distance, two silhouettes landed. Big brother, did you find the item? The too tall and sturdy man shouted. It should be on him. The leader looked at Yu Yen Ta's corpse on the ground and immediately grabbed his arm. He turned back to look at his brothers, third and seventh brother. It's a space wristband, the two who had just massacred. Everybody else looked, as their eyes gleamed. Luo Feng and Naka's little team stood there, not daring to move or flee. It's exactly like what the information depicted. Blood River World favors the strong. Massacres can be seen everywhere, even punks with high statuses are killed just like that. Luo Feng glanced at the distant Yu Yen Ta's corpse, shaking his head quietly. At this time, silhouettes continued to appear from mid-air. The 13 acts have arrived. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle's eyes were filled with shock. 13 acts, the legendary 13 acts. The silver-armored Naka's eyes had a sense of both excitement and nervousness. These were legendary figures. Killing the powerful team from the Yufeng family was simply like killing chicken. These were the true strong warriors, absolute warriors. The not-too-distant leader of the 13 acts frowned. Why isn't it here? What? It's not there. Big brother, the space wristband doesn't have the armor. Have you all checked? Everybody else? The leader looked at his brothers. The other 12 all replied, they don't have it. We've all checked. Only one person had a space item and it didn't have the armor we want. Just now that dripping blood was calling for them to save him. The leader in the gold armor said as his blood-red eyes looked at the distant group, causing Naku and his group to immediately feel fear. The leader frowned. They may be the same group with the Yu family, only separated into the early and later groups. Big brother, we'll kill and then look. Why think so much about it? The leader nodded. Kill them. To the 13 acts, killing a bunch of rich family teams in Swallow Mound was simply like stepping on ants. That simple. In the continent of Blood River it didn't matter where you stood or what you had. If one had a big fist, that was the law. We have no relationship with the Yu family. Don't kill us. Spare us. Including that tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle. The group of guards all looked fearful. Even the simple and full of fighting spirit youth, Naka, looked fearful and shocked. So troublesome. Luo Feng shook his head. There's 3 universe levels in this group. I cannot simply just pressure them with consciousness. I will have to personally make a move. The information was right. There are many times in Blood River World where one cannot help but have to kill others. Rumble. The 13X group were initially just staring coldly at Naka's group, however. One of them was just about to unleash his assassination weapons, when all of a sudden, the 13 of them revealed a look of fear, because in an instant, before the 13 of them, one silhouette appeared, a black-haired youth in black armor. 13 images simultaneously appeared before the 13 of them. How's that possible, including the powerful leader of the 13X, the 13 of them stared with fear, because the opponent's appearance was simply too strange. It was fast to the point of teleportation. However, even in fear, they all struggled hard to use their weapons. 13 images, 13 Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyes grew cold, his gaze was like a blade, 13 images all looking at the 13 members. His blade flashed 13 extremely beautiful flashes, infused with immense hatred. Naku and his group who were witnessing this scene, including the 13 X who were being attacked, couldn't help but get affected by the blade work. Their consciousness was getting enticed into the blade work itself. Chi 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 chi. 13 flashes of the blade like surgical blades followed the outline of their helmets, immediately entering within and retracting the continuous floating 13. Flashes flashed and vanished, the images vanished too, and Luo Feng placed his blood-red illusionary blade back in its sheath, which was on his back. Silence. The 13 warriors stood there, motionless. The pure and innocent Naku, Thunder Uncle, along with the group of guards, were all still immersed within the blade work. Luo Feng couldn't help but shoot them a glance with a slight pressure from his consciousness, causing the completely immersed punks to awaken from the shock. All of them took a while to comprehend what just happened. Why are the 13 acts all standing there motionless? My eyes weren't deceiving me before, right? I saw, a guard said, clearly still stunned. Shut up, the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle communicated angrily. The guard immediately awoken. Dead, the 13 acts are dead, the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle communicated. Can't you see from the 13 armors and helmets traces of blood dripping down? Since you all still have some bit of strength, can't you sense that there's no energy coming from them at all? It's true, there are blood stains. No energy at all. My God, I didn't see wrongly, did I? That stupid one called Feng. No, that powerful black armored guy casually made a move and simultaneously killed 13 people, and the 13 acts actually couldn't even retaliate. I just saw 13 black armored warriors simultaneously slashing. The blade work was simply captivating. The group of guards were completely subdued. Blood River World favored strength, and the blade work that captivated them made them tremor within. I was really stupid, so stupid the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle's body was trembling slightly. The first time I saw this absolute warrior, he wasn't standing there stupidly looking at the manga beast. He didn't even think of the beast as an opponent. Even the 13 acts with 3 cloud levels, they couldn't even retaliate and were all killed, much less the manga beast. That group of bastards still said he was stupid. Obviously, it's purely us who are stupid. Right, before when the Yu family and troops wanted to humiliate our young master, they were all scared away. It was definitely him who helped us. Without revealing a trace, he scared away people like dripping blood until they all fled. That's a true warrior, absolute warrior. The silver-armored Naku's gaze at Luo Feng was filled with burning madness. Absolute warrior, a true warrior, absolute warrior, Naku muttered. The 13 acts easily killed someone like Yu Yan Ta, and he was a legendary warrior. However, Big Brother Feng actually killed the 13 acts with them unable to even make a move, and they are still standing there motionless, like they didn't even do anything. What kind of strength is this? Young master, this is a true absolute warrior, the training hermit Thunder. Uncle's face was excited, communicating, his impression is not bad. You go. Hurry and get close to him. To be on good terms with such an absolute warrior is most important for our Na family. Don't bother me. Na Ku didn't care about anything about the Na family at the moment. All he felt at this time was excitement. The excitement from meeting a legendary idol. Na Ku was nervous within, however he grit his teeth and walked towards Luo Feng. After killing the 13 acts, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered with the stunned guards. He was using his spirit energy to scan over the bodies of the 13 acts, along with Yu Yan Ta. These 13 acts are wealthy, every one of them has a space item. Luo Feng's scan had confirmed controlling his spirit energy, be it space bracelets to wrist bands, arm guards, space belts. He took all the items from their bodies and kept them within his space ring. Let's see what's in them. Luo Feng flipped his hand and retrieved a bracelet, using his spirit energy to pry it and check. Feng, Big Brother Feng. An excited and nervous voice resounded. Luo Feng turned, looking at the flushed red-faced nervous and excited silver armored youth, Na Ku. At this time, the youth took a deep breath, his eyes barely containing his excitement and worship. Big Brother Feng, are you the legendary warrior who remains low profile and constantly roaming about the continent, hermit? Hermit Luo Feng was stunned, following which he nodded and smiled. I guess so. Ah. Na Ku was extremely excited. I heard that the hermits are low profile and powerful. They travel from world to world, constantly roaming, and their sights are extremely broad, having been to many mysterious places like the Blood Demon Ocean, Forbidden Mountains, Ancient God Ruins, etc. Have you been there? Luo Feng realized the youth before him was worshipping him, asking if he had been to these places. However, just what were these places he was speaking of? He's been to the Dark Universe, Primal Chaos City, World Within a World, Absolute Beginning, Secret Region, and even to the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters. However, the Blood Demon Ocean, Forbidden Mountains, Ancient God Ruins within Blood River World, he had never even heard of them. I haven't been there. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Maybe there'll be a chance in the future. Na Ku was extremely excited. I heard that the Blood Demon Ocean is 800 worlds away from us. Even the leader of a world city would take very long to get there. Luo Feng was shocked within. The distance wasn't far, however there was no flying ship technology in Blood River World. One could only fly himself with the high gravity. How long would it take to fly 800 worlds away? The world distance of the Aboriginals of Blood River continent, referred to the area territory of a world. Every world territory had a diameter of hundreds of millions of km up to billions of km. With such an area, even if one traveled 100,000 kilometers a day, it would still take 10,000 days to pass through one world. 800 worlds. How many years would that take? Luo Feng and Na Ku's team walked towards the distant and vast Swallow Mound city. He walked while checking the items left behind by the 13 acts. From the check, Luo Feng had some unexpected surprises. There's actually so much currency. The 13 acts are indeed wealthy. With It will be much more convenient. Luo Feng wasn't too excited about the money. What he was truly excited for was, there's actually so many books. Most of them were training methods and so on, but there was a large amount of books with common knowledge and information about exploring the continent. Similar to encyclopedias. The techniques and skills Luo Feng couldn't even be bothered with. Having seen the time-space scribbles thousands of techniques, Luo Feng could easily create skills that were better than these. It couldn't even compare. The training of Blood River World couldn't even compare in any way with humanity's sacred training land, Primal Chaos City. Common knowledge, encyclopedias. Luo Feng randomly picked one, and this book used a soft but sturdy material. On it were 3 words, Blood River Crystal. Before, I was still worried about not knowing any information on the crystals yet. Right now I have a book that explains in detail. Luo Feng was very happy. The money didn't mean much to him. He walked while using his spirit energy to scan the book and swiftly read through it and understanding the detailed information on the crystals. Blood River crystals, the gems of the entire continent. It had incomparable mysterious energy. It was a treasure given to the continent by gods. Only the high and mighty undying shrines would occasionally give the world's a Blood River crystal. Other than these shrines, no other power or person could create the crystals, even to the point of where they came from or how they are created. Blood River crystals can be absorbed into the body, producing an incomparably mysterious effect. As to its mystery, these books could only guess, not publicly explaining its effects. However, not everyone could absorb the crystals into their bodies, as it had high requirements on the warrior. Under normal circumstances, warriors who had massacred more would find it easier to absorb one crystal. The Blood River crystal was something every warrior from the vast continent seeked. However, it was simply too valuable and rarely seen. In the vast continent, the Undying Shrines had set a rule: domain level. Domain Lord warriors, only after absorbing one Blood River crystal will he have the right to dominate a territory. Normal domain levels have no right to become city leader. World level sector Lord warriors, they too have to absorb one crystal to have the right to dominate a world city. Blood River crystals were rare and valuable, and absorbing them was even harder. Just one alone was difficult. Absorbing 2 would have 10 times the requirements on the body. 3 crystals would have a 1,000 times the requirements. The further one goes, the harsher the requirements. There was a saying on the continent: a warrior who has absorbed 3 Blood River crystals would have incomparable mysterious powers. Such a warrior would be named a Blood Warrior, and the Blood Warrior can go acquire the Blood River medal from the World City. They were the pride of the continent. A warrior who has absorbed 10 Blood River crystals would be called a Black Warrior. He can go to the Undying Shrine to acquire the valuable Black River medal. The legendary Blood Warrior, it took countless years to produce one Black Warrior. It was purely a saying. No one even knew if there ever was a Black Warrior in the last trillion years. Maybe there wasn't even one. So it's like that. Luo Feng closed the book and filled with glee within. No wonder acquiring the Blood Warrior title gives 100,000 points, and acquiring one Blood River crystal alone only gives 10,000 points. These two are obviously different in difficulty. He looked up. Ahead was the entrance of the ancient city that was 100 zhang tall. He had finally arrived at Swallow Mound City. As the center of a 10 million km area, Swallow Mound City's walls were about 300 m high. It was so long that one couldn't even see the end in sight. It was almost like an endless black mountain range, and the door of the city was close to 100 m wide and 200 m tall. A group of scaled, armored, fierce-looking soldiers stood there collecting the entrance fee. "Quick, pay up. You wish to enter without money, you must be looking to die." The group of intimidating soldiers carried either a large blade each, or huge axe, were yelling and shouting occasionally. With a glance, Luo Feng was able to determine that the aboriginals of Blood River World were indeed very strong. Even these soldiers were all star Traveler 5 and up. If they were placed on Earth, any one of them would be considered to have a presence of a demon god. Of course, on Blood River World, they were only normal soldiers. "Young Master Naku is here. Hurry and make way, let Master Naku enter the city." The intrepid soldiers were incredibly passionate, not even collecting the entrance fee from Naku and his team. However, that Thunder Uncle still smiled happily and brandished a black currency for you and the brothers to have a drink. The leading soldier took it normally, becoming extra friendly. Wine, whether it was made through fruits or grains, consisted of millions of different types of drinks, all under the same name. "I wonder what the wine of Blood River World tastes like." Luo Feng revealed a smile after entering the city. Naku said passionately, "Big Brother Feng, I'm very familiar with this city. Why not stay at my house for a bit? After a bit of rest, I'll bring you around the city to take a look." Even though this city is huge, there isn't a place I don't know. "Yes, Lord Feng." Beside Thunder Uncle too was all smiles, and behind him the guards all looked on at Luo Feng, not making a sound. To be able to instantly kill the 13x. What kind of person was he? In Swallow Mound, there were indeed quite a few powers capable of such a feat. However, for one to single-handedly kill all them, such an absolute warrior was countable by one hand. "No need, we'll part here," Luo Feng said. He had already finished reading the details of the Blood River Crystal. Hence, he had already formulated a plan on how to complete the mission. At the same time, Luo Feng didn't want to get too close to the Na family after all. If he ended up staying with them, there would be trouble after. Part Naku was stunned. Thunder Uncle's expression too was nervous, thinking, this absolute warrior is just leaving. Naku nodded, looking at Luo Feng. "Big Brother Feng, if I wish to see you in the city, will I be able to?" Luo Feng looked at the silver-armored youth before him, smiling. "Where's the best hotel in Swallow Mound?" "Flying Cloud Pavilion," the silver-armored youth said. If you wish to find me, then go there." Luo Feng smiled. Naku nodded. Following which Luo Feng turned and walked into the long path that seemed to stretch on forever. His silhouette became a blur, and in an instant he had gone. Far away, Naku, Thunder Uncle, and the guards all watched the distant black armored mysterious warrior who was carrying a blade and shield. Thunder Uncle said excitedly, "In my entire lifetime, this was probably the strongest warrior I've ever gotten close to." Naku nodded. "Let's go, young master, we'll go home." The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle said, "The matters of this Lord Feng, it's best that we tell the old master. Especially about the Yu family matters, we have to tell him too. I feel that it's probably no small matter. Go, return home." Naku brought his guards and swiftly rushed home. Swallow Mound was simply too huge, a city with an area of 1,000 kilometers. Naku and his group took close to an hour to get home. Na family, they were considered one of the higher merchant families in Swallow Mound, as Swallow Mound territory expanded over 10 million kilometers in area. Compared to the diameter of Earth, which was only about 10,000 kilometers, such a huge city naturally resulted in the population being huge as well. Also, the number of family powers too was vast, like the fish and shrimp in the ocean. Na family, Yu family, they were considered the middle-level families. Organizations like the 13 Acts were the upper powers. Na family mansion. Dressed in a beautiful black robe, the silver-haired man's expression was stunned. He was shocked as he listened to his son Na-ku and Thunder Uncle's story. Extremely powerful. Dad, you didn't see the leader of the 13X killed that Yu Yen, like killing livestock, just one axe strike and he died. However, the 13 acts against Big Brother Feng didn't even have any resistance. I only saw 13 silhouettes and 13 blade flashes. The 13 acts couldn't even react before they died. Yes, old master, young master is speaking the truth. How can that be? The silver-haired middle-aged man, Nabu, calmed down after a while. To accomplish so much for the Na family business, he was careful and meticulous. This warrior, absolute warrior Nabu, looked on at his own son, whereas we split after we entered the city. I invited him to stay here with us, but he didn't accept it. However, he said if we wished to see him we can go to Flying Cloud Pavilion. Na-ku said, his eyes gleamed. Dad, let's go there now. No. Nabu frowned and said softly, this absolute warrior chose to separate it after entering the city. Obviously, he doesn't want to get too close to us. You. Tell me the entire story of how you met him in detail again once more to me. Yes, Na-ku immediately began his story. The more he listened, the more Nabu's expression relaxed. Finally he smiled. Father Na-ku looked at his father. Haha, Kiki, you are lucky. Nabu smiled. From what you've said, it seems this mysterious warrior, Feng, doesn't like to slaughter if he can avoid it. He wouldn't kill others, and he doesn't like to get too close to anyone. However, he has a good impression of you, otherwise he wouldn't agree to let you go see him. Na-ku replied excitedly, then we should go now. No, Nabu shook his head, you just split and now you want to rush over already. If you meet him right away, he wouldn't appreciate it. No rush, we'll wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll pay a visit to the warrior Feng. All right. Lei Dong, accompany the young master back. Yes. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle brought Na-ku and left, leaving only Nabu in the room. The silver-haired Nabu's eyes gleamed like that of an old fox. He said softly, Feng Yu family, what exactly did the Yu family do to even arouse the 13 acts to rob and kill them? Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to head to the hotel. He first took a good walk about the city, finding a random place to eat and drink, and to listen to the customers and their conversations. This way, he was able to understand more about the affairs within the city. Blood River continent didn't have a sun or moon. However, because of the movement of the 18 levels of clouds above, it made the continent shine and dim at different times. That became their day. One day on Blood River continent was about Earth's 7 days. In Swallow Mound City, Flying Cloud Pavilion was the most luxurious hotel. It had a diameter of 10 kilometers. This was bigger than some of Earth's county cities. Its interior was beautiful, and it could hold up to 500,000 guests. The crowd flowed in and out daily, with a large amount of people entering and leaving. The country every day, the business here was very good. In the lobby of Flying Cloud Pavilion, there were 100 staff members stationed. Room Luo Feng looked at the little young lady dressed in a black fur dress. We have the ground level, sky level, cloud level, which do you wish to stay? And as for price, the wall there shows it all, the lady smiled and replied. Cloud level, Luo Feng muttered. Cloud level room 2, daily rate of 3 large currency, the lady within smiled. Luo Feng reached and took out a purple currency and threw it on the table. The lady immediately grabbed it and began to work on Luo Feng's reservation. The currency of Blood River World was shaped like little blades. The currency denominations were split into Little Blade Red, called Little Currency, Middle Blade Black, Middle Currency, Large Blade Green, Large Currency, and above that the most expensive purple blade, called Treasure Currency. One middle currency was worth 1,000 little currency. One large currency was worth 1,000 middle currency. One treasure currency was worth 1,000 large currency. In the luxurious Flying Cloud Pavilion, the most luxurious room was the cloud level. It required 3 large currencies a night, akin to 3 million little currencies. This was not a place normal people could live in, and Luo Feng, having killed the 13 acts, had acquired all of their wealth. This amount of wealth was much more than the Na family's and Yu family's fortune combined. This little bit of money didn't bother him at all. Lord, this way. A handsome youth dressed in staff attire respectfully led the way. Located in front of Luo Feng was a 3-story building with a flower garden and pond. Outside its yard were the words Cloud Level. Not bad. Luo Feng looked through it properly. After a satisfying nod, he sat in the living room chair and looked at the waiter before him. Whatever orders Lord has, and whenever you wish to order them, please go ahead and call us. I'll be serving you for the days you stay in our Flying Cloud Pavilion, the young waiter said respectfully. This is the first time I'm entering Swallow Mound City. I want you to tell me which places here are special, what big figures and powers there are. Luo Feng took out a jade green crystal blade currency. The more detailed your information is, and if I'm satisfied, the better your reward will be. The waiter looked at the jade green currency, and his eyes gleamed, saying, I've lived in Swallow Mound City for over 200 years, and stayed in Flying Cloud Pavilion close to 100 years. I have heard much. The waiter immediately began to tell an endless depiction of everything. He was extremely excited, revealing all the big figures and important people there are in the city. He spoke for 2 whole hours. Before ending, he did not even take a breath in between. Luo Feng listened and nodded. Very well, you've spoken well. Luo Feng's voice seemed to have some magic, causing the waiter's eyes to seem lifeless and dazed. Here's some reward for you. Leave now. The jade green currency landed in his hand. Only at this point did he awake from the daze in his mind. However, he couldn't remember anything about Luo Feng's questioning. From before, one had to know. Luo Feng could already use the slave imprint skill. Hence, against this star traveler punk, it was as easy as sleeping. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. The waiter grabbed the currency excitedly and left. Luo Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, everything the waiter had said before flashed through. His understanding of Swallow Mound City was much clearer now. Pure Feather family looks like, if anything, this Pure Feather family would have the highest possibility of having a Blood River crystal. Luo Feng muttered. The waiter's explanation was very detailed about the many families within Swallow Mound territory, the various organizations, sects, and so on. These Powers were split into different levels: super, high, mid, lower, etc. Na family and Yu family, these were mid-level powers. The 13-axe was considered a high-level power. In the entire Swallow Mound territory, there were 3 superpowers. They were the Rockwind family, the Pure Feather family, and the Hule family. The Hule family was a certain savage group, the Rockwind family was the city leader's family, and the Pure Feather family was the #1 business family. Blood River crystals, they are extremely valuable. These 3 superpowers have the highest possibility of having them. Luo Feng sat there, tapping on the armrest. As for the highest possibility among these 3, that would undoubtedly be the Rockwind family. The second would be the Pure Feather family. As for the Hule family, they are simply too far away. There's no need to go there. A domain-level domain lord needed to fuse with 1 Blood River crystal to acquire the recognition of the Undying Shrine, gaining the right to become a city leader. Hence, the city leader would definitely have already fused with 1 crystal, and as the most powerful in the territory, he'd have the highest possibility of having another. If one was the city leader, having already fused with 1 crystal, one would definitely try and get another crystal to fuse with once again. However, he is a domain lord. And I'm only universe level 9, of course my domain is itself at level 9, and I am proficient in space and gold origin laws. I have confidence in killing a normal domain lord at level 2 or 3. What I'm afraid of is that he's domain lord level 7 or 8. Luo Feng shook his head before finding out the exact details of his enemy. He thought it best not to mess with the city leader. First, to be able to control Swallow Mound territory, that city leader wasn't good to mess with. The target then should be Pure Feather family leader. Luo Feng squinted, his eyes gleaming coldly. Although the plan has been set, the Pure Feather family was still one of the strongest families in the Swallow Mound territory. Within this family, there were many cloud levels, universe level, and even 1 domain level domain lord. Old man training, however, that was only from what the waiter had heard. Whether it was true was still unknown. The second day, early in the morning, Luo Feng's spirit energy spread out through the space ripples. Through these ripples, he could feel the energy levels within 10 kilometers. Naku is here. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Naku, cloud level room 2. Luo Feng communicated. The Na father and son, after arriving at Flying Cloud Pavilion, were prepared to ask around as to where that mysterious Lord Feng was staying. Within Na Ku's mind, a voice resounded. Naku, cloud level room 2. Father, cloud level room 2. Naku said softly. How do you know? Nabu looked shocked at his son. Big brother Feng sent the message to me mentally. Naku said. Nabu, who listened to this, was utterly shocked. This mysterious Lord Feng was terrifying even without meeting them personally, and from such a distance, he already came to know that they were there. Let's go. Nabu and Naku entered the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Even though the cloud level forbid others from entering, the Na family was a regional tyrant family. Others would easily help them. When the 2 of them arrived at Luo Feng's room, they saw the black-armored man standing in the yard. Big brother Feng, Naku shouted. Nabu greets Lord Feng. Thank you for saving my son's life. A silver-haired Nabu bowed respectfully. Come in. Luo Feng smiled. In the living room, Luo Feng and Nabu both sat. Naku stood by his father's side. Lord Feng, if it weren't for you yesterday, my son would have lost his life. Nabu exclaimed, last night, the entire Yu family was uprooted. Yu family. They too are a family that's deeply rooted here, yet because of that one mistake their entire family business was destroyed yesterday. My son was almost dragged into it. Just thinking about it makes me afraid. Uprooted. Luo Feng frowned. I just got the most accurate news, Nabu exclaimed and shook his head. The Yu family actually had borrowed a huge sum of money to get a set of armor from an ancient god ruin. They found the information about this by means of a secret channel. However, it was a pity that their team was destroyed yesterday. According to them, the armor was taken away too. The Yu family has no way to return such a huge sum, much less the interest, hence those that lent the money raged and killed the family, and stole all their fortune. Even then, they were not satisfied. The ancient god ruins, what kind of place is that? Also, is a piece of armor that important? Luo Feng asked. Lord Feng doesn't know. Nabu was surprised. Big brother Feng, even I've heard of the ancient god ruins. Naku smiled. I only know that's an ancient battlefield, a vast and huge battlefield. Luo Feng said, I'm only curious as to why an armor from that battlefield is so valuable. From the common knowledge books from the 13X space rings, Luo Feng came to understand several special places within Blood River world, one of which was the ancient god ruins. It however had very little information. Ancient god ruins, diameter 100 billion kilometers, vast and endless, ancient battlefield. The book didn't explain more. Nabu smiled. The ancient god ruins, most people only know that it's an ancient battlefield. However, me being a businessman, through my special channels, I have come to know of several secret pieces of information. I believe that Lord Feng knows about the outsiders. I do. Luo Feng nodded. The outsiders are extremely strong and powerful, Nabu exclaimed. In theory, any cloud-level warrior can fly out of the 18 levels of clouds to outer space. However, any warrior that flies out through space would be killed by the outsiders living in the space. We have no way to enter space. However, that's good too, as the outsiders find it hard to descend. Nabu smiled. I heard that every time they descend, they have to pay a huge price too. Luo Feng was shocked. A huge price? This happened very, very long ago, in an ancient period, Nabu exclaimed. At that time, the strong in Blood River continent were like the clouds, much more than now, and at the time the outsiders descended, the powerful warriors from the outsiders clashed with the undying army from our side, and the gods battled there. God battle? Luo Feng blinked. Our Blood River continent had heavy losses, as the ancient undyings all fell. However, even though the sacrifice was huge, we managed to chase the outsiders out. Nabu's eyes gleamed. After that battle, the outsiders never launched another huge invasion like before, and that huge battleground for the undyings back then became known as the ancient god ruins. Although it's extremely vast, it was indeed a broken piece of ruins. The youth, Naku beside stood, his eyes gleaming. Large amounts of undyings forming an army, and god armies fighting each other. This is incredibly shocking. Luo Feng smiled. Ancient god ruins. Maybe large amounts of undyings had indeed battled there. However, to say that the outsiders were defeated, that was a joke, not including the other powers, just the virtual universe companies, knights, or universe country leaders. Any one of them would be able to easily destroy the entire Blood River world. The ancient god ruins have a large amount of the special weapons and armors From the outsiders also, some of the armors from the fallen undyings, even if broken, are still very valuable, Nabu said, and the killing aura in the ruins is extremely heavy. A few warriors who have weaker consciousness that entered would get taken over by the killing aura, and be driven completely mad. However, there are still many that enter the ancient god ruins looking for the treasures left behind by the undying. Also, people with strong killing auras absorb the blood river crystals easier, hence, a lot of warriors do not care about the dangers within the ruins, Nabu exclaimed. Anyway, the ancient god ruins is a terrifying place. It's the place that entices the most, and a lot of the strong warriors from our continent flock there. Luo Feng frowned. Killing aura. Blood river crystal. From the book he read before, the more one slaughtered, the easier it was to absorb the crystals, and Nabu said so too. The stronger one's killing aura was, the easier it was to absorb the crystals, hence, countless warriors flock there. So, slaughtering is to raise one's killing aura. Luo Feng thought this. Blood river crystal, just what kind of treasure is it? Why is it so that the strong one's killing aura is, the easier it is to absorb? Ancient god ruins. If I acquire a few crystals, and I am not able to absorb them, I can go there to try it out, Luo Feng thought. The Na father and son's arrival made Luo Feng happy, because he came to know more information about the ancient god ruins. This was linked to whether or not he could become a blood warrior. Flying Cloud Pavilion, Luo Feng's place. Luo Feng entered the virtual universe even though he was currently on a mission. The training mission didn't conflict with his own study of the laws. Yuxiang Mountain, Absolute Beginning Region, Wuka's Villa. Rong Jun, Luo Feng, I heard that you two have begun the training missions. Wuka looked at Luo Feng and Rong Jun. What level did you two choose? Difficult, Rong Jun said. Luo Feng Yu Wuka looked at him, Rong Jun too looked over. Dangerous level, Luo Feng said. At that moment, both of them were shocked. Wuka stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng. It's your first mission, and you chose dangerous. That's too risky. It is dangerous indeed. In fact, I have a small problem right now. Luo Feng was helpless. Although I'm doing the difficult level, I don't even dare to be careless. Madman, you really are crazy. Rong Jun smiled and shook his head. Even though a thread of his consciousness was in the virtual universe network, his actual self was in Blood River World Swallow Mound City planning his mission against the Pure Feather family. Firstly, he had to know what the leader looked like. This way, he can confirm his target. Next, he had to be clear about the mansion in which they stayed in. No problem, Luo Feng shook his head. I have to go. I'm doing something big today, I cannot be distracted. Good luck, Wuka said. Don't go losing your life to the mission, Rong Jun warned. Relax. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, following which he vanished and left the virtual universe network. Blood River World, Swallow Mound City, night. After 6 days of serious study and preparation, Luo Feng became a gust of wind. And without a sound or trace left Flying Cloud Pavilion in an instant, he arrived at a luxurious mansion that took up 10 kilometers in area. This was a mansion which was second only to the city leaders. Pure Feather family. The air shook, a silhouette appeared in mid-air outside the walls of the mansion. Of course it was Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't wear his black armor today. Instead, he was dressed in a long black robe and stood empty-handed by the wall. Pure Feather family. Luo Feng smiled, who his entire being vanished into the Wind, without a trace or sound, entering deep into the luxurious mansion. Pure Feather Mansion took up 10 kilometers in area. It was split into the outer mansion and inner mansion. The outer mansion were for lower or more ordinary members of the family, hence the security around there was more lax. However, it was obvious that the security around the inner mansion was tighter. Schwa. 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 A black-robed man took 3 simple steps. Within the dark vegetation, walls, walkways, 3 images appeared, and he had already reached near the inner mansion. The Blood River Crystal mission is one of the dangerous missions. It won't be that easy to acquire it. Luo Feng half squatted below a huge rock. His gaze swept the area, and his spirit energy connected with the universe space. Feeling the surrounding life energies, the energies within the inner mansion is obviously much stronger. Just the universe levels alone, there are quite a few. To wander in casually was impossible. So Luo Feng was incomparably serious as he unleashed his illusionary movement. His entire being became a silhouette in the dark night, almost like a tiger with wings, and he swiftly entered the inner mansion. Be serious, don't look like you are falling asleep. Captain, who would dare invade the Pure Feather family mansion? There's no need to be that serious. Not being serious is fine, however you still have to at least put up an act. Otherwise it'll be bad if you are discovered. I am saying this for your own good. A guard team was patrolling the inner mansion. The guards were walking and communicating. Who? From behind them, a blurry silhouette swiftly flashed past them, reaching deeper into the inner mansion. When Luo Feng used the illusionary movement, he was even harder to detect. Plus, he was following the flow of the universe space and dodged all the dark sentries. However, this had shocked Luo Feng, as the security was extremely tight. The second most powerful family next to the city leader's family was definitely no joke. Ahead is that useless advisor's living quarters. Luo Feng stuck to the stone pillar in the walkway, almost like a shadow. His eyes were gazing coldly at the distant quiet quarters. Schwa. Luo Feng resonated with the ripples of the universe space, forming 3 peculiar arcs, and entered the quiet pavilion. Pavilion, second level. Dressed in a white robe, a pale skinny man sat at his study desk, thinking about something. There was definitely a large group of tacticians in these large families, as such business families favored these tacticians more. As for this white-robed man, he was the Pure Feather family's highest-ranking tactician, the most favored Yukuchi. He held an extremely high position in the family. Just from his quarters being in the inner mansion and having such a big and quiet pavilion, one could see his status. Yukuchi, a voice resounded. The white-robed man trembled. He turned to look behind him, where stood a black-robed, black-haired man. Master. The white-robed man bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with a burning loyalty. Luo Feng nodded. These past 6 days, in order to get every detail on the Pure Feather family, he planned carefully and studied from many angles, and did not just rely on the general information he got from the city's systems. He had also used soul control techniques on a few important people within the family to do a proper check. As for these soul techniques, his teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet Yan Bo, who specialized in the soul aspect, had great accomplishments in them. He could even do slave imprints. Naturally there were many other lesser techniques, and the Time-Space Scribbles first book too had many soul techniques. Against this white-robed man, he had only used a technique akin to hypnosis. "I want to see your family leader now. Are you ready?" Luo Feng asked. "Please relax, master. I am the trusted aide of the family leader. He has complete trust in me. Even if I wanted to see him late at night, it won't be a problem." The white-robed Yu Kuchi was extremely confident. "You lead the way," Luo Feng said. "Yes." The white-robed Yukuchi said respectfully, "Master only has to follow behind me," following which, he immediately went downstairs, with Luo Feng following him. Creak. After opening the door, Yukuchi brought Luo Feng about publicly. Walking along the walkways, they were extremely silent. Luo Feng could see a guard team in the distance walking over. The leader of the team looked at the white-robed man and smiled. "Mr. Yu." Yu Kuchi nodded indifferently. The guard team didn't even question who was the black-robed man and left. Yu Kuchi communicated mentally, "Master, please relax. Because of the occasional important matters, I would have talks with the family leader late at night. I would also occasionally bring people to meet him, even though I am usually instructed to bring these people. The guards don't know anything, hence there's absolutely no problem in me bringing someone along." Luo Feng nodded. They continued one level after another. Luo Feng simply walked about openly from sentry to sentry. They didn't even have any reaction. No matter what, the two of them continued deeper into the mansion. "The deeper we go, the tighter the security is. Even if I wish to enter here without anyone noticing me, it would be impossible." Luo Feng looked ahead at the vast surroundings. With just a glance, he was able to determine that there were at least 1,000 people patrolling. Obviously, they had already reached the family's core. "Open the door," Yukuchi shouted. "Yes, Mr. Yu. Please wait a moment." Immediately the guards opened the door. Under the surveillance of 1,000 guards, Yukuchi brought Luo Feng into the core of the mansion. "Master, this is already the core area of the family leader, the important disciples, and a few absolute powers, treasure troves, dojo, etc. are all here." Yukuchi communicated. "The family leader's living quarters isn't far from here. At last, we've arrived to the front of the palace." Luo Feng carefully examined it. Ahead was a 500 long and wide ancient wall, and within it was a 9-story high palace. Outside the palace stood 2 guards. "Open the door," Yukuchi said. "Who is he?" Of the 2 guards, the one on the left frowned and pointed at Luo Feng. "He's someone the leader wants to meet." Yukuchi frowned. "Hurry and open the door. The leader didn't inform us of meeting anyone late at night today." The left guard continued to carefully analyze Luo Feng. He coldly said, "And at this time, the leader has already begun to rest. The leader has long wanted to meet him, however there hasn't been a chance. Today I've managed to bring this lord over. Of course I brought him here." Immediately the white-robed Yu Kuchi's expression was serious, ordering, "Are you willing to bear the consequences? Hurry and open the door." Luo Feng frowned, communicated, "What's the matter?" "Master, normally these 2 don't even bother to stop me, however, they are acting a bit strange today." Yukuchi replied mentally. He was suspicious too. "Why aren't you opening the door?" Yukuchi's expression was ugly, roaring, "What's up with you 2? The 2 guards' expressions changed. One of them smiled embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Yu, we 2 brothers don't actually wish to stop you. Only today, the leader just got his hands on. Anyway, it's not convenient for guests. If he was disturbed, he would very Unhappy if he really wishes to meet this man, we brothers will pass the message. Ah, the white-robed Ku chief frowned and communicated to Luo Feng, Master. The leader is currently with a woman, what do we do? Enter Luo Feng communicated. Under the effects of the soul technique, Yu Kuchi couldn't reject Luo Feng's order. Looking at the guard, go pass the word the leader meeting this lord is more important than screwing some woman. Okay, the two guards immediately opened the door and one of them headed in. Luo Feng stood outside and was looking through the open door. Leader, leader, the guard that went in shouted seriously within the palace. What's the matter? An enraged voice resounded. What's the matter? A sweet voice resounded. Family leader, Mr. Yu has brought someone over. He's saying that he's someone you've been wanting to meet. Leader, will you meet him? The guard asked. Mr. Yu has brought someone. Suddenly the large door on the first level of the palace rumbled open. A casually dressed, barefooted, tall and sturdy man in a luxurious nightgown looked out, his gaze landing on the black-robed Luo Feng. He immediately began to grow suspicious. Any more, and the plot will be revealed. Luo Feng became a blur and rushed into the yard. Shwa 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 shwa. 9 black silhouettes immediately rushed down from the upper levels of the palace simultaneously. Silhouettes covered the skies and lands, rushing from all sides of the yard inwards. The Pure Feather family leader, his position was incredibly high and mighty. How could he not have personal bodyguards? 300 bodyguards. 9 great shadow guards. There's actually 9 universe levels. A superpower is indeed a superpower. A black-robed Luo Feng had a cold expression on his eyes, were ice cold as his arms extended. The 300 guards and 9 shadow guards that rushed out were all originally holding battle blades or knives, or their own personal weapons, and were prepared to control them to assassinate Luo Feng. However, under Luo Feng's powerful spirit energy control, the 300 guards used their own weapons to pierce their own heads. No, the 300 guards and 9 shadow guards, along with the 2 guards at the door, stared with fear. However, their strengths weren't enough to control their own weapons. Shwa. With flashes of blades, knives, weapons. 311 heads were sliced off. Fresh blood floated in the darkness of the night. Only 3 people remained alive in the yard. The white-robed Yu Kuchi stood there stupidly, and the family leader of the Pure Feather family had fear in his eyes. Only Luo Feng's black robe swished, expressionless. Shwa. In one step, Luo Feng had already reached beside the leader and grabbed him by the neck, like grabbing a little chicken. Following that, with just one step, his entire being vanished. Pure Feather family was far more ancient than the recent Rockwind family. The strongest warrior in Swallow Mound territory was coincidentally from the Pure Feather family. Pure Feather Tao. Domain Lord level 6, he was the oldest in the family currently. He was also the strongest and the true person controlling the family from the shadows. He was the true man with power, just like how the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had an emperor, with many generations of successive emperors in truth. However, the person with the true power was the god leader of the sacred land, Black Dragon Mountain. Pure Feather Tao was the man that was truly in control. A pavilion that was completely purple with 3 levels, and the entire staircase was built with wood that was dyed purple. Just the cost of this construct alone was more expensive than the entire Pure Feather family's other territories. 3rd level. A black-bearded, middle-aged man, dressed in a loose robe, sat quietly on his bed. With his eyes shut, suddenly, a powerful energy ripple rushed from the north. East direction. Blood River World had other directions: east, south, west, and north were uniform. However, the absolute directions were different from Earth's. Pure feather. Tao's expression grew serious, immediately spreading out his spirit energy to sweep the area. Because he was a fighter, when compared to a spirit reader, his spirit energy was much weaker. However, when one reaches the domain lord level, sweeping with spirit energy was still an easy thing to do. Rumble. With the pavilion as the center, the torrent of spirit energy rippled in all directions, immediately sweeping the entire mansion and that particular palace. As he checked, his expression changed immediately, so he rushed out from the bed and vanished. Within the palace that the family leader resided in, the smell of blood filled the air, as over 300 bodies were on the ground. Red and white stains the ground. It was disgusting to look at, and about the same time these 300 over people just fell. A bearded middle-aged man in a loose gray robe floated in the air above the palace. His eyes were raging as he looked down below. The palace's second-level window was open, and through it a beautiful woman was peeking through. After spotting the blood that flowed like a river, the scene caused her to shriek. Humph. In mid-air, pure feather. Tao's expression changed. Rumble. Mud-yellow energy waves immediately engulfed the palace simultaneously. The waves wrapped itself around the white-robed Yukuchi and the lady that was hiding in the palace, dragging them into mid-air. Speak, what happened? Pure feather. Tao looked at the two, filled with rage. That beautiful lady's face was pale. However, Yukuchi only shook his head. I don't know, I just know that a black silhouette appeared suddenly, and after that I saw these over 300 people use their own weapons to kill themselves, and the family leader was taken away. Pure feather. Tao looked at the lady. Yes, it was Yukuchi. He brought someone to meet the leader. The leader only went out because of that. I don't know anything else. The beautiful lady shook her head. Pure feather. Tao looked at Yukuchi. Yukuchi, however, had a peculiar smile. Pung. His body violently exploded. The bones and other stuff that flew from the explosion pierced through the lady beside him. She stared wide-eyed at the 3 large holes in her chest, shouting, "Save me!" Almost all people on Blood River World were at least Star Traveler level, this woman too, hence. Even with holes in her chest, she hadn't died yet. So. From the distance, many silhouettes floated over. It was the family's strongest warriors and important figures. Elder, what's going on? Grandfather, what is this? The nurtured upper echelon of the family were all stunned as they looked at the large group of bodies in the palace. My God, amongst them there were the 9 shadow guards. Those were the 9 great shadow guards, a formidable force in the pure feather family. 9 cloud levels. Go and look for me, and bring back the family leader. Pure feather. Tao raged simultaneously. His energy waved, exploded about, almost like a formless blade piercing straight through that lady, leaving nothing but a mess. Yes. The group complied. Actually, from seeing the over 300 guards who were all dead, they had already guessed that the outcome of the family leader was not good. From hearing the story, he should have been taken away. Bastard, with mud-yellow energy waves surrounding him, like a god in the night floating in mid-air, Pure Feather, Tao, was madly scanning the area with his spirit energy. He was a fighter, hence his spirit energy was more condensed and gentle. Its control and magnitude paled far in comparison to that of a spirit reader. However, to simply scan was not a problem at all, as the gravity of Blood River World was extremely huge. Pure Feather Tao's scan could only be spread up to about 80 kilometers. Where is he? Wrapped in the energy, he flew over for around 100 kilometers in the dark night above Swallow Mound City. A mud-yellow light was swiftly flashing about, suddenly flashing to another region here and there, obviously searching the entire Swallow Mound City. Swallow Mound City, city leader's mansion. A tall and sturdy, middle-aged man, with a dark green engraving on his forehead, walked along the palace's railings. He was dressed in a blood-red scaled armor. With his cold eyes, he was looking up at the sky, at Pure Feather Tao, who was searching all over Swallow Mound City, as he said softly, "This old punk, what is he raging about?" Humph. To enrage this old punk this much, the Pure Feather family must have suffered a huge loss. His lips curled into a cold smile. He was the one with the most authority within Swallow Mound City, the city leader Rockwind Xiong. However, in terms of power, he was still slightly weaker than Pure Feather Tao. As for why he was able to become the city leader of Swallow Mound City, there were two reasons. One of them was because he had absorbed a blood river crystal. The second reason was because he had special connections with the world city leader in that territory. Pure Feather Tao, however, even though he was stronger, he couldn't absorb the blood river crystal, hence, he didn't have the right to become leader. "Go crazy until you die, that would be the best," Rockwind laughed coldly. Following which he gave an order to his underlings, "Go and check to see what exactly happened with the Pure Feather family." "Yes." A soft voice resounded. The Pure Feather family had roots that extended extremely deep into the city. As for this massacre and abduction of their family leader, what level of stupidity was this, to enrage the elder Pure Feather Tao to such a state that he was searching the whole city personally, and also to activate the entire family and all its departments to madly search about. At the same time, the city leader's Rockwind family, along with some other powers, all began to join in. The entire Swallow Mound City's undercurrent began to flow. The Yu family's Yu Yan Ta was a star level 9, his fleeing max speed had reached 8 kilometers per second. And Luo Feng, who was a universe level 9, with domain level 9, along with high comprehensions of the space origin law, could instantly accelerate and reach top speed. His instantaneous acceleration, even with the gravity of Blood River World, could reach up to 300 kilometers per second. When Luo Feng had grabbed the family leader back then, he wrapped him in spirit energy and immediately rushed into the skies, flying straight into the cloud levels. In the 15th level, 30,000 kilometers away from Swallow Mound City, Luo Feng grabbed the family leader and finally stopped. "What do you want?" Pure Feather Chang's expression was pale, having had his Dantian destroyed the moment he was grabbed. His soul was now under heavy pressure from Luo Feng's powerful spirit energy. "Why are you asking me?" Luo Feng immediately grabbed the space bracelet from Pure Feather Chang. Naturally, that space bracelet had his spirit imprint. However, Luo Feng's spirit energy became like a long pike and forcefully broke through the spirit imprint seal, causing Pure Feather Chang's face to go even more pale. Quite wealthy Luo Feng held on to the bracelet, carefully examining the items within. You want money, no problem, however much you want, you will get, just don't kill me. Pure Feather Chong said, you are a spirit reader, you can make me forget everything here, and I won't even remember your appearance. Luo Feng frowned. Within the space bracelet, there were no blood river crystals. Pure Feather Chong Luo Feng looked at him. The family leader Pure Feather Chong at that point didn't even behave at all like the Na family leader. He suddenly felt enticed and hypnotized by the gaze of that black-robed youth before him. 1 second later, his gaze grew dark, and he looked at Luo Feng with passionate respect. Master. Luo Feng stood in the clouds looking at Pure Feather Chong before him. He said, let me ask you, do you know who has blood river crystals? Does your Pure Feather family have any? Yes, Pure Feather Chong said without hesitation. Where are they? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. With my family's elder, Pure Feather Chong replied respectfully. Elder Luo Feng frowned. He had heard of a powerful domain lord within the family, however he hadn't really confirmed that before. Yes, the strongest in the Pure Feather family, also the strongest in Swallow Mound City. Pure Feather Chong said, the Blood River Crystal is with him. However, even though he acquired that one, no matter how he tried, he couldn't absorb it, hence the city leader position landed in the Rockwind family's hands instead. Your family elder is stronger than the city leader, Luo Feng had heard from him. Yes, Pure Feather Chong said respectfully, the city leader just became a domain level over 100 years ago. According to the elder, he can only be considered to be within the early stages of the domain level, however my family elder is in the later stages already. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the city leader was about domain lord level 2 or 3. After all, he had only broken through over 100 years ago. Normal people breaking through required them to slowly absorb the energy. To go from level 1 to 9 required a very long time. Even in the universe, only the most elite of geniuses could receive nurture like Luo Feng's, as there was no need to waste time in such quantity-related training. Other than your family's elder, who else has the crystals? Luo Feng asked. The ones I can confirm are the elder. Another is the general of the Swallow Mound Army. Rock Wind Zon. Pure Feather Chong said. Rockwind Zon, he is the younger brother of city leader Rockwind Xiong. He's on good terms with me. Back then, he even took out a crystal to show off to me, saying it was something his older brother gave him to absorb. One is with your family elder, another is with Rockwind Zon. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Under the influence of the soul technique, the Pure Feather family leader answered everything honestly. There wasn't any hint of concealing anything. Very good. Luo Feng stood within the clouds and asked, do you know if anyone else has the crystals? The process of becoming a blood warrior required one to first acquire 3 blood river crystals and absorb them successful. Only then would they truly be considered to have become a blood warrior. Once Luo Feng knew of the blood warrior and even the legendary black warrior, he naturally had some anticipation within. He wanted to first become a blood warrior and maybe later a black warrior. Even though in Blood River World, the Black Warrior was but a legend, since such a legend existed, there was a possibility of it happening. And obviously, with Luo Feng's personality, he wouldn't give up without trying. Everyone all regarded themselves as special and different. Luo Feng was the same, only that he knew himself better than anyone. Master, I can confirm that the family elder and the general of the Rock Wind Army have the crystals. The rest, I'm unable to guarantee, although there are some rumors. Pure Feather Chong replied respectfully. Rumors? Luo Feng frowned. Yes, it is about our city leader Rock Wind Xiong, even though I am unable to confirm if he has the crystals, and how many he might have. Pure Feather Chong said, I can say with high possibility that the city leader Rock Wind Xiong definitely has at least one that he hasn't absorbed. All Luo Feng looked at Pure Feather Chong. Rock Wind Xiong has an illustrious background. His teacher is the World City leader of this side of the world. Pure Feather Chong explained. He succeeded in absorbing one crystal a long time ago. He had to wait till he broke through to domain level, after which he quickly became the city leader, and after that, he secretly gave his younger brother one crystal. To warriors, having more crystals is a good thing. After absorbing one, they would want to absorb another. Since he could give his younger brother one crystal, that means that it wasn't too hard for him to acquire more. At least there's a way for him. Pure Feather Chong said confidently, and with Rock Wind Xiong's selfish personality, to be able to give his younger brother just one means he would at least have one more prepared for himself. I suspect he probably even has more. Luo Feng nodded. It made sense. After which, Luo Feng immediately killed Pure Feather Chong and took care of his body. In the dark night, he returned to Swallow Mound City's flying cloud pavilion. Pure Feather family was deeply rooted within Swallow Mound City. Its roots went far deeper than the Rock Wind family. If they were to be angered, the entire Swallow Mound City would definitely feel their wrath. Pure Feather family mansion, in the first level of that 3-level purple wood pavilion. Pure Feather elder Tao squinted his eyes in his seat. The rest of the upper echelon of the family, along with his grandchildren, stood obediently at his sides. Within the large hall knelt 10 people, and outside of the hall knelt a 100. Grandfather, these are all the sentries and guard leaders from Yukuchi's mansion. They all personally saw Yukuchi bring a black-robed man, an old man with white hair, one that looked even older than Pure Feather. Tao said respectfully. Speak, what did that black-robed man look like? Pure Feather. Tao closed his eyes and said indifferently. No idea. The old man shook his head. Pure Feather. Tao revealed a look of rage. He stared hard. His gaze was shooting out visible light beams at the old man. The 100 of them all saw the black-robed man, however, none of them can recall his appearance. The old man continued, back then, they didn't feel anything special about it, just that this black-robed man was very normal, and there was nothing special about him. However, now when they try and recall, his face appears blurred out in their memories. Other than him wearing a black robe, they can't recall anything else. Pure Feather. Tao turned to look at the group kneeling. Elder, we cannot recall, we really cannot recall. We truly saw his face back then, however now no matter how hard we try, we cannot recall. I even stared hard at him then, however now. The group of sentries all said fearfully. Pure Feather. Tao was shocked. These sentries and guard leaders were all pinnacle sky levels, star level 9. To be unknowingly influenced by a warrior, even a universe level spirit level, would find it hard to do. One had to have a much stronger spirit energy and consciousness level and control to reach such a level. When did such a warrior appear in Swallow Mound City? Pure Feather. Tao pondered. However, the fact that he was so careful in entering here means he isn't a match for me. If he was stronger than me, he wouldn't have needed to be so careful, just barging in would have done it. Listen well. Pure Feather Tao looked coldly at the family's upper echelon in the hall. Our Pure Feather family's family leader has been taken away under our surveillance. And from under our noses, we don't even know if he's alive or dead. This is a humiliation to our family. We have to find this person, otherwise our Pure Feather family will be mocked at by countless people in Swallow Mound City. Go look. Check every suspicious person properly. The culprit's strength is at least at Pinnacle Cloud level. It might very likely be in the domain level. Check from all pathways. See which mysterious warriors have appeared. Remember, even if you found him, don't make a move immediately. Come inform me instead. Pure Feather Tao looked at the group. Even if Chong hasn't been killed, he's not fit to be the leader anymore. This search for the culprit is the test I am giving you all. Once this matter is concluded, I will pick the new family leader. Go now. Yes. The group of upper echelon's eyes gleamed brightly. They all replied simultaneously and swiftly left. Time to do their best to become the new family leader. These upper echelons would all unleash all their hidden strengths to quickly check all the secret information about the mysterious warriors, or suspected mysterious beings. This way, all the information and news was quickly being gathered. Second day, daybreak. Rumble. 10,000 black-scaled armored soldiers rose to the sky. It was almost like a black cloud flying over, with a huge, tall, and sturdy, dark red, scaled armored leader. His appearance was very similar to the city leader Rockwind Xiong, only with more madness and violence in his aura. His entire being seemed wild and savage. Pui Rockwind Zhan sat on a green armored snake, spitting unhappily to the side. That no good Pure Feather Chong, getting abducted away, and still asking us for help. Big brother is too much too, asking me to help out. Hee hee. However, that Pure Feather Chong, I wonder who he actually messed with to actually get taken away from his own mansion. Hearing this makes me happy. Rockwind Zhan mocked softly. The two deputy generals beside twitched their faces as they heard this. This general of theirs controlled the Swallow Mound army, yet he did whatever he pleased. Him and that Pure Feather Chong were good friends. At the same time, they were a couple of scoundrels who wreaked havoc as they pleased. Scoundrels indeed. Pure Feather Chong's death made this Rockwind Zhan happy instead. And he wasn't rushed or slow, as he waited for daybreak to bring the army in to search. General, ahead is Flying Cloud Pavilion, one of the deputy generals said respectfully. Rockwind Zhan glanced and said indifferently, Flying Cloud Pavilion is the best hotel in Swallow Mound City. With the culprit's level of strength and status, there's a high possibility he would stay there. General, if that person truly wanted to make a move on Pure Feather Chong, he probably wouldn't stay in such a place, but rather somewhere more secure and secluded. The other deputy general said softly. Pa. Rockwind Zhan slapped the face of that deputy general, causing fresh blood to fly his entire body, and the wild beast below him were both shocked. Idiot. Rockwind Zhan glanced coldly at him. If I say Flying Cloud Pavilion, then it is Flying Cloud Pavilion. Don't you know how to put on a show? Do you think we'll really find the culprit for the Pure Feather family? That deputy general nodded, not daring to make a sound. What an idiot. If you say such stupid things again, I'll have to change my deputies. Usually you seem pretty smart. Has your brain knocked into a wall today? Rockwind rubbed his chin and looked up, looking at the distant flying Cloud Pavilion, go, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, get all of the cloud-level guests and the warriors you think are strong within to all come out. I want to take a look at all of them. Yes, that deputy general who was slapped complied loudly. Immediately, he brought his underlings, a 10,000-strong army, to rush into Flying Cloud Pavilion. Flying Cloud Pavilion's area had a diameter of 10 kilometers. The sudden entrance of such a big army caused a huge ruckus. Owner, it's not that I'm not giving you any face, but you two should know what happened. The general has given the order to get all of your cloud level guests and any guest you think may be powerful warriors to all come out. That deputy general sat high above on the wild beast and said. The large group soldiers stood behind him. Understood. Will comply. That fat small-eyed owner gave the order and his large group of helpers led the way. Cloud level room 2, in a quiet pavilion. Luo Feng was dressed in a simple robe and was reading a book. It had been half a night since the incident, but according to Earth's time, it had been 2 to 3 days. That pure feather Chong was just killed by me right now. The entire city is in an uproar. However, it doesn't affect me. I'll wait till tonight to make a move on Rock Wind. Jean Luo Feng made his plans while reading the book. Multitasking was very simple for him. Suddenly noise resounded from outside. Roars and shouts. Quickly! Come out! Lord, it's an order by the Rock Wind General. Lord, please do me a favor and come out. Quickly! That way, quickly! The outside was getting noisier. Luo Feng frowned when he heard this. He had long guessed that pure feather Chong's death would stir a huge commotion, however he didn't expect them to come to Flying Cloud Pavilion so early in the morning. The footsteps outside swiftly got louder and louder. Suddenly the yard door was heavily pushed open and 10 soldiers immediately rushed in, led by a waiter. They walked into the pavilion. The waiter saw Luo Feng within and said apologetically, Lord, the Rock Wind General has given the order to look for the culprit. Lord, you should help out. Quickly, come out. Quickly, the group of soldiers rushed straight in, shouting at Luo Feng. Close to 1,000 people with various attributes, such as people with expensive clothes, or strong auras, or those who were cold and proud, and the cloud level guests of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, along with those suspected of being a mysterious powerful warrior, were present there. Luo Feng looked far ahead amongst the crowd. The Flying Cloud Pavilion owner was at the side, discussing with a tall and sturdy, intrepid-looking general by the side. Luo Feng could feel from his aura that the general should be a universe level 9. Rock Wind General, they are all here, the owner said. Rock Wind Jean snorted through his nose, following which he gazed coldly at the crowd. Rock Wind Jean amongst the crowd. Luo Feng was happy after he heard it. He was still prepared to figure out how this Rock Wind Jean looked like, so as not to attack the wrong person, and now he could see him clearly. Last night, which one of you broke into the Pure Feather family mansion? Rock Wind Jean shouted coldly. The group of close to 1,000 unknown people remained silent, not making any sound at all. And Rock Wind Jean, who sat high above on his green armored snake, gazed at everyone below. Suddenly, he pointed at a black-robed, cold-looking man in the distance, shouting, "That black-robed bastard, bring him along later." Yes, the 2 deputy generals at the side complied. General, the black-robed, cold-looking man's expression grew ugly, shouting, "General, I'm from the Luanyang area. Don't give me rubbish, Rock whined. Jean laughed coldly. With your strength and your dressing, I have no choice but to suspect that you were the culprit. Who broke into the Pure Feather family mansion? That tall punk with messy hair, bring him too, that skinny punk hiding at the side too. You. Him. The one in the white robe. That blue-haired one. Rock wind. Jean continuously chose 10 people. These 10 were all very strong, as most of them were in the pinnacle sky level. There were even 2 universe levels. And that black-haired youth, his strength is strong enough to bring him. Rock wind. Jean pointed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned, as there were no scanning devices in Blood River World. They based their deductions purely on energies and auras. As for Luo Feng, he used his willpower and consciousness strength to control and hide his strength, deliberately releasing one that of a pinnacle star level. He didn't expect to still get chosen. All right, a total of 58 have been chosen. The culprit might very likely be within these 58. Take them all away back to the prison. Rock wind. Jean waved his hand. Luo Feng didn't resist and followed the other 57 with the army. In terms of strength, Luo Feng knew that he could easily wipe out Rock wind. Jean and the others. Because of his confidence and this guarantee, he was very relaxed. Until the critical moment, there was no need to massacre so many of them publicly. What's up with this, General Rock wind? Is this how they catch a killer? Coming over to our flying cloud pavilion to find a group of guests and randomly picking from a crowd, that's called finding a killer. You idiot. Rockwind General is from the Rockwind family. The Pure Feather family was humiliated, hence the Rockwind family are all extremely happy. Why would they seriously look for the culprit? If they really wanted to look for him, they would have begun their search last night. Why would they wait till now? It's purely just for show, just an act. However, the 58 sure are unlucky. Within Flying Cloud Pavilion, many were discussing Swallow Mound City, General's Prison. Luo Feng and the others were forced into groups of 5 or 6, and were separately crammed into cells. These cells were built by special stones from Blood River World, and were able to exist under the universe energy flows and strong gravity here. Hence, these 2 were more sturdy than other stones. They were strong enough to block attacks from even a sky-level star-level warrior. We sure are unlucky. I have to go meet my family leader tomorrow. How can this be good? Luo Feng's cell had a total of 6 people, of which a fat one, dressed in expensive clothes, sighed and shouted loudly. The others from different cells all heard him clearly. Big trouble, big trouble. The fatty didn't stop sighing. Shut up, smelly fatty, lower your voice. The people from other cells all began to jeer and shout within. The fatty looked outside at the soldiers approaching, raising his voice, and sighing again. If I don't see the Wang family leader, my business would be ruined. I would incur huge losses. So unlucky, purely a disaster from above. After shouting a couple more times, under the jeers from others, he finally stopped. Luo Feng stood silently within the cell, watching things unfold. Several of the guards and soldiers within the prison began to mutter. Brothers, the general captured these 58 back for show. He didn't even interrogate them. He even sent a bodyguard over to tell me that after interrogating just a little, if there's no problem, just let some of them go and leave some in the prison. Everything is just for show, a guard said softly. Did you hear that fatty shouting? He seems to be some sort of businessman, and is in a rush to meet someone. We should get a hefty sum from him. It's an opportunity. After all, it's all just for show, it'll be fine with some of them gone. The group of guards watching the prison all began to laugh and mutter amongst themselves, after which they ordered, "Go and grab that fierce and shouting fatty, and bring him over, we'll interrogate him well." "Yes, Lord." The group of soldiers immediately brought the fatty out. Within the prison, the fatty that was leaning against the door looking outside revealed a smile. As he saw the group of soldiers running over, one of the soldiers ordered, "The Lord has ordered for us to interrogate you well, grab him," following which they opened the door and grabbed the fatty. The fatty turned back to the other 5 in the cell and said, "Sirs, I'll be leaving first, see you all." Following which, he followed the group of soldiers and left. After a while, a soldier ran over and shouted, "The Lord has interrogated him and found him not suspicious at all, he's been released, the rest of you 57 better answer properly, those that don't, be prepared to stay in this prison for a while." Following which he turned and left. The fatty has gone. Answer properly. What answer properly? Isn't it simply bribing them well? I know, that fatty purposely shouted that way before. You know this only now, stupid. Discussions and noise resounded within the cells. The guards who were hiding in the distance heard the discussions, and all of them began to smile. They then ordered, "Bring them one by one, we'll interrogate them properly." Interrogate. It was simply just forking over a sum of money, just seeing whether it was enough. When they interrogated Luo Feng took out one purple blade currency, immediately making the guards' eyes gleam. Their attitudes immediately became friendly, and quickly released Luo Feng. Broad daylight, Luo Feng strolled out of the general's prison carefree, and followed the pathways out of the mansion. Evening, the sky had gone dark. Luo Feng, who was at a restaurant eating and drinking alone for a while, finally left and walked amongst a crowd in Swallow Mound City's pathways. "It's almost time. Last night, I caught pure feather chone, then tonight, I'll go catch rock." When Jean Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, "I'm really looking forward to the blood river crystal. Just what is it like? It is even mysterious enough to gain the attention of the Virtual Universe Company." As he had been brought to the general's prison earlier in the day, Luo Feng was very familiar with the general's mansion. It's no wonder the Rockwind family is considered a new upstart family. This general's mansion, in terms of security level, isn't even 1/10 of the pure feather families. Luo Feng walked within the mansion almost like walking in his own yard. His silhouette floated about. With a flash he went from side to side, shaking his head. "I can feel a total of 3 universe-level warriors." With his familiarity of the universe space ripples, he could feel 3 strong auras, and one of which Luo Feng was familiar with, because he had met him during the day. "It's Rockwind," Jean Luo Feng smiled. Schwa. His silhouette floated swiftly, as he passed the fake mountains and the walkways, finally landing within a 3-story luxurious palace within the mansion. "Breaking through to the domain level is so hard. I've done everything my big brother has told me to do in terms of training, and I've done them well. Why have I still not broken through? Big brother must definitely be afraid of me reaching the domain level, and turning into a threat for him." Rock rind. Jean was topless. He was wearing an open long robe. While walking along the stairs, he had many thoughts on his mind. When he reached the 3rd level, he casually looked up and prepared to enter his study. However, suddenly his body shook. His eyes were filled with a sense of disbelief. In front of him stood a simply dressed black-haired youth silhouette. Yu Rock Wind Zhan immediately went into battle mode, simultaneously. Calling guards to help him, however, no matter how shocked he was still confident. He thought that because he was a cloud-level pinnacle, universe level 9 warrior, the person before him couldn't be much stronger. Then he was also, delaying a while would be enough for his big brother Rock Wind Xiong to rush over. Hua Luo Feng, who was initially standing at the distant window, immediately appeared before Rock Wind Zhan in what seemed like teleportation. This was extremely fast, far exceeding that of a regular Universe Level 9's max speed. Chi's hand formed a blade, fast as lightning. No, Rock Wind Zhan's hands had brandished a huge blade. He was prepared to use it as a shield to block. However, Luo Feng's palm blade was almost like an illusion, swiftly stabbing through his stomach, after which he pulled it out. Only after this did the shield slowly come. Everything was mysterious, and like an illusion, there was just a simple flash. Illusionary 7 blades Dutchman's pipe. With Luo Feng's strength in his domain and origin law comprehension against such weak techniques, with domain only level 1 or 2, no comprehension of any origin laws, and only at universe level 9, it was simply a massacre. Rock Wind Zhan held on to his stomach. There was a blade wound there, and fresh blood flowed out. It was purely from Luo Feng's palm blade. Yu Rock Wind Zhan looked with fear at Luo Feng. His dantian was destroyed, and his spirit was under the powerful pressure of Luo Feng's spirit energy. Hence, he couldn't even use any spirit energy now. How do you do, Rock Wind General? Luo Feng smiled and looked at Rock Wind Zhan. Rock Wind Zhan's mind flashed back at Flying Cloud Pavilion. That scene. Right, this black-haired youth, wasn't he from the 58 people he had picked?